to shine. Ooh, I can see it, I can see it, I can see it, I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your eyes. You're the star you like to shine. We can sparkle in the light.
Time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. Yo, it's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. From the bottom, hard times, yeah, I got 'em, but I made it to the top. Yeah, I made it to the top. Started from the bottom, hard times, yeah, I got 'em, but I made it to the top. I made it to the top. To the top. Started from the bottom, hard times, yeah, I got 'em, but I made it to the top. I made it to the top. Started from the bottom, hard times, yeah, I got 'em, but I made it to the top. Yeah, I made it to the top. From the bottom, hard times, yeah, I got 'em, but I made it to the top. Yeah, I made it to the top. Started from the bottom, hard times, yeah, I got 'em, but I made it to the top. Yeah, I made it to the top. I made it to the top.
Cloud nine, above
above the technicolor skyline. Floating so high, no gravity to keep my feet tied. I ain't never felt this kind of mood before. It's the sort of thing you dream about. I can feel it doing something to my core. Don't know now if I can go without. I could get used to this feeling, like sunshine taking down my soul.
The victory goes to Dizzy Group. They are our golden ticket winners for the month of May. Our second golden ticket team, they're both Dizzy teams. Kai uses the rocket spear while the world champion is safe, and it proved to be a big factor in this attack as he gets the 3-star, and Dizzy Group jump out into a commanding spot. There goes the spiky ball through there, and it's going to be a 3-star for Ryuta, and Dizzy Group push their lead even further.
I'm not sure he's going to have enough time to get through the storage, but who knows? How low in health is it? Maybe.
Come on, Ryuta. He's got the invis down. 8 seconds. Can he get the storage? He's celebrating. I think he's got it. He does. Nice. This is the grand finals we deserve in Clash of Clans esports. This is what we all look forward to, as he's going to work through and get these final few buildings down, and Dizzy Group get the much needed 3-star.
Barbarian continuing to help, and they know that they have got the golden ticket bash. Dizzy Group joining their partners in that of Dizzy, getting another golden ticket.
And now we have 2 Dizzy squads qualified for our world championships.
Welcome to the Clash of Clans World Championships. This is your June qualifier. We will be handing out another golden ticket this weekend. I am Juno Sloth, joined by my fellow co-casters. Firstly, Itsu, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great because we have another season, like another qualifier, and this time it's a little bit different because we have the seasonal defenses, so I'm looking forward to how the pros are actually utilizing them, and something different is as well. Electros, welcome to the caster table.
What's up, everybody? I'm glad to be here. We got awesome new defenses to showcase in the meta. It's going to be fun to see how the pros are using those. I'm excited for this weekend. Bash, how are you feeling?
Oh, you know I'm excited as well, Lex. Welcome aboard, buddy. We're here talking about the World Championships, giving away our 3rd golden ticket this weekend, but I wanted to quickly talk about something that's been running alongside our World Championship qualifiers, and that's the Town Hall Cups. We've already had 2 of these run, and we have 1 more remaining. Registration for the final Town Hall Cups is going to be July 7th and 8th. They're for Town Hall 9, Town Hall 12, and Town Hall 15, kind of for those like lower mid Town Hall players to get engaged in Clash of Clans esports. There's 3 cups each month throughout these, but they also run similar to our monthly qualifiers with a ladder phase, top 128, and then a double elimination bracket. But more importantly than that, guys, there's a big prize pool. Town Hall 9 is going to have a $3,350 prize pool, Town Hall 12 a $5,000 prize pool, and finally at Town Hall 15 we'll have $8,250 available. So it's really important to compete and do well in these Town Hall Cups.
Shifting back to Town Hall 17, though, and our World Championship, let's take a look at the roadmap for this year. We have 5 seasons. We are on to the 3rd, so there is 5 golden tickets given out throughout these months. By competing here, the teams can be awarded points, and the highest ranked team without a golden ticket will get one. We also have the Chinese qualifier and the last chance qualifier. This means we have 8 teams who will battle it out at DreamHack Atlanta for the World Finals.
That's right, but let's take a look at this weekend, because we have overall 8 teams that made it through the first stage, through the second stage, into this weekend. Out of those 8 teams are placed into a double elimination bracket, and they're facing off in 5 versus 5 clan wars. And all of those clan wars are played in hard mode, which is quite challenging because it's different to the normal game.
Very different indeed. For those who have never tried hard mode, it's very different than your normal clan war, because in hard mode specifically, defenses deal 20% extra damage. On top of that, the defending heroes' damage and health are increased by 20%, and as an attacker, your heroes' damage and health are decreased by 10%, which makes a big difference. And if all that isn't enough, your equipments are also capped. Your common equipments only go up to level 15, and your epic equipments only go up to level 21. All these combined make it extremely difficult to 3-star in hard mode.
Yeah, but those 3 stars are going to be so important, because we are going to have some big prizes on the line here in our monthly qualifiers. Just for making this far, 7th and 8th place will be guaranteed $1,000. 5th and 6th place will take home $2,000. Our 4th place squad will take home $4,000. 3rd place will take home $6,000. 2nd place will take home $8,000. And finally, our winner of our monthly qualifier will take home $15,000 here this weekend.
Just showing how much is on the line with every single match. But obviously, the teams are aiming for that golden ticket. Let's take a look at the bracket, because the first couple of matches are already set. First up, we will have Vatic Esports versus HTM Esports. Following that, we will have Team Electros and Dizzy Stamina. Our third matchup of the day sees Tribe Gaming and OnlyBads, and this is followed by Elevate versus All Exceed, and then we'll be able to figure out from who wins what, which matches follow that. Itsu, any standing out for you here today?
I mean, for me, it's less about the specific matches and more about 3 teams. And if you take a look at the predictions, you can maybe already call which those teams are, because I'm talking about Vatic, I'm talking about Tribe, and Elevate. All of those teams have already quite some leaderboard points, which means for them getting far in this competition is not just winning the golden ticket in this competition, but as well maybe on the leaderboard ranking. The only match where we were not agreeing on the caster table, at least, is the second match. Lexnos, you went with Dizzy. What's your thought there?
Well, Dizzy did indeed get their first golden ticket, the first golden ticket of this year. They already have shown that they have what it takes to beat any other team on the table in any competition. And if you know the players on that team, I mean, they are just 5 superstar players. Most of them, all of them have previous world championship experience. So it's hard to vote against them.
Yeah, but that's kind of why I voted against them with going Team Electros, because they already have that golden ticket. So they can kind of chill. I don't think they're going to take their foot off the gas offensively, but I don't think we're going to see like their best bases or anything like that. So I kind of went like counter to that. I guess that's the one war we're split on. We'll see how that one turns out when we get to it.
Yeah, it's interesting that we have a 50-50 split in terms of the casters, but I'll be interested to see what the audience thinks, because you can head across to event.supercell.com. You can even earn some free rewards by predicting the matches, and we will put all of those together, see what people think as we go through each of the matches, and you'll see who's right, whether it's us casters or whether it's the audience.
Well, and I think we're slowly getting ready for the first match, so I think we should take a look at who exactly is facing off. And this first match is going to be cast by Alexnos and me, and we'll talk with Bash and Judo a little bit later with the next matches. Our first match is Vatic Esports versus HTM Esports. Those stats are from the second stage of this competition, and just stats-wise, it kind of looks one-sided, to be honest.
It does indeed. I mean, you can see right here, Vatic Esports with a 97% 25% destruction. 13.2 stars on average seems very high. Over on HTM, I mean, 11.6 stars. This team has been a very kind of hit or miss team. I think you remember from watching him last weekend, Itsu, where it's either 15 stars in one war or 9 stars in the next.
That is right. And I mean, especially facing off against Vatic Esports, it won't be an easy task whatsoever. We have said Vatic Esports is for sure a team to look out for, because with Kingsman, Tryhard as well, Simon, Nachoa, and Imram on their lineup, they are a stacked team with a lot of veterans from the scene who have played in this esports scene for many years already, and they know how to, well, get through those spaces in situations like this. But I think we should have a quick word from Vatic Esports, so let's listen in.
Hello, I am Kingsman and I am the captain of Vatic Esports. I think our biggest rival is for sure Dizzy, because we have some little issues with some of their members. And yeah, we also played with Mammoth in the past, so always a good rivalry to play against all teammates. I think Team Electros is probably the most underrated, because in my opinion they are very strong. They are showing very good in the last months, and I think they will be impressive this weekend. I think we had a lot of intense match during the start of this season. Like when we lost against Dizzy, they were very good for sure. But we did also great performances like against Tribe into the past months. So looking forward to continue like this. I think it have to be our team, because we are for sure, I think, the most versatile. We try to come with new armies every time, and we also manage pretty well the classic armies. So yeah, I guess we are the best. Can be a lot of reasons, like we didn't qualify into the first 2 Goldens. I hope we learn about our mistakes. I won't say them because we need to improve about it, but I hope we will.
Very fun to see the interview there from Kingsman. One thing I do like about this team that he mentioned himself is that they are extremely versatile and they use a lot of different armies.
Yeah, that's for sure. They like to try different things, and they're super consistent. You can see that right here in the Africa qualifier. They joined and finished actually in the 3rd place, and as well in the May qualifier they participated and got into the top 8, and then they are right now really high in the points leaderboard. This is why I feel like those 3 teams with Vatic, Elevate, and Tribe are important to really look out for, because they are in such high positions on this leaderboard, which means not just the golden ticket on this weekend itself is on the line for them, but as well keep collecting those leaderboard points, because we have heard from Judo earlier where you can get those golden tickets from. But they have to face a tough opponent with HTM, so I think we should take a look at their lineup as well.
Indeed, HTM Esports here, a North American team made up of Ethan, Crispy, Spiz, Rainberry, and Van. Some of these guys, former teammates of mine, and it's awesome to see them performing really well this month. We can take a look at their stats there individually. Some of them have some really high stats. Van was hitting really high hit rates this season, but overall, like we mentioned earlier, their offensive scores have been kind of all over the place. One thing I remember specifically about them, though, is they actually had one of the best defensive stats out of all the teams here this weekend from last weekend, and so maybe they're relying on their defense to kind of keep them in some of these matches.
Yeah, it would be for sure not an easy task for them, because if we take a look at the stats overall, we have the highest hit rate team versus the lowest hit rate team within this competition of the top 8 teams. But at the same time, we have defense-wise 2 teams which are quite close to each other. So I'm really looking forward to who can show up, because we have seen this many times in those, in this qualifier setup, that some teams might look like the underdog, but they're having those clutch players who are always showing up when it matters. And this is what it all comes down to. And we have the first timers, as you said, HTM. as an NA team, they have not really made so far a qualification for the World Finals whatsoever in any of those years. But the question really is, can they be the first team from NA to make it to Worlds later this year?
It would be very interesting to see one team from NA finally make it. There have been a couple of North American players who were playing on like an international team that have made it, but never an actual team made up of multiple NA players. So that would be fun to see. But it is also cool to note that they did get third place in the World Ladder Stage last month as well. So they have been doing consistently well, but this is maybe the first month where they're really breaking into that top 8, really ready to give this a shot and see if they can actually take out some of these teams that are at the very top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I always see on Vatic Esports a lot of veterans. We have as well some first-timers on the HTM team when it comes down to the qualifier stage. So I hope they can handle the pressure, because I'm really looking forward to a lot of different cool strategies, because I feel like with the latest changes, there is quite a bit of different opportunities out there of utilizing strategies. The Ice Block spell brought in quite some mix into the meta when it comes down to, for example, super witches and such things. So, well, let's see how that's going to happen. But something we can see right now is the voting of the community, and it seems like that they agree with us. We have all voted for Vatic Esports that we think that they are going to be the winner from this match, and 77% of the community thinks the same way as us.
Yeah, it's just 23% of the audience is from North America, and maybe they're rooting on their friends over at HTM. We'll see how it goes. In this meta, anybody can win any sort of match. It just comes down to who's going to be a little bit more consistent and who might slip up and have one major mistake.
Yeah, and especially in hard mode, we have talked about that earlier, what exactly hard mode looks like and what the specific changes are for hard mode, which means even small changes when it comes down to the timings of an invisibility spell for Royal Champion charge and such can be such a big difference for the attack itself, because you're getting punished way harder than in the regular game. Just 1 second light on the invisibility spell and you have a couple of defenses firing at your Fox, at your Royal Champion and such. It is always then a lot of hit points. But we are in with the first attack, and we are having HTM Esports going first. And we see the Root Riders. We have as well the Royal Champion charge to begin with, and as well the double overgrowth, which means no Eternal Tome, if I've seen that correctly.
Always starting here with the Royal Champion charge. It is a staple in the current meta. Lots and lots of players are just loving this. It really has become kind of the new Queen charge. If you remember from years before, so many pros would just love to open up attacks with Queen charge. Maybe not all of them, but you know, a good chunk of them. And now we're seeing the Royal Champion Spirit Walk here all the time, the double overgrowth. And look at that new Crusher Mortar defense in the middle of the base.
Yeah, and that's for sure something we want to look out for and highlight over the matches, and that is what type of seasonal defense do those pros prefer? Are they going with the Hook Tower? Are they going with the Mortar, or maybe with the Fiery Spinner? I feel like so far we have seen a lot of the Mortars or of the Hook Tower, but in this first one, it is going to be the Mortar, and that is going to be overgrowth right away to make sure that those Root Riders are going around that Town Hall, but into 2 bomb towers, and it seems like a lot of damage down there.
That early overgrowth on the Town Hall just to really slow down the incoming damage. Now, he doesn't have a lot of spells other than the overgrowths to back up his units. No rage spells, no healing spells, relying on the Healing Tome and the Rage Gem on the healers to help keep everybody alive here, and just slowly making his way through the base. Lets that first overgrowth expire, takes out the Town Hall, and then wisely drops that second overgrowth, forcing everybody around the right side.
Yeah, and he's right now creating kind of like a ring base where he tries to ignore the core, walk around the outside. With those wall openings, it makes sure as well that the king can leave and enter back into the base. The Super Barbarians are keeping everything on track, but the core should wake up really soon again, and there's going to be a lot of damage, which is not getting targeted right away. The Warden is going down, and this means the Rage Aura is gone.
No more Rage Gem. The Rocket Spear from the Royal Champion is going to help out a little bit here. Eliminate that Fire Spitter. Hopefully get in there toward the Inferno Tower. But now the Crusher Mortar is starting to throw its big old cubes. And everything's fizzling out here. Only one healer left. All the Root Riders are gone. Where has everybody gone?
Yeah, without that Rage Gem, the healers are not as efficient. And this is right now really giving him a tough time because that monolith is out of reach as well for the Archer Queen. He's closing in on the 90% 2-star mark, but he's not making it any further. And this means the first attack for HDM is going to be a defense for Vatic Esports. They were able to defend, and it seems like that the mortar in the core was the right choice as well. Just skipping the core twice with the overgrowth did not really work out for him because there was just this damage on the flank which he did not really get into, and this has cost him a lot. And this means 2-star defense. I think Vatic is going to be quite happy about that one.
Indeed, you always got to be careful when you're going to completely skip the core multiple times like that, because like you said, eventually once those overgrowths expire, if those defenses in the core start to target your healers, it can backfire on you and just not make it ideal. In this sort of attack, it seems to always be best to try to find a way to keep those healers alive as long as possible. They make a huge difference.
Yeah, especially if you combine them with the Rage Gem of the Warden, because the Rage effect is affecting the healers as well, where they're even more efficient with your healing. And without that healing, as you said, when the healer's going down, this is then the downfall of pretty much any ground attack, because they're relying on this hit point recovery. And if you have the Warden going down, this means less recovery, the healer's going down, even worse, and this has really then cost him with that core staying alive. But Vatic Esports is up next. I'm looking forward to what they're going to bring to the table. Kingsman as well. He likes to bring all different armies. He has used Super Witches in the past. We have seen as well a lot of Root Riders obviously from him, but he sometimes likes to go out of the box, and as well Dragons are something which we might see from their side.
I'm hoping we get to see something like Super Witches here. I think I know that you've been using a lot of Super Witches lately, and they do look pretty fun in this meta, but he decides not to go risky right now, or not to play things any different than normal. He's going to go with the classic Root Rider army setup, and looking at some of the equipments, they all seem pretty standard, so a similar attack to what we just saw, except he brings a healing spell and some normal wall breakers.
Yeah, the normal wall breakers might be the surprising thing as well, for sure, but the biggest difference, I think, is the lock launcher and the earthquake, where it tries to create even better pathing than for his Root Riders. But we have talked about that earlier as well with the timings of the invisibility spell. He's having a couple of shots on his Royal Champion, investing another invisibility spell to keep her going and go for another Mutage Tower. The question now is he trying to trigger that Giga Bomb? Right now, the Fox is going somewhere different with the Royal Champion. The recall spell is in.
Is there going to be a giant arrow? Yes! I was predicting that a lot of players lately have been combining this earthquake spell with the log launcher and a giant arrow. Whenever you can line up so many defenses, look at what the log launcher is targeting now. A ricochet cannon, an inferno tower, and a monolith. Going to be able to eliminate all three of those and set up some decent pathing here for the next set of units.
Yeah, but he has to be careful because that Queen has taken a lot of damage early on. And that log launcher is taking a lot of hits as well. So the pathing is not as great as he might have maybe hoping for. Queen right now though, with the passive healing of that action figure, is trying to recover some hit points to somehow take down the core. And we have the combination, I think we have seen it on Bash channel a little bit, Super Valkyrie and Super Yeti inside that log launcher.
Yeah, that Super Yeti with the little baby rage spell from the Super Valk, able to take out that monolith. That was cool. The Archer Queen does end up going down afterwards. The overgrowth spell just to the right of the Town Hall, because he wants his Royal Champion, his Root Riders, to snipe the Town Hall now, and he is taking a lot of damage, but the healers are keeping him alive for now.
Oh, the question is, what is the timing looking like when the overgrowth defenses are waking up again, because that might be a big problem for him. He has the Royal Champion ability, but right now we have the mortar unleashing all of the splash damage onto those troops. The Warden already gone, which means the Rage Gem is no help anymore, and now it's all about the Root Riders. The Royal Champion ability is still there, but she's in a lot of danger right now. She's really close to those defenses.
And once again, we see that when that overgrowth expires, this Crusher Mortar targeting the Grand Warden, targeting the Apprentice Warden, then the Root Riders go down, and it seems to be fizzling out, and it looks like it's going to end up being lower percent than HTM Esports' first attack, so it's going to be a slight percentage lead to HTM after this first round.
Yeah, the overall approach did not work out. I think he was hoping for more value when it comes down to his Archer Queen from the top side. Well, yes, he took a lot of damage or a lot of hit points more from the defense around the top side with the giant arrow. This kind of left his Archer Queen really, really vulnerable to all of those defenses around that area, which was, for example, that merged cannon, which completely took her out. We can see as well the combination of the Super Valkyrie and the Super Yeti. I will admit, I'm not sure if I was the biggest fan. I think the rage from the Super Valkyrie was like somewhere dropped completely different than where the Super Yeti was going. So he did not get the value from that combination. But as you said, it was a cool idea. He tried something new, and I think in his tests, it for sure worked out way better. But in this one, unfortunately, it did not.
In the log launcher, the Super Yeti, the Super Yeti with the Super Valk seems like the sort of strategy where sometimes it can really pay off and get better value than the classic 3 normal Yetis. But sometimes if, like you saw, the little Rage Bell does not help the Super Yeti in an efficient way, maybe the 3 normal Yetis is the safer way to go. But the second attack from HTM Esports is now in. Van going in with more Root Riders. Again, we're seeing the Royal Champion walk with the recall spell and then 2 overgrowth spells.
Yeah, I think we have seen this now more and more common within the competitive scene in Clash Esports, because Max has used it last month, and he did amazing with that combination of replacing the Eternal Tome and using instead 2 overgrowth. And, well, so far, a lot of people have copied that, and it seems to work quite nicely for them. The question, though, is, can we see the first 3-star now from HTM? Van is in. You have talked about it. He is the highest 3-star hit rate player for his team. So if he can perform here, that would be a huge relief for them collecting their first 3-star, because they are already up on the percentage level.
Does overgrowth the Town Hall with that first overgrowth. That seems to be a common go-to move when you're bringing the double overgrowth. The Archer Queen has the Sneezy helping her out on the bottom side of the base, but with that multi-Archer tower there, she has to go to ability so quickly, about to pop her ability right now. And after that first overgrowth expires, he drops the second one way up higher on the monolith.
Oh no, he missed that multi-gear tower, which means the Royal Champion did go down in her ability. A lot of things are not going his way as well, not taking down the Fire Spitter early on. Completely messed up the pathing, and he has to somehow overgrowth that core, because take a look at that. We have the Hook Tower in there, and now slowly his troops are going to be picked up one by one, except the Yeti Mites can. Never mind, the Yeti Mites are not something you want to hook as Hook Tower, because that is not a fun time right there. But yes, there's some troops left. He needs to increase the percentage now.
Really fun to see that Hook Tower. Sometimes it's amazing, and sometimes the Yetis can counter it. But if you think about it, if that wasn't a Hook Tower, the Yeti Mites would have instead taken out the Monolith, if that was a Crusher Mortar or anything else. And now that Monolith, it is no joke. It is just eliminating Root Rider after Root Rider. Now it's going to take out the Grand Warden, and it is not going down. Looks like it's going to take out the Queen next as well.
Yeah, sometimes I'm really wishing for a feature where you can see the damage of what everything defenses wise dealt, because if that Monolith dealt a lot of damage to all of those Root Riders, heroes and everything. And with that being said, the King is going down as well. It's an 89%, still a really solid result considering how the opening went. The Royal Champion going down in her ability, so a really good save still, but not the 3-star they were hoping for. And now it's back to Vatic Esports. They have had overall a 65% 3-star rate over the second stage, which is impressive. I mean, in hard mode, having a 65% success rate for 3 stars is incredible. I can just repeat myself. It's really, really strong.
That would be a cool feature, even if it was just one line saying the defensive MVP was the Monolith and then a number showing how much damage it did. That would be cool. But that was the highest percentage attack we've had so far. Imran gonna go in next, and he's looking to top that, trying to get the first 3-star of the war, and going in with almost the exact same strategy. Yet again, the double overgrowth with a healing spell on this one. The equipments all seem to be pretty common here. Most of these equipments are staples for these pros. They are loving this sort of setup.
Yeah, they just really like the setup of those spells. In fact, there are some little changes, like the amount of ice golems, for example, as well as some of the spells have changed. We're seeing the heal spell in here as well in the mix, but the two overgrowth are staying the same. And the Royal Champion charge did clear out that left corner, so we can enter now from either the left side or from the top left side. But he decides to not leave that town hall for the back end, because that could really finish in a bad way.
Indeed, so he's going to go toward the town hall. You never know, he might just overgrowth it twice though and be a little crazy, but we're using the troop launcher here to help out. Let's see which way the troop launcher, it's actually throwing barrels toward the outside of the base there. Sometimes it's very hard to predict where exactly it's going to throw those barrels. He does have a cocoa balloon that he puts in his clan castle that the barrel, the troop launcher, launches in front of the healers, and that actually helps to keep them alive. As look, that cocoa balloon just saved a healer from a Seeking Air Mine.
Another one, another Black Mine getting triggered. Really nice getting the value for those loons. All of the loons now have been used from the siege machine, which means at this point I think he's throwing in some Yetis. We have seen already earlier how good those Yetis can be, especially versus Oak Towers. There goes the second overgrowth now, and he's slowly making its way towards the core and towards that mortar on the back end. And see 3 hero abilities left.
Everything going the way he wants it to right now. King on the outside of the base with that snake bracelet, getting all the value that he needs on the outside. Gonna have to pop his ability soon, but the Queen very healthy, almost at full health with ability. The Royal Champion using her rocket spear right now after the Spirit Fox has gone down, but she's still getting crazy good value. We got a couple giants from the troop launcher with the Yetis and the healers up top. The Root Riders are starting to die, and it is going to start to get close now as he still has to fight the Minion Prince here on the back end.
Minion Prince is tanking, Queen ability still there, the Giga Bomb is getting triggered, and now it's all about that Monolith and that merged multi-gear tower. Is it going to be enough? The Yeti Mites are trying their best. We have the Boogers as well in there. Can the Monolith go down? That's the question, and the answer is yes! And this means it's the first 3-star in this matchup.
That Booger was on 1 HP, and it just took out the Monolith, man. That Monolith needs a tissue because that Booger got him. That's a beautiful 3-star, and Vatic Esports are going to take the first lead in this match.
Really nice 3-star right there. Really good control of his troops, really making sure that the pathing always was set. His troops did not split whatsoever, and I think you have highlighted beautifully those test loons within the siege, getting them into the main push, triggering all of the Black Mines and keeping those healers safe.
Indeed, just everything went perfect in that attack. There was no obvious mistakes that he made, but it is incredible to note that even when it seems like the attacker does everything perfect, these attacks are still just so close because hard mode is just, as the name suggests, incredibly difficult with all the defenses doing extra damage and all the other effects. Rainberry now going in with the next attack. What is he bringing for us?
Seems like the exact same army yet again with those Root Riders. The invisibility spell is going to be invested right now. He was waiting for the rotation of his Spirit Fox, making sure that he's not taking too much damage, but there goes the recall. The Fox did not die, but I think the Royal Champion and the Fox are on really low hit points.
They are indeed. Sometimes when they're super low on HP, I feel like it's worth delaying the redeployment until you're really sure she's not going to get targeted by some defenses, and hopefully the healers can help them out, or at least the healing tome will be able to get her back up to full health. The overgrowth now being utilized in the middle of the base, covering that Monolith, covering the Fire Spitter. Royal Champion deployed on the right, kind of in between the Queen and all those Root Riders, but they're about to all meet up again as they go take out that Town Hall.
He has to be careful. The Royal Champion is leading the charge with the Root Riders right now, and she has that Rocket Spear, and he's actually using it early to make sure the Royal Champion is staying behind and staying protected and recovering as well those hit points. But she can now take down the core with the Rocket Spear. He might invest another spell to protect her. Is it going to happen? Nope, she just turns invisible from the Spirit Fox.
I think he timed that really well. Maybe he already had a feeling she was about to go invisible. Maybe he got lucky, but either way, it worked out. She's still alive, and he very cleverly delayed the second overgrowth. The first overgrowth expired, and then he still waited about 8 to 10 seconds. A lot of players will just drop that second overgrowth right away, but he was patient, and it looks like it's paying off. He was able to delay a lot of the damage until now. All those defenses wake up, and ooh, that's a lot of damage incoming.
A lot of damage indeed, but another great invisibility spell is keeping that Royal Champ alive for long enough to take down another defense. Everything is now coming down to the Archqueen and the King with their abilities. But something in the core is still standing, and I think he does not like it. Those fire spitters are being super annoying right now because they have such a long range.
They do, and they're covering some different directions. I'm not sure where the other one's facing, but the Queen is at full health with ability. The Sneezy just went down. He's gonna go ahead and pop her ability. It looks like Magic Mirror, action figure, got that giant out, but look at the damage incoming from that Crusher Mortar. It hits the giant, it takes out the Archer Queen, and this is gonna be another defense.
Another defense indeed. HTM cannot really make the strategy work right now. It just is not enough. Having that mortar on the back end, skipping the core, and that really has cost him in the end. It's a high percentage. I feel like they are really consistent with their roughly 90% or a little bit below 90% 2-star attacks. But that is not enough if you want to beat those teams at this stage of the competition.
Since this is the most used army by the pros right now, do you think there's little obvious things that these pros need to be looking out for in order to kind of min-max or optimize this strategy? Should they be going for specific defenses early and not leaving them for later? What are your thoughts?
I feel like it's hard to tell. As you said, with everyone kind of using that strategy, it's getting somewhat predictable as well, especially with everyone pretty much agreeing on the same army composition. And it's not easy. It's not easy. You need to try different stuff. Maybe something like what Simon does right now, where he's using an outside Yeti to redirect the Royal Champion early on and find an opening which the defender did not predict. And that's the big question. Did HTM Esports test the entry where he is able to get the Royal Champion deep into that compartment, taking down another key defense? But that core is looking dangerous as well, and he's only running one overgrowth. That's the big change here.
One overgrowth spell, pairing it with a healing spell. We're deploying the Queen on that northeast side of the base, and we're just going to send the Root Riders straight toward the Town Hall. Only one overgrowth, like you said, so he's got to be very efficient with it. You can't just use it right away because you're relying on another one later. And he is delaying it here, not using it on the Town Hall, at least not yet. And look at this King on the right side of the base with a very specific skeleton spell to help him out.
Town Hall is getting frozen. The Loons so far are doing a great job of keeping those healers safe. Queen pushing everything to the core, and he just wants to overpower it with all of those hero abilities. The Archqueen can simply use. The King is going to be forced in just a second, while the Warden now is going to be utilized. Everything is staying safe for now. When is he going to use the overgrowth?
He is being so patient with this overgrowth, trying to wait all the way to the back end here. And now he's going to cover up that Crusher Mortar. He's going to cover up both those ground targeting Expos, force most of his units over to the left here to go fight the enemy Royal Champion, to go toward the Poison Tower. He got just enough Root Riders to go to the right. Are they going to take out that scatter shot? I think they are. It's close.
They're not really doing any damage, and it's staying alive. That is not nice for him. And he has super Barbarians, but they won't be able to reach that scatter whatsoever. The Royal Champion trying her best to somehow dish out damage, but that Giga Bomb might hurt him a lot. It's going off, hitting those Roots and the Royal Champ and the Giant. But at the same time, there is not that much space left, and the healers, we have mentioned it many times, are alive with the Warden, with the Rage Gem, and he is celebrating because as long as it's not going to be a time fail, he should be good to go.
It does seem like this makes a huge difference, like we hinted at earlier. The healers and the Rage Gem do such a good job at keeping many units, and even the Royal Champion a lot of times, alive. And if you can keep those healers and the Warden alive, this is the result you can get. Simon with another 3-star. He's excited. Look at him pumping his fist. That's a second triple for Vatic Esports, and they are taking quite a large lead now.
Yeah, we can really see why they are the team with the highest 3-star rate in this qualifier. Really strong with those Root Riders, finding openings which the defender did not expect. You have just asked it before this attack if people need to think out of the box, even though they're using the same strategy pretty much. But finding the opening, redirecting the Royal Champion into an entry which the defender did not really look out for, and they were able to find it. Now the question is, HTM, can they find their first 3-star? Look at that core. We are having a hook tower right there. Is he going to let the Royal Champion get hooked? Nope, it's not. I feel like on this one, it might be a valid option because there's not that much damage on the outset, so he could just delay an invis, get hooked to the core, and take down the entire core with that Royal Champion. Redirecting the Royal Champ as well, but that hook tower, I think, needs to go down.
He brought a lot of invis spells on this one, more than usual for a recall Royal Champion trick here, but he's still not letting her get hooked. So it is a bit confusing. They'll take out this Inferno Tower. He's just going to use an extra invis to force her toward that hook tower without actually letting her get hooked.
Ooh, another invis to keep that Royal Champion safe. He's trying to take down the entire core. The pathing is as optimal as possible. And this one, he kept, there's something super crucial, he kept the Fox alive. And this means on the back end, that Royal Champion is going to be turned invisible non-stop. And this means the Root Riders can always tank for her and really provide that survivability for the back end.
One difference on this setup of the Royal Champion walk early, he decided to bring the haste vial. A lot of the other players that we were watching so far today, they were not using Royal Champion ability early. They wanted to bring the Rocket Spear and try to use it later after redeploying. So Ethan already used that haste vial. He won't have Rocket Spear later, but I mean, he carved out most of the core of the base, so maybe it was worth it. We'll find out here as he uses the overgrowth on the town hall, really turning this into an L shape or kind of a U shape and just going to go all the way around the edge of the base.
The Valkyries are in the core. I think that's actually good for him because otherwise there's not really much around that Fire Spitter. The defending heroes though, the Royal Champion and as well the defending Minion Prince are trying their best to somehow take down those troops. And while he did overgrowth that town hall, he needs something now to take it out, and that's the Archer Queen because some Root Riders did open up those walls. And this means the second star is secured, but there is just so much on the back end.
The Warden got targeted by that ground expo. He goes down early. The healers are on the Queen. We still have the King and the Queen alive here, but without any Root Riders. Well, at least there's an opening in the wall, but we are starting to run really low on time. I don't know if he's going to be able to get to everything.
But that wall break was amazing, leading the Queen into the next compartment. And from over there, she can reach a lot of those defenses, even leave the compartment again with the one opening. The King still has that Phoenix Act behind him. And I think now it's coming down to time. 15 seconds. The King is there. The Archqueen as well. If the cannon goes down, it's for sure only about time because power-wise, this looks good. But can he get the 3-star in? It's 5 seconds. The Spare Factory needs to go down. Time is ticking. No! It's a 99.9.
Heartbreaking for Ethan. HTM really needed this triple in order to stay in it. They're going to have to rely on a 1-star defense now. That was such a good attack, though. The Royal Champion walk at the beginning really set it all up. If he had just dropped everything else after that 1 second earlier, it would have made all the difference.
Yeah, it was super unfortunate. But again, one of those attacks where we have not seen a single giant bomb for the Royal Champion charge, which means that charge was not predicted whatsoever, and they nearly pulled that off. Question now is Tryhard going to pull in another 3-star? Because something really important to highlight, Tryhard so far in the second stage has not failed a single attack, which is super impressive in hard mode. Not failing a single attack, has got every single time a 3-star pretty much. And he is starting things off again with the Royal Champion charge. The Root Riders right after the recall is there. And this means the top side is funnel. He's going to enter with the Root Riders now from the flank, right where he created that pathing. And he's trying to use the Archer Queen, I assume, on the flank for the funneling.
Very opposite of what we just saw from Ethan. Tryhard does a very short, very simple Royal Champion walk. He just goes in, tries to grab like 3 defenses, sets a tiny funnel, and just pulls her out while she's still at full health. He says that's good enough value. Now he can just rely on the rest of his army here. With the king on the outside. Ooh, he used something there to pull the poison tower to the outside of the base. That was clever. Warden ability now, keeping everybody a little bit safer as we make our way through the town hall.
Yeah, Town Hall went down. King on the outside trying his best to provide that funneling, provide that pathing for the troops, so they're not really getting directly to the outside. Some of the Giants, though, are walking there, but the Root Riders are opening the compartments non-stop. The Royal Champion on his own is dropping low. The Rocket Spear is activated. He has to turn her invisible to make sure that she's staying alive versus the Expo.
Lots of Giants from the troop launcher are in the mix now. The Warden still alive, which, as we were saying earlier, can be a key. However, Tryhard, one of the first players today, not using the Rage Gem here, so the healer's not getting a huge boost. But the King has made his way to the core of the base. He's taking out some extra stuff there. But the Monolith's still alive. I have a feeling that's going to be a big issue as we move to the back end.
Yeah, the Snakes, though, the snakes are quite nice. And they're trying their best to take down that defense. But the pathing in there is just not great. The Root Riders have to open somehow. But so far, there's no pathing provided. The Warden is running into melee range, trying to tank. The Boogers, can they do the job? That's the question. We have seen it earlier, but I think this time around, the Monolith is going to win this one.
Another Booger going for that Monolith, trying to do damage to it. We got definitely enough to get a 99. Oh, he's invising the Boogers. Invisible Boogers are taking out the Monolith, and he's got it. It's another 3-star.
Well, we have found out today that the Monolith hates the Boogers of that Sneezy. I mean, that's not another time where we're seeing a 3-star, because the Boogers in the end are getting that Monolith out of the way. Yes, this time you have to admit the Boogers had the help of an invisibility spell, but still, it's 2-0 for the Boogers versus the Monolith.
Man, we're starting to really understand now why these pros love the Sneezy, that newest pet. I think we see it on the Warden so many times. I mean, it's got to be almost every single attack we're seeing that Sneezy being used, because the Boogers are just so efficient. Even if you don't have a plan for them, they find a way to get good value.
And actually, we're seeing a different strategy right here for the Dragons. It's still the Royal Champion charge, but we're seeing Air as a follow-up. No Root Riders in this one. We're seeing as well some Tesla to redirect that Royal Champion as the defender, turning that invisible, but still, those outside defenses are still there, and the pathing to the core is pretty much non-existent, pretty much.
Champion likely gonna continue to the left unless he uses some extra invises to get her back the other way, or if he lets the hook tower grab her, but it doesn't seem like he's gonna do that. Just gonna accept the fact that she's walking to the left, clear out some of this value, and then come up with a plan for his dragons. Looks like we are getting a chance to see the new spell in action on this attack. Ooh, look at it there.
Using the spell, luring out the clan caster this way. I'm just right now confused why you use the spell exactly. Because, I mean, we see the combination of the new ice block when you're trying to go into like a bait or into like a Giga Bomb. But there was no Giga Bomb, so I'm, yeah, a little bit surprised there. Oh, the ice golems! The ice golems! The tower has to go down!
Oh, no! That Ice Golem freeze stopped his Royal Champion from attacking, and she wasn't able to finish off that Town Hall. It was so close. Less than 10% health. And to make matters worse, there's a Builder hut. A Builder can reach it, and if he's not quick enough, that Town Hall is going to get so much of its health back before he even gets there.
Yeah, and we still have the Hook Tower. Maybe he tried to somehow get that Royal Champion towards the Hook Tower, and that's why he used that spell, because right now we can see dragon after dragon is going to be pulled away from the main push, and then taking care of those heroes on the far right side. Take a look at that. First dragon, yoink, get over here. Now we have the Minion Prince taking it out. Then we have the next dragon, get over here. And the Minion Prince taking it out. And history repeat. Another dragon, like that is, oh, that's painful to watch.
And to make matters worse, he just invested 6 or 7 rocket balloons on the right side of the base, trying to get the air defense and the multi-archer tower, and neither of them went down. Both those defenses are on what looks like less than 5% health. If we could click on them, you would see just how low the HP on those buildings are. It does finally manage to get the town hall, but the Minion Prince is low, only 1 dragon left, and the hook tower just yoinked the Minion Prince from across the map.
I mean, the more I see how strong that hook tower is, the more I understand now that he really tried to get that Royal Champion with that Icebox spell into the range of the hook tower. And, well, I think he was just not really in range maybe, but that hook tower staying up, that was painful. That was really painful. We can see as well why people like to bring the hook tower on the defensive side. I'm a little bit surprised why we're seeing now air against that, because I feel like ground in general is really strong. I mean, we have seen that with the first few attacks, and they're even using that into the ground mortar, but now we have a seasonal defense with the hook tower, which can attack air and ground, so he just went again with air. So, surprised over there, but I guess at the same time, the opening did not go to plan, so it's unfair to really judge on that.
Probably was likely that he expected the hook tower to go down early from the Royal Champion walk. Maybe she just did not path the way he wanted her to whatsoever. But man, that hook tower is fun to watch. It's really good against these kind of medium to large size units like the dragons, and good against heroes. Let's see what Nachoa can do with the final attack of the match. Vatic have a chance to pull off a 14-star performance in the opening war of this weekend.
Yeah, and I could for sure see that this is going to be another 3-star because they have attacked this space already. This is like a common thing we're seeing in overall esports scene right now, because hard mode is so challenging even for the pros that if you have a really good base which is defending in tests really good, you're going to run it just multiple times. But we have seen Simon 3-starring this base earlier, because you might remember that really stacked core behind the town hall, and he's just going to funnel everything in there. At least that's how it has worked in the first attack. This time around though, the Archer Queen seems to be a little bit late, and not everything is going for the core.
Simon had a lot of success on this base by just sending everybody straight through the town hall and down through the core of the base. It was very different than the normal Root Rider setup we've been seeing, where everybody tries to overgrowth the core and just walk around the edge of the base. Nice little Warden ability here. Is that Eternal Tome? I think it was, keeping everybody safe for a little while. But after that wears off, there's just so much damage coming in as he slows down.
Yeah, and you can really see those little things which go wrong, like timing-wise, can have such a big impact. Like the Archer Queen not being quick enough to funnel everything into the core. This now on the back end is not going to be an easy task. He still has 2 hero abilities, so this might somehow still be secured or savable, but it's not going to be an easy one, that's for sure.
The Royal Champion trying her best to fight the enemy Minion Prince, but that enemy Minion Prince with the Expo, just a strong combo. The Queen goes down before even getting in range of the Crusher Mortar, and now we finally get to see it in action on the back end of the base here. Gonna try to take out those giants, and it does. Turns to the left, starts to snipe that last Yeti, and it is gonna be a defense here for Ethan. Nachoa not gonna be able to get the 3-star in his first war of the day, but nevertheless, after 10 attacks here, it is going to be a big win for Vatic Esports over HTM Esports.
Yeah, really, really solid match from Vatic Esports. And we have seen as well something you have said, and I have as well noticed last weekend when casting the matches of HTM Esports in the second stage, they're really hit or miss, because they really just go for the Root Riders and force them on the bases. In one of their matches, that has resulted in 15 stars, but in the other match, right after, it was only 9 stars. So it's really up and down, and it seems like that Vatic Esports over here really knew what to expect, how to prepare, and gave them a rough time with their attacks. But in the end, both teams with a great performance, since this is a double elimination bracket, HGM still has a chance of coming back later today.
Indeed, we will be able to get to see both these teams play again later today, but here we have the war stats. Vatic Esports with a dominating performance over on the left. You can see Imran, Simon, and Tryhard all hitting the 3 stars in their opening match, and their other 2 players, Kingsman and Nachoa, honestly, pretty good percent in hard mode. Anything above that 85 is pretty solid in this current meta.
Yep, that looks really good, that left side. 13 stars is nothing easy, and I'm not sure how often we're going to see that score over this weekend. So this means Vatic Esports is going to move on in the upper bracket. HGM, as we have just said, is going to drop down in the lower bracket. Since we're watching overall a total of 8 matches today, we're seeing both of them play again later today. So if you are rooting for any of those 2 teams, you will have the chance of rooting again. I think HGM for sure needs your support as fans, because they are in that lower bracket and everything is on the line for them when it comes down to the June qualifier.
Yeah, as we said, they are very hit or miss, so if this was their miss, maybe their next war will be a huge hit and they come in with a big performance. We'll take a look at the updated bracket here, though. That was only our first match of the day. A lot of Clash of Clans left to be played here today. And as you can see on the left, coming up next, we'll have Team Electros versus Dizzy. But Vatic already making their way into the upper bracket semi-finals. They have to be feeling good about that.
Yeah, that's for sure. Going through the upper bracket means obviously you have that second life still, because you could still drop into the lower bracket. But as well, you're just playing less matches, which means you have to expose less of your bases. And this is really crucial moving forward. Keeping your bases safe. You even saw already in this last match that HGM used a base twice. But let's take a look at who was voted as the MVP from that match. And it seems like Tryhard, and I can fully understand that, because this man is still perfect from the second and as well now the third stage of this competition, which is just so impressive.
Impressive indeed. Not only did he go perfect last weekend, but he's still on a roll this weekend. He doesn't slow down. I mean, he is just absolutely loving this meta. It seems like he's handling it very well, and we're gonna have to keep an eye on Vatic, because they're one of the only teams that has made it to the monthly finals every single month, and they're still performing extremely well. They look very scary, and I'm sure they're eager to go all the way this month.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to beat them, but I think you can see it already down below. We're having the timer for the next match, but before we're getting there, we're going to a really quick break, so don't go anywhere, because we're going to be right back. And we are back. And back with me as well, Bash. What a first match that was.
Yeah, Vatic came out looking dominating. We've seen them come out strong again, which they kind of need to do. Last month was a bit of a disappointment for them, so good to see them back on track. And we kind of see the meta shaping up here. It seems like Roots, after the changes to the Warden's Eternal Tome, are definitely in the dominant position. But we move forward into our second matchup, Team Electros versus Dizzy x STMN. And we know Dizzy stamina have the golden ticket already, so Electros really can like steal one away from him here.
Yeah, that's a tough call. How prepared are Dizzy? But I think the first thing we should check out is going to be Team Electros with Diego, Loop, Dano, Rigotaurus, and Amiol Lin. And those stats as well are quite impressive. But to me, the one person standing out is Eltano for sure. He is hitting really in the high numbers. It seems like that Loop is a bit more hit or miss, or maybe he had like 1 or 2 attacks which did fall short on the percentage side at least. But let's hope that they can show up, because we want to have one of those close matches if possible.
I remember last time we saw them on broadcast, they were very exciting. They definitely brought some great energy. That was another reason why I kind of went with them in this matchup, because they were very, very impressive when we saw them last. But we're going to go ahead and see what they have to say about their time here.
I am Almolin from Spain, and I am the captain of Team Electros. I don't have a specific rival in my mind, but on this bracket, if my team wins and Vatic also wins, also if we both lost, we are going to match, and I think we want our revenge for the fierce qualifier against them. Well, I think Elevate is doing the best performance along the 3 last qualifiers, including this one. My Hispanic team are being some years without qualifying to the Worlds, and I think with the effort in this year, we deserve to go this year to Worlds. Our biggest problem also is the mistakes on the execution of the attacks. They are always in our part. We need to correct that.
And you have heard it right here as well, that they want to have the rematch with Vatic, and for that, they have to win. This is what it takes. And they are formerly known as VN Esporting, so you might know those players already from the last couple of years, because we have some really big names in there, like Rigotaurus. He is around in the scene since the beginning. And with that, really the beginning of Clash Esports. He's like one of the biggest veterans out there.
Yeah, I remember casting him against you, actually, Itsu, way back in 2019. But let's go ahead and let's shift gears a little bit over to their opponents. Dizzy /STMN, or Dizzy X STMN here. A little bit of an identity crisis this month. Eddie Brock, Heath Ledger, Malcolm Merlin, Baba Yaga, and Damien Dark. These guys definitely having some fun with it. Remember, they do have their golden ticket. They were our first golden ticket winner, and they appear to have changed all of their names.
Yeah, it's interesting that they have changed their names, but something I want to quickly highlight as well, because we have speculated about their defense. Something really cool is they are pretty much, stats-wise, one of the worst defensive teams in this lineup, but at the same time, one of the best teams on offense, and this really shows they're just going with the flow because they know they're really good. And I think this is what we should hear from them right now and what they think about the competition.
Hello, I'm Mask, and I play for Dizzy and Stamina. Hello, nice to meet you. Actually, we are already qualified, so I wouldn't say we have a biggest rival. Obviously, we will try to still beat whoever is in our side of the bracket, and I guess our first opponent is our biggest rival for this weekend. I think the most underrated team in the monthly final is only Exceed, because the past month they haven't qualified, but I think the people should be very careful to them, as they are very talented and they have a good mix of experience and young new talents raising in the scene. So I think they will be one of the best underdogs. The finals to get the ticket against Navi was definitely a world level war. I felt it so much. Luckily it went in our favor, but it could have very well been a grand final of World Championship.
Some good words there from Mask or Malcolm. I think he's having a bit of an identity crisis there, Itsu, as he did introduce himself as Mask. But we know they already have the golden ticket. They're top 5 in hit rates, which you kind of talked about, which when you're hitting at that high of a rate, that's why we see them back here month after month. So looking to collect some of that prize money, but also they can kind of scout out and take out some of their competition.
Yeah, it's that's always nice if you could take down the other competition. But let's take a look at the prediction of the community, and we can see 72% are thinking that Dizzy is going to win. So it seems like that they're not as 50-50 as we as casters are. But I mean, we have heard about that and as well see it stats wise. For Dizzy, it all comes down of how their bases do in this stage. And if Team Electros can really take advantage, that most likely they're not having put the most effort into their bases, because something you always know, Dizzy is going to perform on offense. So it does not matter what type of bases they have, you need to hit hard. Otherwise, you're not going to win.
And hard mode is definitely hard. We saw that in the last war, especially with the new seasonal defenses, more specifically that Crusher Mortar. We're seeing 90% in the first war was Root Riders, and the one attack that was Dragons, and it was a complete disaster. So with the meta being kind of shifted over, look at this Fireball! Nice, taking out the Poison Tower early. But with the meta shifted pretty much straight into Roots, that Crusher Mortar, man, it seems like the right pick, but also at the same time, that Hook Tower can be so disruptive. But let's see what we have here as Damien Dark is underway with a Fireball into Roots.
I would love to hear an interview of like what the thought process is behind the name changes and everything. But oh well, we have a nice Fireball to set things up, because if you look at that, the pathing which he was able to provide with that Fireball looks amazing. Now the Log Launcher from the bottom side, he needs to keep everything safe though, because those Root Riders, they can deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, they definitely can. Queen gets those rocket balloons under control. There's still a furnace in that clan castle, which is going to spew out those little fire spirits one by one, and they can actually be a little bit of a hassle. King's starting to work back out to the outside, which his job is to keep those roots into the middle of the base. And with one overgrowth, he's still got a long way, but here comes that log launcher, damaging and destroying those defenses along the way. But to see if the overgrowth is saved closer towards this town hall, as he still hasn't used it. Still a lot of base though, Itsu, but a lot of resources still remain as well.
Yeah, but this is not the risky part. Okay, actually it's not as risky, because what I tried to say is the healers now can switch over to the Yetis, because this is like how the push has been set up. And if the Yetis would have been walking towards another direction, those healers are just gone. The same as when they're hitting some Blackmans, and exactly that is happening right now as well, as the Town Hall still has to go down, by the way.
Ooh, yeah, and everything's kind of going out. Queen's gonna go ahead and pop ability. Root Rider opens up the wall at the perfect timing. Not to mention the Royal Champion with a Rocket Spear takes down the Town Hall. The Town Hall was under control, and he does get that Crusher Mortar down in a hurry as well. He's actually looking really, really strong. Still has Invis, still has a Super Barbarian. Queen is very healthy. Royal Champion's very healthy in there. And with that multi-Archer Tower, you talked about it, Itsu. They can put up some 3-stars, and we see it right here, right out the gate. It's a triple for Dizzy XST-Man.
What a cool approach. I mean, that Fireball was amazing. We know that Damien Dark knows how to play those Fireball attacks. And I think he really showcased that right in this attack perfectly. Setting up this pathing, utilizing the Fireball to take down one of those defense islands, which are really crucial to take care of when you're talking and playing Root Riders, because they're always going from defense to defense, and you want to have that pathing set up as perfect as possible, because everything is so connected within that strategy, which means the Root Riders stay together so the healers can heal out of them together. The Warden stays alive, keeps the healers safe, everything. So everything is like based on each other. And if just one of those things is falling short, like the Root Rider splitting, the entire attack is going to fall short. So let's see if Diego can actually show this off as well, how to utilize the value in the strategy. But he's already losing a lot of hit points on that Fox.
Yeah, that's the one tough thing, is that Fox can definitely soak up some damage quickly, and then you lose a little bit of your value from that Royal Champion charge. If you remember, I think it was a couple months ago, Diego came out, and I believe he went perfect in the lead out spot, and that led to Electros' success when they were here. But obviously not enough success to get the golden ticket, but I was very impressed by the first time we saw them. Looks like he's going to go with a similar setup here, going all the way across the base as we see Damien Dark on defense now after that 3-star. Bunch of comic references on the name, just in case you guys were unaware of that, but it's kind of fun just to see what they have here. All right, Long Launch is going to come in, target all those defenses, but it's a long way to go. That overgrowth is going to be crucial.
But did you see that Crusher, that Mortar Crusher? It took like half the hit points off that Log Launcher, and because of that, the Log Launcher is not really getting far into the base. Hopefully it's far enough for him and the value he was hoping, because that Town Hall is completely on the opposite side.
Yeah, it's always such a big risk. Does have the overgrowth, which can definitely alleviate some of the damage, some of the pressure on the base. So it has all 3 of the hero abilities, which Royal Champion's kind of alone there. So she's going to take a little bit of damage, great invisibility to protect her a little bit. But now the Root Rider is being targeted by the Queen. Uses the Rage spell to hopefully get the Royal Champion over there, get a little bit of support and get the Queen down. Does finally get the support that he needs. Overgrowth on the Town Hall, on the multi, on the Ricochet Cannon, but needs that stuff to wake up after that multi-gear tower goes down into.
Yeah, the multi-gear tower has to go down quickly, because it's always scary how much damage this defense can provide. You have the Archqueen ability still, so that Town Hall should be somewhat safe, but in 1 minute he has to overpower the remaining defenses. The Merge Cannon is not going down, and that would have been massive for him.
Yeah, the Ricochet Cannon barely hanging on there. It's like one shot from anything there. Here comes a nice, look at that wall breaker. Oh my goodness, that wall breaker came out of left field, but got so much value, opening up that perfect intersection right there. If the King can hang on here and get that Royal Champion down, that'd be great. King goes to Phoenix. Queen still has ability to be deployed. Here comes a couple Super Barbarians. Can they get it down? Ricochet Cannon goes down. This is looking really good for Diego. 30 seconds is going to be plenty of time, even with the tornado spinning him around, and it's going to be a 3-star response for Team Electros.
I'm loving it. We have said they need to get those 3 stars in if they want to have a chance versus Dizzy, because Dizzy will perform on offense, and Team Electros is tying things up. Both teams are starting strong. Both teams are starting with those 3 stars. And Bash, we have a match in our hands.
Yeah, this is what I love. Can we like already nominate like that super wall breaker at the end for match MVP? That wall breaker was so clutch to hit that perfect intersection to open that up for the Queen. Beautiful play from Diego. But I love watching Diego in that opening slot. Like, he's so consistent, so key for this team. Now we're gonna have Baba Yaga coming in next, going up against Loop's base. We'll have to see if we keep up the high intensity. Either way, we're all squared away. It's an even war. It can go either way after the first couple attacks.
Question now is, how can they follow up? We have another Crushing Mortar as the seasonal defense, and he's going into the that Invis Tower, that Invis spell is not really working as he was hoping for it, but he's going into the Giga Bomb, so we're going to see him use that new Ice Block spell to keep that Royal Champion safe. And talking about Royal Champion safe, yep, good timing right there. So everything stays alive.
Yeah, it's the Ice Block spell is a very nice spell. It negates most of the damage, all but 6%. But it's also very awkward with the timing when you're in the middle of a Royal Champion charge, because it does last a little bit longer than those Invises, so it kind of throws off the timing and pacing. So I think he used that really, really well there. You get a partial Clan Castle pool here, a few archers and 1 rocket balloon there. I don't see any furnace or anything like that. And just taking his time to set this up and deal with these Clan Castle troops. Also great play with the 1 archer over there on the storage. He can go ahead and work on that and get that taken out as he starts the rest of the attack on the opposite side of the base now.
Yeah, the Root Riders are in, the Testoons are in, everything is going into that base. Nice spring trap to get away or get rid of that Ice Golem right away early on. And how good can that Crusher deal damage now? Because everything so far is getting pushed around the outside, but the train trap might push troops into the wrong direction. No, everything's staying together. That is the most crucial part.
And the animation on that Crusher Mortar is so nice. It's fully upgraded like that, throwing those big blocks out, and they deal so much damage. did see a furnace coming out. It looks like all that is under control now from the clan castle. And that overgrowth should be wearing off. Yeah, there it goes. Overgrowth wears off right now as everything's right near the town hall. Queen can go ahead and turn and take down the town hall, but a lot of damage being dealt out here, and he doesn't have much support as far as spells. He's out of spells, but he has all 3 hero abilities, and about half the base remains still.
Yeah, and this is the skeleton spell for the back, and I feel like that's going to be crucial if he's going to deploy that on the mortar between the the merge cannon and as well the monolith. That would be a lot of value to provide tanking for his troops. He has to use the spell soon, out of range of that Mojang Tower, and that's exactly what he does.
Perfect call there, Itsu. It's going to go ahead and distract Ricochet Cannon. Does go ahead and switch back over, though. Can't tell if it's on the King or some of the snakes, but either way, King is taking some of the damage from the ricochets. Queen goes ahead and pops ability with the mirror and the action figure, and here comes the Royal Champion surging forward. She's going to be unprotected, so she's going to get taken down quickly. The big issue here is that Minion Prince is just beating away and getting so much value. Luckily, there's a lot of snakes in there to tank. Now it's all onto the Queen to come over and just help out a little bit. With that Giant being full health, I don't know, this could go either way. He's shaking his head. I don't, oh, time. I didn't see the time, Itsu. There's no time left.
Yeah, the time was ticking, and that's why he was shaking his head. I feel like power-wise, it could have been maybe enough with the King, but even the Mojang would have been a tough final boss for him to beat, but it's at a high percentage. We have seen, like heard earlier, that 85% 2-star is kind of like the average, I want to say, which you're trying to aim for. Never aim for a fail, but that's like what you try to get at least when you're having one of those 2-stars, and he is way above that.
Yeah, definitely a high attack there. Rigo Torres will be our next attacker for Team Electros, and if Rigo can get a triple on the board, obviously they'll have the advantage. But really, there's not much room for margin or mistake here. As you mentioned, 96% is very, very high. It's going to be another Root Rider attack. I don't think there's much surprise there. I think the hard mode meta, at least, has definitely shifted in the favor of Roots. It's definitely hard to try to use the dragons. There's definitely ways you can do it, but before we saw the changes to the Warden's Eternal Tome, it was pretty much like 65-35 Roots to dragons, and now it's like 95-5 with dragons being barely seen. Root Riders really taking over the hard mode pro meta right now.
Yeah, Root Riders are just really so safe in a way, because if you're funneling everything well together, the Eternal Tome change is just above because it's a longer duration and you're not having anything leaving that Eternal Tome aura anyways. But the surprising part here is most of the pros are not even using the Eternal Tome with that strategy. Instead, you're going with the Healing Tome and as well the Rage Gem, because you're having Overgrowth spell to keep everything together.
Yeah, it's a great little combination in there. Just as long as you keep it packed up, like you mentioned, as long as you keep everything packed up, the Rage is going to hit those healers and allow it to heal up all your troops that are in the pack. I mean, look at that pack of troops right there. They are all together, all getting that healing effect from those healers. Good use of the poison spell to take down these rocket balloons. The Overgrowth does wear off. He's going to have to get this Town Hall under control. It looks like Royal Champion's going to go over there and get through that. Meanwhile, the King's on the far right side. He's going to go ahead and start funneling and pushing everything into the middle. Second Overgrowth comes in now for the Monolith, the Multi-Inferno, and the Ricochet Cannon. Town Hall falls, and Rigo's off to a great start so far.
Yeah, the King, nice wall break on the right side into the next compartment so he can provide some tanking, some funneling, and pushing everything towards the top side. But if you take a look at that, that is going to be a scary backend. Again, the mortar, we have the Giga Bomb over there, and then in the core, not easy to reach, the Monolith, that won't be an easy finish whatsoever.
All these defenses dealing 20% more is even more intimidating. Great use of the invis there. Royal Champion's going to try to get this Monolith under control. If she can get it, that'll be huge. She does get that Monolith down. Now onto the Crusher Mortar, which if she can get that, that's another huge pickup. Not quite, but she does have a little bit of backup moving into that compartment. But the damage looks to be done as the forces have really thinned out here. It's really down to the King and Queen, who both have ability. Queen will be able to pop off that action figure, which will give her that giant, and we've seen that come in so many times clutch. King does still have the spiky ball, along with a couple of Barbarians. Just worried about the Ricochet Cannon, but also look at that time.
Yeah, time is ticking again for the defender, or for the attacker more. And still use the spiky ball to get some more defense. The question, when is he going to use that? Not too late, otherwise the buildings are not
He's
going
holding
down
it.
right now. Come on, use it.
Use
the
it, use it.
percentage.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Okay.
94%. Oh, Rico held that to the very last second there. I don't know that it would make too much of a difference, but it is going to now be a 2% advantage for Dizzy after those 2 misses. So not too far off from both those squads. Definitely something to be proud of. If you're going to miss in the 90s for sure.
Yeah, but I feel like actually it was still a difference of 4 buildings, so 4% with the spiky ball, or like just that one ability press. And it kind of looked like that in the end. He just noticed, oh, wait a second, I still have that hero ability. He nearly forgot about that. But we have the next attacker for Dizzy. And this is going to be another dragon attack with the ice block spell. Whenever I see the ice block spell after that last match, I'm always looking for the hook tower, because that looked really like the cool concept of letting your Royal Champion get hooked into the base with the ice block spell to then deal a lot of damage. On this one though, that's going to be a mortar. That's going to be a crushing mortar.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the plan is for the ice block, because remember that freezes your troops and allows them to take a lot less damage. I guess maybe you're here for the Giga Bomb, but the Queen goes down. Everything's. Oh wait, he missed it. Oh wait, I see what you're saying. He missed it. Oh,
He used it too early, and then he tried to trigger that Giga Bomb. For everyone who's wondering how that defense works, because it's different to, for example, like a Giant Bomb, which you could trigger with 1 Barbarian. A Giga Bomb is only going off when there is 15 housing space around, and you try to trigger it with 1 Rocket Loon. That is only 8 housing space, so that's why the trap did not go off. And, well, that did take a lot of hit points from that Royal Champion. Right now, the Royal Champion is just trying to chase versus some skeletons. And I feel like that topside with the Flamefinger is not going to plant. Was it the value he was looking for? Well, we're going to find out, because he's starting with the dragons right now.
Yeah, whether it was the value or not, he's got to get it going here. About a minute and a half into the attack, but he did get some pretty nice value. The Royal Champion charge may not have gone 100% to plan there, but he did kind of take out that whole left side of the base. We do have the super minions now coming out of the clan castle, but the minion prince is going to make short work of them, so maybe not as much value as he was hoping for on the top side of the base. But now here come all the dragons. There goes the Eternal Tome for the Warden to protect not only the dragons, but the minion prince here, as they do make their way into the middle. And this is a tough thing with the dragons, is you pretty much have to find a way to secure the town hall, or at least push the dragons right through the town hall. And that's what we saw here, is he sent the Royal Champion in to take out that town hall, and now the dragons are just going to have a tough go of it going through the back end of this base. When you just don't get all the value you needed from that Royal Champion charge, it's so hard because you have no spells left.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, he's going with the Dark Crown and not with the Metal Pants or with the Henchman Puppet, which is more common. And you can see right there, the Minion Prince did go down right away. I mean, bonus percentage hit point is nice, but especially in hard mode, it's not really doing that much. So in the end, it did not really work out for him. But is he going to be a higher percentage if he can get the last couple of buildings? Is it going to be above the 90% mark? Left side archer took down another building. I think it's going to be 89.
Yeah, I think so there. 89 is the sneezies, and the booger is going to get taken out there. So 89% there for Dizzy. When you use that Dark Crown, I kind of like pairing it with the combinations of like using the king with the snake bracelet, having a little extra cocoa loons in there, the boogers going down. You kind of need just like some troops that are going to get taken out quickly almost to get that Dark Crown value. But like you mentioned, it also leaves your minion prince so vulnerable. That's the one downside of it. You don't really have that protection against like a Seeking Airmine, or just if your minion prince kind of gets out in front of everything. So it's a bit of a risky play there. Loop will be our next attacker for Team Electros, and now with them being down 2 buildings, 91% or higher, they could tie this up or even take the lead after this attack.
That's the big question. Can they take the lead? We're seeing the Root Riders again back to ground. We have the same seasonal defense over here again. I feel like that is really trying to counter those Root Riders and make them as challenging as possible for the attackers. But it does not change anything because the attackers are still coming in with ground.
Roots are definitely the way to go here, right? If it pans out where we see the rest Root Riders, it's going to be 90% usage rate for Root Riders so far throughout our 2 wars. But still a lot of war to be played. We'll have to see what happens. This World Champion taking her time, doing a great job cleaning up these defenses. Recalls her right there before she goes over, actually, into the merged multi-cannon and the Crusher Mortar as well. King's going to go ahead and start working over on the bottom side of this base. He's just setting everything up now. Here comes an Ice Golem out to get out in front and tank a little bit. Super Barbarian just to clear up the funnel and push the King in towards that enemy Queen. He's being really deliberate with this play here. Now here comes the Queen, and he's got everything set up to push right through this Town Hall.
Yep, trying to get in there with the Earthquake Boots. He's pushing his Queen and the King already in there, but that merged cannon dealing a ton of damage right away. And Archer Queen getting her ability force right away, and there's a lot of damage right behind that tunnel, especially as well with the single front tower. The Giant is getting completely fried, but the Root Riders are at least funneled in, but they have to somehow push through that core.
It's going to be a very tall task, especially with the Giant going down that early. Almost a good spot for an ice block just to protect that Giant a little bit there, but no need to dwell on it. The Giant is down. Here comes the Warden's ability to protect all these troops through there. There was an Eternal Tome, Healing Tome combination in there to get all those Root Riders healed back up. But man, look how much base is remaining. I'm really worried about that bottom right side. The King, the Minion Prince, the Crusher Mortar, the merged multi-cannon, like that. It's going to be a tough compartment when he gets there.
Yeah, that does not really look fun to go through there. Minion Prince, King, as I said, everything over there. The troops are now splitting as well. This is not really what you're hoping for. The Warden as well being in front of the Root Riders. I am not sure how this is going to end. Right now, keeping the Royal Champion alive, he can still use that ability. But oh no, he did wait too long, and the Royal Champion going down with only firing 1 shot.
You've talked about that time and time before, Itsu, where you just don't get enough value out of the Rocket Spear sometimes. And when we saw these troops awkwardly split, he wasn't able to pick that back up. Look at that Crusher Mortar just doing so much work to these roots. Oh my, they go down quickly, and they had a chance to really capitalize here, but instead it's going to be another 2% gain for Dizzy. It's 87%, and Dizzy missed at 89%. So now Dizzy are up by 4% in this war so far.
That is a really, really close one indeed, which is good for us because that really makes sure that we're going into the last final 4 attacks with both of those teams being really close to each other when it comes down to stars and as well percentage. So I'm looking forward to what we're going to see next. I would assume Root Riders, that would be the prediction I'm going in with. Let's see if I'm correct.
Yeah, if you forced my hand, I would go Root Riders as well as we have Heath Ledger. The names get me every time. I just can't help it. Getting ready to throw up some labs on Rigo Torres's base here. Really, if they could get a 3-star here, I mean, it's going to put Team Electros in a tough position. We do have the Hook Tower selected in the middle of the base. It is Root Riders. Does have the Ice Block spell, so could maybe... Oh, he's going to use it right here, actually. I just saw the Giga Bombs right there. Good way to negate all the damage from the Giga Bomb. Well, I guess it's 6% remains, but still really great use of that spell.
Yeah, make sure that that Royal Champion staying safe. A nice invis to get her further into the base. He might need another one. That's exactly what he does. And with that, he's creating that pathing inside the core of this base. Another invis? Nope, that's the recall. And he's going to start things off from this top side. But Bash, I'm now looking really forward to how impactful or not impactful that Hook Tower is going to be.
It does have a skeleton spell. You can kind of use that skeleton spell. I mean, it would be a great spot. Oh, actually, just going to overgrowth all that. I was going to say a skeleton spell on the monolith, the merge multi-cannon. But with the multi-inferno there, I guess the skeleton spell could have definitely been negated. But instead, just using the overgrowth to negate all that, that does mean that the Hook Tower could wake up at a very interesting time where everything's working their way through. You can maybe grab a troop that's not meant to be grabbed. So keep your eye on that Hook Tower when it wakes back up.
There's the Hook Tower, but there's too many small troops right now, like just getting the Baron or something. So he's just overwhelming that defense, which means, the Archman got lured in. Okay, never mind. It did not do it too. Actually, she's taking some damage. She's staying safe, but the Warden ability had to be used. I'm not sure if that was only because of the Queen, but at least something had to be used, and the Town Hall is far on the other side.
He still got some spell support here. He still has King and Queen ability. I don't think the Queen getting grabbed there was really the end of it. Like you said, there was a bunch of small troops there from that Troop Thrower Siege Machine. That helped out quite a bit, and the Queen was able to manage that pretty well. World Champion now working her way over. This is looking really, really commanding. He's still got so many troops up. Still has the healers up. You talked about it earlier in this war. When you can keep those healers on a big pack of troops, you get the most value. And all of these troops are staying together. This is the most optimal way to run Root Riders. And we're seeing it perfectly here from Heath Ledger on Rigo Torres' base. And this is looking like a 3-star. 43 seconds should be plenty of time to get through the back end of this base.
Yeah, having the healers alive now, using that Archer Queen ability. What a beautiful attack. What a controlled attack. I think that's the most important thing to highlight. Really, really nicely done. And this means Dizzy is going to take the lead for now. Or actually, they would have the lead anyways, because they have the higher percentage, which means Team Electros needs to 3-star now to make sure that they're staying close.
Electros has to get a triple here or in their final attack, but if they wait, they're going to have to get a defense on the final attack. So still can be one for Electros, but that was definitely a clutch attack for Dizzy. I mean, we were split 50-50 on the caster desk here, and we're seeing why. This war is back and forth, but now Dizzy looked to put the nail in the coffin and hopefully get the victory here for them. It's going to be Albolin with the response. Has to be a 3-star here.
It has to be indeed, except with the last set of attacks, we're seeing some miracles, but not getting a 3-star in here would mean that Dizzy could play the percentage game. But we're seeing another Root Rider attack, 2 Overgrowth, so back to the version which Max introduced last season into the mix. And I am not, what's that? Okay, he uses the ability with the Rage together, so seeing everything getting used together makes me think that it was not a misclick. He just wanted to get the Town Hall, but that's not enough shots. The Town Hall staying alive.
Yeah, there's a few too many defenses in the way, so the World Champion wasn't able to target the Town Hall. I think that was definitely the plan, was to take down the Town Hall with the Rocket Spear, the raged up Rocket Spears. With those other defenses just in the way, the World Champion didn't get enough hits. But now look at this, Itsu. The Town Hall is starting to heal, and he's not going into it. So that Town Hall can potentially get back up. All right, he's going to send a log launcher right at it. But man, that was a big misfire there.
Yeah, investing so much, like the more spells, as well the Royal Champ ability, just to not get that Town Hall. That really hurts, and now he has to again. I feel like they're always getting combined together. The combination of Monolith, the Mortar, and as well now the multi-year tower. That is like the, I don't know, really, really deadly back end, which those Root Riders have always to approach. And if you're split like this, it's not going your way.
Yeah, it's so tough. When you have to like commit the Siege Machine when you were expecting to commit that elsewhere, it's so tough. And then you have Ricochet Cannons and multi-Infernos in the middle there. It is just so much to overcome. You gotta also remember, in hard mode, all of these defenses deal 20% more. So just imagine how hard these defenses hit you in a regular war. They're dealing 20% more damage to these players here playing in hard mode, not to mention their heroes are dealing less damage. So it makes it even tougher, but oh man, that might be the war right there. That was a huge misfire, a huge mistake. The miss with the Royal Champions Rocket Spear might have cost them this war.
Yeah, I feel like now we're exactly this position where Dizzy would just play it safe and go for the percentage game, because I mean, they're not just 1 star ahead, but as well a massive percentage lead now with the 63% on the side of Almiolin, which is super unfortunate because we have seen and heard from him in the interview before this match that they would have liked to have the rematch versus Vatic, but for that they would have needed to get somehow the victory in here. We have now Malcolm getting in the last attack for Dizzy Stamina, and well, getting the percentage 2-star should be enough for them to claim the victory, but we have seen crazier things happening in the past, so he needs to get that done first.
Yeah, and it should only be like a 60% 2-star, so it's nothing too drastic here. And man, just Almolin's definitely going to be beating himself up over that mistake there, that misplay. I liked what he was trying to do. It was a very ambitious plan, but man, if you just mistime it a little bit, or there's too many defenses in the way, which was the case, you can see how that mistake can compile. And all it takes is one mistake to lead into another mistake. And that's exactly what happened in that last attack. But now Dizzy can put this one away with a solid 2-star strike, which all of their 2 stars have been really, really high percentage. So I think they would definitely be capable. But is he going to go all the way across here, Itsu? Is he going in at 6 o'clock?
I am scared to say yes, because, buddy, you need to get a safe 2-star with a somewhat high percentage, and you win this match.
Not even that high, like only 60%.
Yeah, something like that. He is going. Oh no, Bash, no.
Oh boy, there goes the giant arrow. All right, I hope you guys were in for a little bit of a thriller. Could have went right at the town hall, secured the safe victory, but instead we're gonna go all the way across the base and add a little bit of drama into it, make it a little bit spicy, so to speak. Does have one overgrowth. That log launcher picking up some great value with the combination in there, but still the main thing here, you got to get all the way to the town hall, and the king now is almost taken out. Can the king pick up this whole compartment, which I think is the goal?
I mean, the plan looks amazing. You just have to say it how it is. I mean, that plan looks really, really solid, but it is a 3-star plan and not the safe 2-star plan, which they kind of need. So, as a teammate, I would be a little bit concerned, but hey, we know, or Dizzy knows for sure, that they're really good at the game and they're trusting into each other. There is the red mine farm, but the healing tome is already activated and is getting healed back up again.
Also for Dizzy though, it's like, you know, we already have the golden ticket, so if this doesn't pan out, not the end of the world for us. But now everything's on the town hall, and it is going to work out just fine. With the 2nd star secured, Dizzy will have the victory secured in this matchup. I had to add a little bit of fun to it. Malcolm Merlin here, or Mask, he did have the identity crisis. We're not sure which identity he's going by today. We'll find out later, I guess. But they are going to pick up the victory. I guess maybe it was, I was gonna say it was like too late in the war to change up the plan, but it was RC charge. He could have like RC charged one of these scattershot compartments and then sent the roots right at the town hall. But I guess if you have the plan in mind, you kind of like a creature of habit type of thing. I mean, it is a 3-star plan, and it gets really close here though, Itsu.
Yeah, the plan itself, as I said earlier, I think the plan was amazing. It just had a lot of risk involved, let's put it that way. But yeah, maybe they just did not really come up with like another plan that I liked a lot as well for the safer approach, like pathing wise. But in the end, it's the 95%, and this means that Dizzy Stamina is going to claim that victory to face then Vatic in the upper bracket. But we have still one more attack to look at from Team Electros, and hopefully they can claim a nice 3-star, which would be a nice motivation boost, because again, all of those teams playing twice today, so even that lower bracket, you have to make sure that you're not dropping off the competition right away on the first day.
Yeah, and for a team like Dizzy Stamina who have the golden ticket, I mean, this is why you continue playing. Not only the prize money, obviously, with $15,000 to our first place team, that's really nice, but also you come in here and you disrupt a really good team like Team Electros. Now they have to go down to the lower bracket, and if they want a chance at the golden ticket, they have to make that full lower bracket run, expending a lot more basics, expending a lot more effort, making things a lot harder for them. So this is one of the perks of having that golden ticket. You can kind of come in here with low expectation and just have a little bit of fun. You can see they're having fun with their names, but also you can just really throw off some of your opponents and make them work just a little bit harder.
That is always their approach. We have now the oh, okay. So this is the approach which we have seen, I think it was from Rikiras from Tribe, where you're trying to snipe the clan castle behind the town hall if there are no builder huts, which means the log launcher through the town hall to take that out as the first defense. And then on top of that, with the logs, you're even going to take down the clan castle building before those clan castle troops can even leave the building. Take a look at that. That is already taking them out. We're seeing again the combination of the Super Valkyrie with that Super Yeti together. So let's see how much value they can get, because I have heard you have some experience with that.
Well, I was talking about it with one of my clanmates, and he said like they were watching, they picked it up from the Chinese server actually. The Chinese players are using that combination in there for exactly what we're seeing. The Super Valkyrie gets taken out, drops that rage, and then the Electromites can go through and just get a little bit of extra value. Does provide a little bit of extra tanking in there, but we've seen now where twice where the Super Yeti and Valkyrie kind of they're just on their own and don't maybe pair up well with all the rest of the troops.
Yeah, and as well, with the unfortunate change, or yeah, it at least works different now after the last update, where all of the Yeti mites, even from the Super Yeti or the regular Yeti, are getting all spawned in one place if the Yeti or the Super Yeti goes down. And there was one scatter shot, took all of them out, so he did not get any value from them. So yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, and obviously lowers the value from those options. And this, I feel like the regular Yetis are just safer, more consistent, I guess.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I've been using it more for like a hero kill squad, like where I'm going in with my king and queen with a log launcher, and then it's a little bit more focused that way. I think with this like root rider approach, it's a little bit tougher. Then again, you know, I'm not sitting here playing for golden tickets and $15,000. I'm getting ready for Super Hog Riders to get buffed because I love Hog Riders. So I don't have as much pressure on the line as these guys, obviously. I can play with it and have a little bit of fun. But El Tano's going to finish this one up. It looks like maybe 89% by the time this archer's done. But Team Electros will unfortunately take the loss here. And that means they will move down to our lower bracket to face HTM, which that should be a really interesting matchup a little bit later. But that also means that Dizzy Stamina will move on to face Vatic in our upper bracket just a little bit later today as well.
Yeah, a lot of good matches are still coming our way. This is the second match which we had, and we are having Dizzy Stamina winning with 12 to 11 stars. But I think the real winner here, if you can take a look at that, is the percentage. 10% roughly are their percentage hires. I mean, that's quite a bit. So we have seen this one big fail, unfortunately, from Albiolin, and this really shifted the match late into the favor of Dizzy Stamina and gave them the victory.
Yeah, it was a really interesting play. I mean, it really wasn't an approach we've seen so far with the Royal Champion charge, and it was a little bit risky and it didn't pan out for him. But then once that happened, he had to send the log launcher at the town hall, and it was just one mistake after another mistake, and then before you knew it, all the troops were gone. 63% kind of took them out of the ball game. But remember, we are playing double elimination here, so they are not out of our tournament. As we take a look at our updated bracket, Vatic Esports versus Dizzy Stamina will be later on today. Electros versus HTM, that will be also later today in an elimination matchup. So that one will be very, very huge for two pretty intense teams. I think that should be a really, really close matchup to keep our eyes on down there in the lower bracket. But next up, we'll see Tribe Gaming versus OnlyBads.
Yeah, and we have highlighted earlier 3 teams which we should take a look at really closely, because they have already many points on the leaderboards, which is then important for not just another golden ticket later in the year, but as well which are then relevant for the last chance qualifier, and that's Vatic, Tribe, and Elevate. And take a look at that. Dizzy has now the chance of knocking down Vatic into the lower bracket. That is going to be a crazy match later today. But let's take a look at the MVP of this last match, who was voted from the community, and it's actually Damien Dark with overall 39%.
I wonder if the community, when they're voting for MVP, if they're getting confused by the names as much as we are. But well deserved there with a nice attack. Dizzy X Stamina now with the victory. It's really interesting seeing them playing and kind of disrupting things. It's kind of like one of those different things this season where they can play each and every month, and we've seen them playing each and every month, not only for the prize pool but for the points, and they really can shake up our final scene. With them being the first team to qualify, it's really interesting to see how they can kind of control some of the destiny moving forward.
Yeah, and it's just so impressive to see how consistent they are, because we're seeing Dizzy pretty much every month in the top 8, as well as Elevate a lot of times being up here, Vatic being a lot of times up here, Tribe as well. So those teams are super consistent. The question is now, which team can make it all the way? And we're going to find out, because we're having still plenty of more Clash action to come today, but we're going to a super quick break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the June monthly qualifiers, and welcome back, Judo Slav Judo. How are you feeling about our first couple matchups there? Some pretty intense clash action so far.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive. I have to say, me and you, we get left here after missing out on our prediction there. Itsu and Lex can just sit back knowing they got the prediction right. So we have to try and catch up here. I think all of us went for Tribe in this next matchup versus Only Bads. But I think it's going to be such an interesting matchup because I'm sure we'll get into this, but there's a few different dynamics that I think unfolded last weekend, which is really interesting and could really flip this war on its head a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting wars where you feel like Tribe Gaming, it almost feels like how Vatic feels. Like, it feels like they're due. They've been here month after month. They constantly perform. But then you have a team like Only Bads, who they've been around the competitive scene for so long as well. As we take a look at the stats, and statistically on paper, the edge goes to Only Bads. They're a little bit higher on percent, a little bit higher on star average, a little bit higher overall. So their hit rates are just a little bit better than Tribe's, but we wipe all that out here as we move forward into this this week's qualifier. But I think we have a quick word from Tribe Gaming.
Well, I think we're going to take a look at their team roster first and just keep that on the back burner for the moment.
My bad,
we do have Nibrax, P. Castro, Rakires, Kronos, and Temper. You'll be familiar with all of them from last month's broadcast. Tons of experience. They actually managed to increase where they were from back in the initial qualifier to third last month. So it'll be really interesting to see if they can step that up this time around. But Only Bads actually had the best defensive stats from last weekend, Bash. So time will tell whether they can crack their bases or not.
Yeah, now we have the video for Tribe Gaming. Got a little bit ahead of myself. It's not the first time.
Hello, I'm Nebrax and I'm playing for Tribe Gaming. I would say the most underrated team is Badzinger, just because they had, with Dima, they have very good base building, and right now we see it's hard to triple, and maybe they can build some bases which people can't triple. I would say the most important matches we had in the previous years were against Navi, so it's always fun to play against them. I think we already had a war like Navi against Tribe this year, where we have won 14-11. I would say for a World's War it wasn't too close, but the matchup itself is always very nice, and I think a lot of viewers would like to have this war in the World's Finals. Because I would say we are a very hard-working team and we always give our best and believe as much as we can to win every single war. I think if we play at our best, usually we are unbeatable, so I think the mistakes we do can just defeat ourselves, and it doesn't matter against which opponent we play, because we can win against everyone.
Nebrax feeling really good coming into this one. The only way is up, as we see their standings so far. They're kind of tied for 4th and 5th place at 95 points. Kind of mentioned a few references to their rival Navi, but Navi not qualifying this month. But either way, Judo, they're looking very, very strong and improving month after month.
They certainly are, and year after year, shall we say, as well, in the World Finals. Maybe this will be their year, but interestingly, when it comes to the stats from last weekend, which is all of the stats you're seeing on your screen are from last week's matches, Tribe Gaming started out with a 13-star war, but then gradually went down over in the amount of stars they were getting, 10 stars, 11 stars at the end, whereas as we flip across to look at the Only Bads team here in a second, they started out with an 11-star war, but then they were creeping up towards 13 Star Wars towards the end of the matches. So it's interesting to see whether they really grew into the matches, and we've seen from the stats that seemingly they do have that better hit rate from last weekend than Tribe. We have Demo Demo, ND, Dima, Sean, and Ninja. Dima and Ninja, they're two primary base builders. Those are the ones that helped them get such good defenses last week, Bash.
Yeah, they've been really known for their defenses so far, and we have a quick word for Only Bads as well.
So my name is Ninja in game, and I'm from the team Only Bads. Well, I feel like Team Electros is our biggest rival because we lost to them in stage 2. I feel like the war between Dizzy, Supersonic, and Synchronic in stage 2 was pretty close, and both of those teams deserved to win it, but only one did at the end. I feel like we've had a pretty rough season so far, but finally we're making it to stage 3, so we have been consistent throughout, but I feel like we really just need to get it here and not wait till the last spot. I think the reason that we don't qualify, there won't be a reason because I feel confident that we can go far in this and maybe even clutch out.
Gotta love the confidence there for Ninja as they are ready to come in and make an impact. And you mentioned a little bit there, Judo. They are known for their defenses. Four out of the 5 players in the top 10 for having the best defensive hit rates in all of the qualifiers. Only 13 triples given up throughout. I mean, that's pretty impressive here.
It certainly is. And I mean, last weekend, the highest star count against them was 11. But undoubtedly, the audience prediction, 76% in the favor of Tribe Gaming. You've got to say, I mean, that's what we went with as well. I'm really bigging up the stats of Only Bads. But once it comes to this stage in the competition, you've got to say that things are totally different. And it really matters when you're onto the big stage. The pressure, Tribe Gaming, I feel, have been there before. So that's the main reason I went with them, despite the stats. But how about yourself, Bash?
Yeah, I think it's easy to pick a big name like Tribe, to be honest. Only Bads, I mean, they're definitely a known team. They've been around esports for a while. But it almost feels like Tribe is due. And like when you look at what they've done, they keep getting better and better. It just feels like they're kind of due. But at the same time, I don't think we should take anything away from Only Bads. I mean, they're really impressive on defense, and that can really throw off a team like Tribe Gaming. As we get started here with the most common attack that we've seen so far, Root Riders from Sean.
Starting out with that RC dive. Very nicely done at the moment, making sure to keep the Spirit Fox well protected as well. You always got to be careful going into the Monolith because it is one of the fast-acting defenses, but once that is down, he can get back to single invisibility spell rotations to try and keep that Fox alive as well. Down goes the Fire Spitter, and the Royal Champion taking a little bit of an interesting path there, Bash, over to the Clan Castle, just about ripped her out of there.
Yeah, that was very, very close. I think he got her recalled in there. Here comes everything else now, all in. All the Root Riders, King's on the top side, and is going to accompany that with a troop launcher, troop thrower to go right into the middle base. There goes that Royal Champion. She did get forced to ability, so yeah, she did take some critical damage there, but now she'll have those rocket spears, which I guess they won't be wasted at least, which we've seen time and time again with that equipment.
Yeah, interestingly, he did keep the Fox, but she is now down. However, the Root Riders took a lot of damage there, hence why I had to use the early Warden ability, because they were just getting obliterated, and I'm not even sure how many are left, Bash. Can you see any Root Riders right now? The Town Hall is actually back alive. He's got to get that locked down. Oh,
I don't really see any roots in there. I see the Giants. There's a ton of snakes spawning in there. We got some Valkyries from the ClickUp. There's one Root Rider in there still remaining, emerging after the Town Hall falls. King's doing a great job on the outside. Queen still has ability, and that's going to be a big crucial part. When we see the Queen use that magic mirror and that action figure, it's always a huge part of the attack. But look at the remaining part of this base. Still the Giga Bomb, still the Queen standing tall over there. I don't know if this has enough gas in the tank.
No, the Crusher Mortar actually did severe damage to the Grand Warden. He got it down, but then the Expo locked onto the Warden. So with the Warden down, he doesn't have that Rage Aura either. And you can notice that he doesn't have a lot of reinforcement troops here. Queen will stall out once the Giant goes down. Manages to push up into the 80% mark, but that is definitely not what we are hoping or what we've been seeing from these matches. So Bit of a miss there starting out. I feel a little bit flustered with the RC moving across to the clan castle, and then it's always difficult when you're taking so much damage with the Root Riders initially.
One of the risks of the Royal Champion charge when you bring her anywhere near the clan castle is sometimes she may get the attention, whether it's from the fire spirits or the ice golems, and they can just kind of throw off the whole charge. Looks like this one's going to finish out at about 87%. Oh, we have a giant beating on a wall there. So actually, those couple of witches there they threw to accompany the king were actually pretty huge and bringing up the percent, added of 4 or 5 buildings there at the end. 87%, still very respectable. Keeps your team in this, even though that was a mistake and felt like it didn't go his way on that attack with the miss. He still got it up to a very, very respectable percent.
Yeah, like you said, I think that's a great mark given the events that unfolded, because I'll be honest, I didn't think he was going to get that high, especially having the queen in the center. I feel at least gave him a bit more damage moving through the base, and with the king and the couple of witches on the outside, like you said, alongside the snake bracelet, able to just clean up a lot of the percentage. And it really doesn't matter which buildings are left over, whether they're gold mines or whether they're key defenses. Percentage is percentage, and he got that up towards the 90% mark, which is what we like to see at least.
Root Riders here for P. Castro, former world champion, former world's MVP. Notice a couple witches in his composition as well. I like that pairing, throwing those witches in to accompany the king, but look, oh my goodness, look at all these bombs going up.
Spirit
Can
Fox.
the Spirit Fox hold on? Spirit Fox goes down to all the bombs. This compartment was baited for an RC charge, Judo.
It certainly was. So with the Fox down, that means he's going to have to commit more invisibility spells. Does get the poison tower down, which is pretty important. Cuts a little bit of a funnel, but like you said, a lot more damage than maybe he was expecting diving into the base there. But if anyone can fix this, P. Castro, like you said, he's a world champion. He's got bags of experience. I'm sure he can still get this to work.
It looked like, what, 4 giant bombs over in that compartment? That's so much damage to go onto that Spirit Fox. But keep an eye on the hook tower in the middle of this base. He's gonna overgrowth there, and he really only overgrowths the town hall. Storage and clan castle not gonna matter. But look at the double super miner out of the clan castle as well. Interesting combination here for Only Bads, as we see Root Rider getting yoinked into the middle of the base by that hook tower, and it's gone instantly.
Yeah, I feel like anything you can do to try and trip your opponent is obviously helpful. He locked down the town hall, so he wasn't taking that poison damage, but obviously he does need to make sure he can get that down afterwards. But once the overgrowth is worn off, should have more than enough troops. Keep an eye on the healers there though, Bash. So they were inside the poison of the town hall since it came back. Managed to use the warden ability to keep them alive.
Yeah, they're a little bit under half health, so a couple red air bombs could take out the pack of healers as they are trailing behind. And it's not that tight-knit pack that we're hoping for when we see these Root Rider attacks. Everything's kind of spread out. We got the Giants from the Troop Thrower, got the Roots kind of surging, we got the Yetis in there. Now the healers split off into 2 packs. The Queen's out there with the King. This one's just all over the place. And when you get that, it is so tough to finish.
Still got the overgrowth. I feel he's going to have to lock down the monolith and the multi here as he moves around. He's still got the king ability and the queen ability, but like you said, there's a lot of base left. Unfortunately, he's got multiple Root Riders with healers in the center, but no damage troops behind to take advantage of that. So you notice the defending royal champion just picking apart those troops, and they're not really going to help very much in the center there.
This is what we were talking about though with Only Bads. They're known for their defenses, and their unique clan castle call here with a couple of super miners look to be effective. That hook tower in the middle of the base was definitely disruptive. Here comes the giant coming from that action figure. I mean, that's going to add a lot of support. He's going to be able to run this up, and there's really, aside from that ricochet cannon and the Teslas, if he can get through this royal champion, he could have a chance still.
His good time is unfortunately ticking for him here, so he had 10 seconds, but he's actually pushing the percentage now past that of what we just seen from Sean, which was 87%, up into the 90s, manages to get up to 92%, so a 5% lead for Tribe Gaming after the first round of attacks.
I always get so excited watching all the damage and destruction going on in the base. I never look at the clock. I'm just like, this guy's so much force, and I'm like, oh wait, there is only 3 minutes per attack. That is a big factor, especially when you're committing so much of the time to a royal champion charge. I mean, it seems like kind of minuscule and they're used to it, but we see that time play a factor. I mean, we saw 99% earlier today. That one, it's hard to say. It might have petered out a little bit there, but ultimately, time is the factor. ND will be the next attacker going up against Nebrax's base, and this is still a very close war. but Only Bads needs to push the percentage up a little bit. A 3-star would be massive here, but definitely have to get this one into the 90s at minimum.
Yeah, I mean, this is the opposite of what we've seen in the last war, right? With the 2 opening 3 stars and then things kind of pitted out from there. Starting out with 2 stars, who will be the team to get the first 3-star? We did see ND getting 3 3-stars last weekend, and you notice straight away here, very well planned, uses a couple, one of the invisibility spells to redirect the Royal Champion right into the thick area of defenses here so he can take those down. Second invisibility spell used, really wanting to assure he gets the defenses that are a bit deeper into the base so he can set that funnel.
Yeah, cutting a deep funnel into the base with that Royal Champion, used almost half, 40% of his invisibilities were just to redirect the Royal Champion there, so it could have maybe got just a little bit more value. And it's going to go ahead and bring in a golem just to add a little bit of support to the force here of the Root Riders. Does have the Rage Gem on the Warden, and there goes that Troop Thrower. The Troop Launcher, just so good. But keep an eye on that Crusher Border. Man, that thing attacks fast, Judo.
Certainly does. Look at the damage it's doing onto the Queen. Now, I wonder if maybe he could have held the Troop Launcher a little bit here, because you notice he has like 5 Coco Loons up there, and the Troop Launcher is already popping balloons out to test for the healers. Maybe he could have saved that to test a bit deeper into the base, but when you've got so much complexity as well, especially in hard mode, things hit hard, you really have to make sure you're just taking things one step at a time. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a lot of force towards the bottom of the base here. We've got the Barbarian King. Valkyries actually move in towards the Grand Warden Tome, so that's going to be helpful. But the Queen just outside of that, so has to freeze the Monolith.
Yeah, the Monolith got 2 or 3 shots onto the Queen. Great use of the freeze there, but now she's going to go to ability. A lot of times we're seeing the Queen save that ability till later in the attack to get that giant tanking for it. The one issue with this, it's not a bad thing to have the giant out. The issue here is that the clones from the Magic Mirror, they will expire after some time. Still has a huge force of Root Riders, still has the healers coming up the trail here. Has King with ability, this still has plenty of force. The main part here is, can he circle through and get, I feel like the line of defense is good, but can he close this one off here?
Yeah, unbelievably, his Coco Loons literally just went down, like all the way around the base. He's got a lot of force here, and notice just trying to use the Super Barbarians to snipe off the defenses on the outside, but also just make sure the Wizard Tower doesn't lock onto the Root Riders. It does now, granted. However, pushing towards the back end of the base, now that the Root Riders are on the outside, they're not able to get that scatter shot quite as easily. So that is going to slow him down a little bit. Will he have enough time here, just saving the Super Barbarians to try and use on the back buildings there by that Wizard Tower?
But the nice thing about Root Riders, Judos, they trample right on through the walls, and with 3 Root Riders, they open it right back up so the King can work right in there along with that giant. 10 seconds remain. It looks like he's got enough time. He's got enough force for sure. And Bad Zinger will get the 3-star, and they will take the lead here on Nebrax's base. A very well executed attack, and like you mentioned, the Coco Loons up to the end, keeping those healers up was the key to that attack. Anytime we see those healers up at the end of these Root Rider attacks, usually it's going to be a 3-star or very close to it.
Yeah, I feel like he reacted very well throughout this attack as well. He didn't have a lot of damage to on the bottom of the base. The Queen stepped outside of the Eternal Tomb, but he had answers for every single one of them. And I just love how he didn't really celebrate at the end, but then we just seen that gentle smile from him as well, where like he knew, I've done it, you know? So we do have Nebrax that we heard from in the interview that is stepping up next. He did say within that interview he feels on their day they are unstoppable. You've always got to have that confidence in yourself, but let's see what he can do in this one. Dragon approach though, Bash. Nice little switch up.
Yeah, Tribe Gaming known for their dragon attacks for sure. If there's any squad that's going to come out and still use dragon, it's definitely going to be Tribe Gaming. Through the first 2 wars, we saw 90% of the attacks being Root Riders. The 2 attacks that were not Root Riders were both dragons. However, neither were very impressive, and neither got across the finish line for a 3-star. But let's see if Nebrax can change that up here with his dragon attack.
No, I mean, definitely not what he wanted. I mean, used the RC, and literally on the outside of the base, he's run into every single giant bomb here, Bash. Spirit Fox is down. He might not even keep the Royal Champion alive here. She's running through all of the traps. Has to press the ability. How on earth did he keep her alive into the Town Hall? Nebrax, that was incredible, my friend.
That looked so panicked, but at the same time, it was so controlled. I don't know how he pulled that off, to be honest with you. He got the town hall down, circled back, getting air to... How did he manage that, Judo? That was so crazy good.
Look at the line of giant bombs at the top he had to go through.
It literally, she just kept walking and kept getting bombed. That was crazy. But good on him to keep his composure and keep things moving through here. Now he's going to have to deal with these couple of ice golems. The one downside is there's not much spell support left. He does have the one ice block spell, but that's usually more of a protective spell more than an offensive spell. But with the Rage Gem on the Warden, that'll definitely help push these dragons through this base.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see. I guess he took out both of the air sweepers, did he, in that initial push? Because I can't see any towards the backside of the base. So that's definitely going to be helpful. Using the Lava Hound there to ice block onto the air defense bash. Beautiful move in order to protect the dragons around that area for a bit longer.
Yeah, great use. Oh, there goes the Minion Prince's ability. With the Crusher Mortar, that's one nice thing. If you can get a nice setup for the dragons, the Crusher Mortar is not going to be effective at all. It does not attack air units. However, these dragons are just getting beat down left and right. He does have the Dark Crown, though, on the Minion Prince. And with those dragons falling, that Minion Prince is now enraged to the fullest and getting as much value as he can, working through the middle of this base. Still got the E-Dragon in there. He's got quite a bit of force. It's just going to be this air defense. Queen might be able to get the multi-arch tower. He's going to be close here, Judo.
He certainly is. The Gigabomb weakened his dragons, but they get through the air defense with the Dark Crown and with the Queen on the opposite side. What an attack by Nebrax. I mean, you've got to give it to him. Being able to adapt in that situation, turning defenses invisible to just push the Royal Champion into another giant bomb. I honestly don't know how he kept her alive there. That was such a good job. And he thoroughly deserves the 3-star, which keeps his team in it. I mean, can you imagine if he'd have lost the Royal Champion at the start of the attack after a 3-star from Only Bads? That could have been, like, I mean, how would Tribe Gaming respond to that? But he got the job done, and I've only got praise for him following that attack.
I'm still confused how he pulled that off. I have no idea how he kept his composure, kept predicting where the Royal Champion was going. It was so chaotic as we were watching that, but man, he controlled it so well. And then that Dark Crown, the newest hero equipment in the game, so clutch coming in and helping out with that 3-star. Demo's going to come in next. And remember, Tribe Gaming do hold that small percentage lead after the 2 3-star attacks in the second spots there. So they're up by 5%. So Only Bads definitely need to put up another high percent attack here. Giga Bomb goes off. Royal Champion working through here. Does have a couple of lightning spells in here. Maybe going to try. I didn't see if the Queen has Giant Arrow. Maybe try and snipe out a spell tower.
Yeah, he's got 2 Earthquake spells alongside that. And equally, I love the composure of Demo here as well, because the RC took a bit of a difficult path for him. She went after the defending RC, which is always something that you can't always plan whether she's going to go for that hero or not. Now we see the Earthquakes and the Lightning spell to that top area bash. With the Giant Arrow through, he hits it to take the Crusher Mortar and the Multi-Inferno up there.
That was a very nice little trick up there. Calculating the damage out perfectly, getting the Crushing Mortar out. That's a huge pickup early on. Now here comes the Royal Champion rejoining the party. Does still have an overgrowth, but you can shut down some of these defenses and also create the pathing for those Root Riders to keep working forward in the base. I love this setup here from Demo. Everything's well calculated, well thought out, and they really need a big attack here. Let's see where the overgrowth comes in, as everything's starting to split a little bit here. Overgrowth in the middle.
Yeah, remember the Grand Warden's Eternal Tome has changed now. So he had pressed that. Everything was starting to split. It's worn off now, but essentially everything that was inside the tome is what was getting protected. Anything moving outside of it was not. He did have a couple of rocket loons coming out of the troop launcher, which managed to pop some Coco loons, that managed to pop some Seeking Air Mines, sorry. That was definitely helpful for him, but I feel that split was really what has just caused this attack to fall south. He's losing Root Riders left, right, and center here. And unfortunately, the percentage is not really going to be that high for him either.
I thought maybe he would use the overgrowth like kind of on the left side just to keep those roots kind of packed up tight. That's when we're seeing these Root Riders have the most successes, when you can keep them together for as long as possible throughout the attack. Instead, now he's fighting to get the percentage up here, and this is definitely going to be a swing in events for this war, as this one's going to struggle to get to 80%. Only Bads are going to be really down bad after this attack, as this one is not going to make it to 80%, and Demo definitely didn't go the way it started. It felt like the opening was great. It felt like the opening was what he wanted, but all the troops splitting in the middle of the base, causing this one just to fall flat. And it's, yeah, he's going to go 74, maybe 75 if those couple archers can get down the hero hall in time. It's a very HP intensive building, so I don't know if they'll have enough to get that down though.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Demo unfortunately wasn't able to find a 3-star last week in any of their matches, so I wonder whether that knocked his confidence a little bit moving into here, because, you know, it's always difficult when you feel like you're not putting up those stars for your team. But like you said, I feel like he started things very well. It really was just the mid section of the attack which let him down. After a 3-star from Nebrax, where Tribe Gaming already had the percentage lead, this is going to leave the door wide open for them. However, we do know from last month's qualifiers, there was plenty of wars where teams were creeping ahead on percentage. But then there's always that thing of stars is what matters.
That's right, Judo. Stars, then percent, then time, just in case you're brand new here. Sometimes, you know, people randomly pop in and don't even know Clash Clans. They're like, oh, I just see this event going on. Let me check out this stream. So if you don't know, stars and then percent and then time are how we decide victories in these wars. Chronos coming in now with a Root Rider attack of his own. Beautiful World Champion charge, going to look to set everything up. There goes a Giant Bomb. You got to keep an eye on those Giant Bombs. We've seen that be a factor all day here today, is trying to predict where is your opponent going to come in with their World Champion charge, because that is pretty meta. Here comes that Haste Valor. She's surging forward fast now, Judo.
Yeah, beautiful job of the Invis there, just to redirect her, but then also have the foresight of when the Invis was about to wear off, being able to use another to path her over the defense to the next one. Unfortunately, didn't get that multi-inferno at the end. He was very cautious on any damage, though, that if the Invis was going to wear off, he didn't want to risk losing the Royal Champion, so he ended up just leaving that there.
Gotta go through the Town Hall still. I think he should have that under control. Have to see where he overgrowths. I mean, we've seen some players overgrowth the Town Hall. I feel like it's a little bit late to overgrowth the Town Hall at this point. I think that overgrowth could be used a little bit later, maybe in that Fire Spitter compartment, or even in the final kind of compartments over there, the Scatter Shots and Monolith. Yeah, there it goes in that Fire Spitter compartment with the Poison Tower down there in the south. King's spawning all those snakes from the Snake Bracelet. And look at this nice pack of Root Riders in the middle, along with all those troops from the Troop Launcher. It's a very nice thing, especially with all those Coco Loons out in front. Oh my goodness, look at all those red air bombs, though. A little bit of damage to the healers, but they're fine for the most part.
Yeah, the tricky thing is here as well that with the overgrowth, everything is pathing down to the south, so he doesn't really have anything in the core. He should hopefully be able to get the Fire Spitter down that compartment he has there, but then he's going to have to move into this thick area of defenses. He does have the King and Queen ability, but notice his tank troops are going down fast, and in hard mode, when the defenses deal 20% more damage, those hero abilities don't get you as far as you think.
Yeah, it's one of those tough things. Not to mention, like, the hero equipment is capped as well. So it's like all that stuff kind of compounds, and it just makes things a lot tougher. King and Queen still have ability here, and we've seen this Queen ability clutch things up at the end. There goes the spiky ball for the King. I'm really concerned about the Monolith, however, but if he could spawn this giant out in front of the Queen and get the tanking that he needs, it could be a good thing. But it looks, oh wait, no, Monolith's onto the giant. He has to deal with that enemy King, and it's gonna be too much.
Yeah, I think he was hoping the wall breaker would path up towards the top area, but the compartment was already open next to the storage, you can see. So that kept his Queen locked into that compartment. Not quite what he wanted. You could see a bit of frustration there from Kronos, 89%, but that does mean that they are now 20% in the lead when it comes to this war, and we're past the halfway point. So Tribe Gaming still in that leading position, but definitely still anybody's game at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we can still see one of those signature defenses for only bads, or just a couple of triples here could really kind of snatch this one away. 20% is definitely a lot to overcome in 2 attacks, but I mean, look in the previous war where Almalen's attack just compiled and just went sideways one after another and only got 63%. So anything can happen here in Clash of Clans esports. Ema's coming in with, again, another World Champion charge into Root Riders. It seems like we just get one dragon attack per war, and then we get our RC charge into Roots. Although we've seen a little bit of variation on the RC charges, for the most part, this is definitely the go-to right now.
This is what they feel is safest, to be able to not take as many risks in hard mode where, you know, everything is more difficult. Now, I love the pathing of the RC into this section, and ooh, he took a bit of damage there. I thought he was going to obviously try and sneak the sweeper, but he does manage to get the Royal Champion out of there. What I was going to say is that Dima was one of Onlybads' best hitters last weekend. He had 3 3-stars out of their 5 matches, and Ninja, who is up next, also had 3 3-stars. So they're definitely finishing off strong here, but whether they can do it in the moment, let's find out.
That's definitely one of those things that you kind of mentioned at the beginning of this war. In the moment here on the bigger stage, will you be able to handle that pressure? And also, I mean, it is hard mode. Hard mode is hard. We added a brand new defense recently with the seasonal defenses, so things only got harder here. But Dima's off to a great start, except for things are splitting off a little bit there. But for the most part, all the routes are compiled together down there in the bottom, which is looking really good. All the troops are launching right in there. I think he feels pretty good so far. It's just all about managing everything through the backside of this base.
Yeah, somehow his Valkyries were still surviving there. They had the tiniest bit of health moving into the middle. I think a couple of them have now gone down, but that's what I was talking about before. You can have all of the Root Riders moving through the base, but if you don't have those damage troops behind, notice the Queen just at the bottom of the base here, then that's going to mean that you're just not progressing through the base as fast. The King also stuck in the center there, going to go down, but he does get the spiky ball off. He's just got a really tricky path to get in towards the monolith and the multi-gear tower there as well.
Yeah, he's gonna have to cut everything in here, but he still has some roots that'll lead out in front. Still has some witches spawning some skeletons, and has the Queen ability yet to be used. 1 invisibility spell for support. I can't really tell by his expression how he's feeling here, because this could definitely still go either way. The multi-gear tower is definitely a force to be reckoned with, and with the healers down, now everything's gonna start to thin out. There goes the invisibility. But man, where did this army go? Judo, it was looking so strong, and now the whole army's gone. It's just on the Queen.
Yeah, I feel like his overgrowths initially didn't necessarily wear off at an ideal time for him. And then, like I said, just moving into the center, the Queen got stuck on the... Well, I think he did actually push the Queen towards the outside, but once the Valkyries went down, it meant that he didn't really have much damage. He was relying on the King. Is getting up towards that 90%. It's 89 that we finish off on, so not the end of the world. Like we've been saying, that 90% is around about the benchmark that we tend to see, but certainly what this does is just flip things across to Tribe Gaming's favor now to try and finish off, do what they can. They still have temper left to attack. Rakirez also was one of those players that wasn't able to find a 3-star last weekend, so they have, I mean, how can you say Rakirez is not a super strong player, right? But
right.
Like, he certainly wasn't on form last weekend. He is the one to attack. But what I was going to say is they still have Temper as well, who is one of their strongest players right now in Tribe, I feel.
And when you're going against like a defensive juggernaut of Onlybads, anything could happen. You never know. I mean, this one's not over until it's over for sure. You definitely have your strongest players coming up with Rakirez, but you never know what's going to happen. We see it right there. Some giant bombs going off. There's some damage to the Royal Champion and the Spirit Fox. Spirit Fox is barely hanging on here. If he loses that Fox too early, it could definitely be a detriment to this attack. So keep an eye on this Royal Champion. It feels like he's got it under control, even if the Fox goes down at this point. Tornado's going off. Royal Champion's not going to maybe pick up enough value here. She's still spending 1 more invis, and then he's going to have to recall her out of there.
Yeah, I was doing one thing that I love to do is people might have saw the trick about using your first invisibility spell when the timer hits 6 and then Spirit Fox kicks in. But once you go into somewhere of high damage or you're worried about losing the Fox, you can just rotate that to 7 and 3. And it means your Fox is never visible. And he ended up even using an extra invis to try and protect the Fox towards the end there. Didn't quite work out, but that's a way that you can just keep your Royal Champion safe and know that she's not going to go down. And he did a good job of doing that, because if the Royal Champion goes down, obviously that's pretty bad when it comes to these Root Rider attacks, Bash.
There's another one of these unique CCs. He had Super Miners in the Clan Castle Edema, but the Root Riders soaked up the blasts from those Super Miners as they got taken out because the healers were right there. So This clan castle wasn't very effective there. Now with the town hall down, they're going to all work around to the outside. King will come in to push them back into the middle. Rakira's going to the ground here. The ground and pound being the meta right now. Kind of have to shift gears. We've seen Rakira's and Tribe Gaming in general really kind of like embracing dragons in the past, but with the changes to the Warden's Eternal Tome, it definitely makes it a little bit harder. You have to pretty much set up the whole dragon attack a lot differently, so it's a lot easier to kind of manipulate and work through the base with the Root Riders. This one's looking okay, but it is fading a little bit. Another healer goes down. Gotta keep those healers up as long as possible.
Yeah, King did a really good job at the top there, just taking out any of the defenses on the perimeter. That should have the Root Riders now back down over. We do need them to get out in front of the Queen before the Monolith comes out of the overgrowth. And notice how he popped the Queen ability real quick there. The Monolith blocks onto one of the Queens, but he manages to protect her. Now we have the Crusher Mortar. Freezes that alongside the multi. We've still got the King ability, but the multi-gear tower on the back end of the base providing a lot of damage, and he's into the final 30 seconds. Tough one to call here, Bash.
It's very tough indeed. That Minion Prince is doing some work on the King. The snakes are popping out here. Not to mention the multi-gear tower. The Queen's down. I think this one's definitely going to fall short at minimum on time, but the Force is definitely going to take out the Minion Prince and that multi-gear tower combination. Too much to overcome, but look at the percentage. Much higher percent, 93, than Dima's last attack. So that means that Tribe Gaming are going to put another 4% on their advantage, pushing it up to 24% going into the final attack. At this point, Only Bads need to get a 3-star and hold a defense. I don't think they can really catch up too much on percent. I say that, but we've seen things happen, so you never know. But I think at this point, you definitely want to try to get that 3-star secured.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've seen in the last matchup, right, where, you know, mistakes happen and then it's very difficult to get that percentage up. But like you said, 24% when the teams that we see playing are just the top tier players in the game, that's a really difficult thing to try and catch up. However, Only Bads, we've talked about how their defenses are super strong. Ninja was one of their highest hit rate players last weekend, so let's see if he can get the 3-star, put the pressure on. I love that he's got a thrower in this army as well, just to throw that out there. And a good start to this RC dive.
Yeah, you don't see a tech thrower too often. Queen Yona had, she did have Angry Jelly, so she was targeting those defenses, still targeting those defenses, and also using that giant from the action figure to help her out a little bit. Uses the Invis to redirect a little bit. Royal Champion's working into the middle now. I think he wants the Royal Champion to get in towards that Town Hall. I think that's going to be really clutch if he can get her down through there. Let's see if she pushes in. She does. Town Hall will now be targeted by that Royal Champion.
Those invases to redirect the Royal Champion were absolutely beautiful. Mistimed that last one just a tiny little bit. Could have done without that fire from the Town Hall, but hey, at this stage, she has done her job. Just about did not get that scatter shot, but look at the center of the base, Bash. It's pretty much gone.
Yeah, it's
With
definitely
the
cut it
Archer
out.
Queen taking out that right side, this is looking good for Ninja. Let's see what we can do to finish off.
Royal Champion splits this base right down the middle like a banana split. You gotta love that for sure. Now the dragons, they can just kind of work on the outside. He did lose a couple of dragons to the right side, but if they can all stay to this left side and pack together, it'll be good. I really want to see where he throws this thrower in. There's some stuff happening up top. All right, just oh, the siege machine is up there. You got the siege barracks with the P.E.K.K.A. and the wizards coming out, trying to get through that monolith. We'll have to see if there's rocket or super minions rather, and I guess there could be rocket balloons, but yeah, mostly super minions to go in and take that monolith out. Just take a lot of pressure off the back end.
Yeah, that's really interesting. He did have the Flame Flinger selected and then obviously switched that. He's taken a lot of damage from that flame, the fire spitter now with the flame spinner. It's you know,
there's so much fire on the base.
Difficult to get the right one as you're commentating here, but yeah, the fire spitter doing a lot of damage to him. He's still got that one thrower. Maybe it can be the savior at the end, the legend of the last thrower, sniping off the wizard tower. Let's go, Ninja.
All right, let's see if it can clutch up the attack. Oh, he needs this air defense. He gets the air defense. This is going to be a 3-star. Ninja's going to get this done. It's going to be plenty of time, 36 seconds. The thrower will help up the cleanup. The dragon's going to get through there with the warden. And Ninja gets the much needed 3-star for Only Bads. That forces Tribe into a 3-star situation. What a clutch attack for Ninja. Off meta, I guess not off meta because dragons were super meta before the update. But
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Like the
I mean,
execution of the attack, right?
Right, yeah, exactly. I mean, it was just a really nice attack from Ninja. Really clutch, and just attack thrower in there.
Honestly, I think the throw was for that back-end air defense because it could actually reach it from the outside. So let's say maybe he was going to go with the flame flinger at first rather than switching to the siege barracks. If that had have took out the defenses and then like that air defense picked off his super minions, maybe he could have then sniped off the air defense to help the dragons moving through. I don't know. Maybe that's just... Let's see. Whatever. It worked. 3 stars. I'm sure he had such a cool little plan for it. But I gave... you know, bit of big up towards Temper there before. He got some beautiful 3 stars in the last qualifier. I remember his Fireball Rocket Loon really stood out to me. Going with the Root Riders on this one. If he 3 stars, Tribe Gaming win this war. If he does not, they go down to the lower bracket.
Lots of pressure on this attack. And oh my goodness, look at all this damage coming in. Giant bombs going off the town hall, gets some damage in. Another giant bomb hits there. World champion is hanging on. She's going to the rocket spear now, and he's going to go ahead and recall her. So he doesn't lose the world champion, and he'll be able to get her back up to full health with the warden ability, assuming that's what he's going to do here. He's going to go right at the town hall, but man, that was a lot of pressure early.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to say this is incredibly difficult now as well, right? With RC abilities not there, he didn't get the value he wanted. He actually lost one of his Valkyries to a spring trap immediately there as he deployed them. Let's see if the Royal Champion can actually stay alive here. We've got the Archer Queen trying to set the funnel so he can at least push through this town hall, but he's taking so much damage. What can he actually hold on to take out the rest of the base?
Yeah, I agree. There's so much incoming damage, and Queen already went to ability. Oh my goodness. This is very, very intense for Temper. He knows it's on the line. Ultimately, it's not an elimination matchup, but you do not want to go down to the lower bracket in the first round. We've seen teams be able to make that lower bracket run, i.e. Navi in previous months, but man, you have to use so many more resources and you have to exert so much more effort to make that full lower bracket run. All right, Temper's working through here, but man, this one is thinned out. There's only one root, one giant. Healers are getting taken out there. Queen's down, King's barely hanging on. This does not have the gas, and it looks like Tribe Gaming, based on our votes and the community votes, are going to be upset here.
Yeah, and you've got to give credit to Only Bads because it was all because he ran into the bait with the Spirit Walk, right? And that is all due to base building, trying to set that up. Beautiful job. And we talked about their defense before this. Looks like they've pulled out the upset in this opening match, but they have a long way to go before that golden ticket. And Tribe Gaming, they're not out of this yet either. We've seen them make lower bracket runs themselves in the past.
Interestingly enough, look at that 72%. So if Ninja would have missed, they could have still made the comeback with that miss. But ultimately, they don't need it because Ninja gets the triple. Fun fact, 2 out of the 3 triples in this war were dragons, Judo. A little bit unconventional of a war so far from what we've seen.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen a lot of Crusher Mortar defensive bases in this one, and in the last war, we've seen a lot of the Hook Tower bases. That's what I have to say. I mean, when it comes to the crafted defenses, I do like that it injects a little bit of flexibility in the meta and how you have to just look at bases that little bit different. So maybe that is potentially one of the primary reasons they actually opted for the dragons with seeing the Crusher Mortar. But either way, big congratulations to Only Pads. Stepping up here, taking down Tribe Gaming in a matchup which is very difficult when you're going up against someone that has the experience as well on the stage like this. Individually, a lot of the players of Only Pads do have that experience, but not necessarily together. And, you know, once you can get that first matchup under your belt, get the confidence there, who knows where they go from here.
Yeah, I agree with that a lot. I mean, it builds a lot of momentum, it builds a lot of camaraderie with the team. As we look at our updated bracket here, Only Bads will move on to play the winner of our next matchup, Team Elevate versus All Exceed. But that means Tribe Gaming goes down to the lower bracket to face the loser of that matchup in an elimination matchup just a little bit later here today. Still got lots of wars. We still have 5 more wars, Judo, but our bracket is shaping up nicely.
It certainly is, and hey, prediction-wise, 1 out of 3 so far. 1 out of 3. Let's see if I can do better than last month.
I'm right there with you,
what
buddy.
I do love when it comes to predictions is the versatility. It really shows how close the teams are at the top here, and that keeps it exciting for us as well. So I think we should take a look at the MVP of that match. I think I have
Gotta be Ned Drake.
in mind, and there we go, 63%, of course. ND obviously getting that 3-star as well, but coming in clutch and being one of their primary base builders as well. Good job to Ninja, thoroughly deserved in that one.
You know, Judo, we joked last month about Carbon and how bad his picks were and how no one could pick as bad as Carbon. You and I might be picking as bad as Carbon so far here today. But that's okay, though. That's the fun of predictions. You never know what's going to happen in Clash Clans esports. And I think, like what we talked about in the beginning of that war, only Bad's defense were the key. But guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break. We're going to come back with our 4th matchup of the day. We'll be back real quick.
Welcome back. Well, what an exciting event we have had so far this weekend. Lex, welcome back as well. How did you feel following that last matchup? Anything that stood out to you? Any attacks that you were surprised by?
It was a fun one. It was entertaining. One attack that just really comes to mind was that one Royal Champion walk where she went across the top of the base and she must have hit every single giant bomb that could have possibly been there. And then when they zoomed out, I think you even called it out. Just look at all those giant bombs. It looked like a graveyard. That one was funny to see. But overall, an interesting match. Cool to see that the Dragons were doing quite a bit of damage there. And we'll see both of those teams more later today as well. But we can shift focus here to the final 1st round match, Elevate versus All Exceed.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one based on Elevate's performance in last month's qualifier. I feel they were so close to getting that golden ticket that they are definitely going to be wanting to, well, just get it this time around, right? They had a deep run last time. All Exceed back into the monthly qualifiers this time around. They struggled in the first qualifier, but starting to get a little bit more consistency back. So let's see what they are able to do. And we can first take a look at the lineup of Elevate here, Lex.
Yeah, really stacked lineup. Celino, Bernal, Leo, Pato, and the newest addition, Max. This team has multiple, I believe 3 former world champions, and then they brought on Bernal last year, and just recently they brought Max on the lineup as well, and Max has just been a superstar out of North America. He's got one of the highest hit rates in out of all the top tier teams, and this team in general has just been on a roll. As people probably remember from last month, getting 2nd place, almost securing that golden ticket. So close, and they're hungry for it this month. And I think we have a nice video from them to check out and see what they have to say.
Yes, I'm Max, player on Team Elevate, and this is our 2nd monthly finals appearance. I would call Vatic Esports our rival because we played them a lot. We faced them several times last month, and I hope to face them again this month. I think Team Electros looks really strong right now. They have a lot of talented players and good base defense. And I think a lot of people underestimate what they can do. We didn't struggle too much in the qualifier. We only had a couple of matches. So I don't think we've had any Worlds level matches yet, but I'm sure we'll have a lot this weekend. I believe we have the strongest offense on the best bases as well. We work really hard, and you'll for sure see why we deserve the spot. Well, it's just the nature of the game that some small mistakes can, cost you big time.
I love the confidence from Max. He says they are ready to go. Judo, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, he's normally always so humble, isn't he? But I have to say, I love the confidence factor as well, because I feel you need that. If you're not going to back yourself, then who else will? And I feel it's warranted as well. They were so impressive last month. And I think anyone that doubts them getting a golden ticket or having the ability to really weren't watching last month, because they really were head and shoulders above some of the other teams. And I'm excited to see whether they're able to continue that momentum into this month's matches, especially because we've had that brand new defense in there as well.
Indeed. And if you take the hit rates from all the players from stage 1 and stage 2 of this month, you can see on the screen right here, number 1 and number 2 both came from this team. Patho and Max from Elevate were the 2 highest hit rate players so far in this month. So it just goes to show that this team is very stacked offensively. But they're going against a team who I guess we can call an underdog here, but they are a pretty good team. They have taken out some high caliber, high quality teams in the past. It's all Exceed.
Yes, we do see them in the competitive scene quite a lot. We have Hiroya, Sonson, Kazuma, Invincible LG, and Nairomi. They did get into the qualifiers in the first month, and I have a little bit of an interesting take on their performance, but I will let you know about that after their video.
私のチームはアレクシードで、そこのチームのリーダーをやってます、宮野目です。今回のマンスリーファイナルで一番強敵だなと思うチームはエレベートです。なぜなら、そこのチームは攻撃力がすごい高くて、どんなにいい配置を用意してもある程度のスコアを取られるだろうからです。今、最も過小評価されているチームはアレクシードかなと思います。なぜなら、他のチームは世界大会とかに出たことがあるメンバーが多いですが、うちのチームは半分以上が出たことがないので、知らない人も多いかなというのが理由です。私が世界大会レベルの対戦だなと思ったシーンは、今月行われた、世界大会予選の時にナビと対戦した時に14対14でギリギリ勝ったんですけど、その時に世界大会レベルの対戦をしているなと感じました。世界大会の枠が残り1枠しかなかった場合、アレクシードが勝ち進んだ方がいいと思う理由は、今までの世界大会は見たことのある選手、チームがよく出ていると思うんですけど、その中に見たことがないメンバーがいるとより面白いかなと思うからです。
I always love listening to the interviews and just seeing what the teams think and how they back themselves. One of the players you've seen in the lineup, Hiroya, interestingly, not able to pull in like as many 3 stars. He had a fantastic hit rate. In terms of the 3 stars he didn't pull in, they were super, super close. You can notice his average destruction, 98%. So he had a super high hit rate, and the ones that he failed were really, really close as well. And I feel like All Exceed as a team, we haven't necessarily seen the best of them in the past either, because in their first qualifier that they played, the 2 matches they lost to were Dizzy, who got the golden ticket, and then Navi. So I think they had just such a difficult run-in that we could certainly see them doing a lot better. And maybe that's why we see the predictions from the community and that of 32% for them as well.
32%, definitely a significant amount considering you would think that a lot of people would just assume Elevate are going to run away with this. So there is some backing for this team, and I think it's well-deserved because they have a couple of superstar players here. And so as long as, you know, their other players and their defensive setup can really show up here today, they have a solid chance and anything can happen. So it's going to be exciting to see who ends up just showing up in this slightly new version of the meta. But All Exceed will be starting with the first attack. Invincible LG coming in against Celino's base.
Well, let's see what he can do. He does live stream pretty much daily his multiple accounts that he has in Legends League, right up there near the top as well. And this is the strategy he tends to run, the Root Riders using the 2 overgrowth spells as well. So let's see if that helps him out in this scenario. Obviously hard mode being a completely different kettle of fish to attacking in here Legends.
As expected, a Royal Champion walk early to set up this attack. We do have the Root Riders for later. We got 2 overgrowths. But first, the Royal Champion value. The Invis spell is placed quite well so far. She's grabbing that Poison Tower, moving left, taking a little bit of damage from the Town Hall beams. But after another Invis, maybe one more, he'll just go ahead and recall and set up the next phase.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if he gets that recall. I was going to say, he can only really take 2 shots from the Town Hall before you lose the Spirit Fox. So rather than using that last Invis, decides to recall her to protect the Fox as well. Because there's just so much you have to focus on as you're moving through the attack that if the Royal Champion is blinking in and out of being invisible, she has just such a higher likelihood of surviving. So a great move there.
He did deploy that Overgrowth spell very early before he even dropped the first Root Rider. Spring Traps going off there toward the outside of the base. That Overgrowth wears off quite early before he's even inside the base. Let's see what's going toward. I think some Valkyries going toward the Town Hall. The Royal Champion likely going to sideswipe it here. Warren ability should help to keep everybody safe for a little bit. And as the King is deployed on the outside of the base, it's hard to tell if the Queen's going to go outside with him or stay inside with the Riders.
Yeah, I think she... she does actually come back in there. The King gradually taking out those buildings to the outside, helping out. It was great that he had the Royal Champion in order to help snipe the Town Hall as he moved past. And it's very important he does have the Archer Queen in the center here as well, because, as I mentioned right at the start, the Spring Traps took away a lot of his Valkyries, so he really needs the Queen and the RC to do the damage. And so far, that's working out relatively well for him.
After the second Overgrowth expires, now in the core, we can see those devastating defenses. The healers go down to the Scatter Shot, Inferno Tower, Crusher Mortar combo. He does have a free spell to invest there, and he actually still has a good amount of Root Riders alive. With the King and the Queen ability, even though that core looked deadly, it looks like he's got a shot here, Judo.
Certainly does. Spiky Ball blasts through a lot of those big defenses, holding on to that Queen ability for as long as possible. He doesn't want to use the Giant unnecessarily, but as his tanks are going down, now pops it, tries to get that extra damage. Can he get to that multi-archer tower fast enough to take that down? Royal Champion gets it, and what a start this is for All Exceed. We talked about how good of a squad they had, and Elevate, if they want that golden ticket and they're hungry, like you said, they're going to have to come out swinging from the very off.
How about that? A 3-star right away. That has got to be such a good feeling for them to get on the board early, throw all the pressure over to Elevate, who might have had kind of the mindset that, oh, this is no big deal. It's the first round. We do have to do well, but it's not as tough as like the last match of the day. No. All Exceed come in and say, hey, we're actually going to make this a really tough match.
3 stars builds the pressure, especially All Exceed attacking first, throwing that pressure onto them. And what do we have here? We do have a Dragon attack, which we've seen relatively successful in the last matchup, but a couple of variations to that. Some Rocket Loons to try and snipe some of the air defense. You notice up to the 3 o'clock area of the base, and even an Inferno Dragon in here as well, Lex.
It'll be fun to see where he uses that Inferno Dragon. I think likely just going to be using it as sort of a funnel troop, but it can potentially go in combination with the dragons after completing a funnel. Cool to see the overgrowth spell used with the Royal Champion Walk, but I don't think he's been able to get her to where he wanted her to go. It looked like he was trying to get her to go to the Town Hall, and no matter how many invis spells he dropped, she just would not go there.
It certainly looked that way, didn't it? And it looked like she was maybe one tile, not even an entire tile, away from hitting the Town Hall. Nice reaction there with the Earthquake spell to finish off the scatter shot, but you can see he definitely did want her to go to the Town Hall, because now he's having to think on the fly, what on earth do I do? My plan didn't work. I have to completely adjust here. So a couple of seconds just to recalibrate himself, figure out what he's going to do, because not only does he have to secure that Town Hall, All Exceed started with a 3-star, so he's got to get that percentage as high as possible, even if he doesn't get one himself.
Fun to see 2 Yetis at the top side of the base in combination with a dragon attack. Not only are they just helping to set a little bit of a funnel, but I think he's hoping that these Yeti mites can potentially go get the air defense, but no. Both Yetis die a little bit early. Oh, but he had a plan B. Those rocket balloons can go grab that air defense. Maybe that was the plan all along. It's hard to tell if he wanted them there or if he was saving them for the back-end air defense. But the dragons with the minion prince going in straight toward the Town Hall section. Remember, he planned on that Town Hall being down before the dragons even started. So this is kind of an adjustment on the fly.
Yeah, and flying direct into that air sweeper is just proving so annoying for him as well, because he's still got this stacked rage tower compartment, which, let's be honest, he has no hope to get through. So at this stage, he really has to just try and get as much percentage as possible. But honestly, this is going to be tricky to even get up towards 80 at this stage.
It is indeed, especially with the rage tower in the core. There's just no way he's going to be able to take out much there. The invis spell for the minion prince, and of course the Phoenix ability will allow him to just get an extra 8 seconds or so of life and damage. He can take out a builder hut. I think that's all he got extra from the Phoenix ability, 1 builder hut for 1%. And man, he's not even going to get that 80% mark. It falls short right here at 79. So unfortunate that he just was not able to get his Royal Champion to work the way he wanted her to go in toward the Town Hall.
Wow. Well, what a matchup we have here then. All Exceed with the star advantage and a 21% destruction advantage after the first attack. Now, certainly what we have seen in hard mode is you do have the ability to catch up a little bit as well. Lean on your teammates. It is a team game at the end of the day as well. So Elevate, after their performance last month, will certainly... They just need to have that one player, and I'm sure they've got it, who can step up and really just give them the motivational speech they need right now. But can they actually pull it back? That's the question. Or can All Exceed keep their foot on the gas?
It's a very good question. All Exceed have got to be feeling good after the opening round of attacks. Maybe that'll give the next player here that little extra oomph to really get it done. This is Hiroya, who you shouted out. Even when he fails, his attacks are almost always 96% or higher destruction. So this is one of their star players. And look, he goes with such a simple Royal Champion walk. He might have only taken out 2 or 3 defenses before recalling her right away.
Yeah, just get that defensive funnel as much as he needs, or as little as he needs. Don't take the risk of losing your RC or anything. And then I love this approach with the log launcher. Just trying to keep the monolith distracted with the skeleton spell. He can snipe that off, and the multi-inferno as well. The builder hut and the Tesla prove a little bit of annoyance for him, but with the monolith and the inferno tower, notice that you have that gap where, yes, there's a couple of Valkyries move around, but the Root Riders shouldn't then go anywhere other than through towards the Town Hall.
Hopefully one or both of those Yetis from the log launcher can go get that Inferno Tower. It looks like they will. That's going to be good. So his plan is still going to plan. The log launcher and the troops inside got the value he wanted. Those Root Riders moving in through the upper side of the base toward the left, slowly making their way over to the Town Hall. It is a little scary, kind of leaving the Town Hall for the second half of the attack here, but with an Overgrowth spell still in his pocket, he uses it right there on the bottom side of the core to make sure he's forcing everybody to that Town Hall.
Yeah, just keep everything moving in that straight line. Get rid of any of the damage from the Fire Spitter as well. RC locks onto the Town Hall, so he decides to use the Rage early, quite aggressively, to try and help her through that. Also freezing alongside the defending hero. and that has worked out beautifully because with that down, can continue his push around the outside of the base, but Root Rider's falling fast. Barbarian King also going down. He's got the Queen ability, but can he actually push through the last end of the base here?
With a Ricochet Cannon here on the back end, the multi-archer tower still lingering. The Grand Warden starting to take so much damage, especially that multi-targeting Inferno Tower. Compared to a lot of other defenses, those Inferno Towers sometimes get ignored or they aren't often thought of as a huge threat, but they really do a lot of damage, especially when they're supercharged, more than you would think. But as we move into this last section here, the Queens are fizzling out. We've only got a clone Queen left, and she's on a timer. Here in a few seconds, she's going to disappear, and he's got nothing left.
Giant does manage to snipe the Tesla behind the wall. The Queen did manage to get the Archer Tower before she fell, so gets a couple of extra percentage points. Maybe if the Royal Champion could have got that Ricochet Cannon before she went down, he might have been able to get 1 or 2 extra percent, but I don't think it would have been enough for the 3-star, unfortunately. However, with 92%, it certainly keeps the pressure on Elevate. However, if they can have that team talk, get a 3-star now, it ties up on stars, and then they just have to grind out that percentage to catch back up.
We'll see what Elevate are going to be able to do with their next attack. It was interesting to see that they sent Celino first. Maybe they have been mixing up the hit order a little bit over the last couple months, but I remember in the past, Celino used to almost always go last. So kind of interesting to see him go early and not Max, who tends to go early.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's not Max again. So Max must be cooking up something special for later. Bernal, who used to be so well known for his Queen charges, he's going in with the standard Root Riders here today.
Oh, the nostalgia you just gave me with those raged wall breakers he used to use back in 2019. Such good esports times that we had watching back then. But anyways, game progresses forward. Now we see these Royal Champion dives that he is working on perfecting. Does manage to avoid the tornado trap damage, shall we say. Managed to keep her invisible, so there was nothing taking out his RC or Spirit Fox. Is he going to be able to keep her alive using that one more invis spell to get the Ricochet Cannon? Now... Oh, I thought he'd used his last invisibility spell. I was waiting for the recall, and I was like, come on, Bernal. But he had one more to get the monolith there.
He brought a few extra invises than what's kind of standard for that sort of setup. He really wanted to get some good value, and he was able to path her really well. Got all the way to the middle of the base there, took out that monolith, which is such a key defense. So very nice to see that gone early. Skeleton spell here to help distract that Crusher Mortar and able to take that defense out early as well. I think he's setting himself up quite nicely.
Yeah, looks pretty good here, especially, like you said, with King on the outside. He's got plenty of protection right now to just keep the Root Riders moving through the middle. Does have the Eternal Tome on this one, so he can use that. Manage to protect everything through this dangerous area of the Town Hall. Heal them back up. Now we see the Overgrowth as well. More sort of mitigate damage in this scenario, but it should mean that everything pushes up to blend alongside the Barbarian King. And with a couple of abilities left over, could still get this.
Indeed, we see the King ability, the Queen ability. That King is just chilling on 1 HP. Of course, as soon as I say that, the Bomb Tower Death Explosion forces his Spiky Ball around. That Overgrowth spell expires. We have no more spell support here whatsoever, but the Rage Gem from the Grand Warden still coming in clutch, allowing those healers to get extra value out of their healing, and they are helping to keep quite a few units alive here. Although with the Royal Champion going down, we're losing a lot. It's starting to fizzle out.
It's interesting to see the teams like holding. This is a difference between hard mode and regular, right? Like having to hold that Queen ability because your Root Riders are more than likely going to fizzle out towards the end, versus in regular mode you can press that Queen ability a bit earlier to get more damage behind the Root Riders and push through areas a bit quicker. He did save it in this scenario right towards the end. He's got the tanking to be able to get through, but does he have time? A couple of Super Barbarians take out the mortar. They will get locked onto by the Wizard Tower. Can he get up towards that storage as well? Looks like Bernal is not too sure. He's only got a couple of seconds left, but they get to the storage and he gets it. 3 stars for Elevate, tying things back up. So now they just trail on percentage, and there's still a long way to go in this wall.
Wow, what a close finish. And you could see the queen there at the very end with like 3 or 4 seconds left to go. She could reach the storage. She shot it once, but the air skellies were on top of the storage. And then all of a sudden she switched focus with 2 seconds left. She wanted to go shoot the skellies, but luckily everybody else was able to take out the storage just in time. And he got it done. The 3-star is what counts. So other than a little bit of a percentage lead, basically back to an even playing field here, which is exactly what we want to see. That's what makes for the best matchup.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, they're only 13% in the lead now, so a much tighter matchup than what we had at the start. However, let's see what All Exceed can do. Does run straight into the tornado trap. Multiple bombs. Spirit Fox goes down. He's kept the Royal Champion alive, but he has had to use the haste file here. Recovers a little bit of health, taking down those defenses, but he's still got a lot of invis spells to use, which he's got planned on the Royal Champion.
No recall spell on this one. This is one of those setups where he's just going to use every single spell on the Royal Champion early. And if he can keep her alive, that is. Oh, the Town Hall damage hits her with the Poison Tower, and down she goes with 4 invis spells. Not even used.
Yeah, he was planning to take that central area with the fire spitters, and as soon as she started moving down to the south, I knew that is not what he wanted, trying to send her back. But the invis spells are so difficult to use on the dragons, aren't they? You can see he's used a couple there to try and help from that air defense, but they're obviously not as helpful as with the Royal Champion. He's trying to get that Town Hall down. Meanwhile, we still have the defending Furnace just raining damage onto the dragons, so they will get through that Town Hall. He's got a lot of base left over now.
They picked a very heavy hitting area to start the dragons at. They took so much damage early. It looks like the Grand Warden actually died before all the dragons did. A bit unfortunate there. Lost the passive abilities from him. Minion Prince had the metal pants that was helping him out for a while to at least go try to clear the score, but there's so many defenses still alive. This attack gonna struggle to get any more percent. He'll grab a couple of buildings here and there. 2 balloons on the right, trying to get the mortar. I'm not even sure. I don't think they can even get that. They don't quite get the army camp. Can that archer get it just in time? Ooh, yeah, that's an extra building right there. But this is going to give Elevate a solid chance at getting the lead back with their next attack.
Yeah, I mean, when we think of that opening attack by Salinho, it was a 79%, so it was even greater than this one. And as we said, things flipping straight away back to Elevate. And even after that first attack, I mentioned in hard mode, the wars can be kind of clawed back a lot more efficiently if you can rely on your team to step up. And you also mentioned that normally Max goes first. We haven't seen him attack yet, so I wonder if he's next in the lineup. Yes, he is. Let's see what he's got for us.
Yes, the 2 highest hit rate players from Elevate, Max and Pat, though I don't think we've seen either of them go in yet, so Elevate, a lot of firepower still to show. Here we go with Max, who's bringing a bit of a Warden walk here. This is different. Haven't seen this much, if at all, yet today. He doesn't have a fireball, so he's just trying to set a little corner funnel. I think he had the Healing Tome and a Rage Gem, so look at what he's doing here with the Angry Jellyfish.
Yeah, maybe a little bit worried about the bait of Royal Champion dives and not really being able to identify where that was. I love the thought here of just using the Warden charge to do exactly the same thing. Set up the defensive funnel, don't risk your Royal Champion, and then he can just pull the Warden across with the Root Riders. I've always thought myself, like, maybe I can start a Royal Champion dive, do the Warden walk on the opposite side, but there's just so much multitasking involved that, like, yeah, it's a lot easier to just focus on the RC dive. Max flipping that on its head, though, starting out with a Warden walk. I love it.
The one advantage I will say this has over the RC walk is he might have used, I think, 1 rage, if anything, so maybe 2 spell space, compared to you often have to use 6, 7, 8 spell space to get that Royal Champion walk in with the recall spell. So he saved a lot of spell space that he can now use with the Root Riders. I mean, he's got 2 overgrowth spells and still a ton of backup spells to use on top of that.
Look at that Rocket Loon popping every single red air mine. Fantastic. And we seen last month that Max was the first player to use the combination of the Rage Gem and the Healing Tome on the Warden and use the Overgrowth to kind of help him alongside that. And this month, we're obviously seeing him use the Warden charge, so loving the creativity despite sticking with the same strategy. That's what I think Hero Equipment has enabled Clash of Clans to do, is play strategies in so many different ways. And you've got to say, this looks amazing for Max right now. With the amount of spells he has left over and hero abilities, is this hard mode Lex, or what's going on?
It was looking crushing for sure, but here after the second overgrowth expires, you do have to worry about this Crusher Mortar and the Monolith, but I guess as you mentioned, him just having so many spells left over and the Royal Champion ability, her Rocket Spear just made that look easy. She cleared that scary looking compartment like it was nothing, and she's still at full health. He's got another Invis spell right there, and still one more on standby. I mean, there's over 30 seconds left in the attack, and his teammates are already cheering.
I mean, they know. I mean, Max is dialed in right until the very end. Quick little thumbs up there. Yep, job done. Another 3-star. I mean, just such an incredible attacker. Not going with the set way of doing an attack strategy and really trying to adjust it to the base. Thoroughly deserved 3-star. Putting Elevate now in the lead. Can you believe that they were, quote unquote, so far behind after the first attack? And now they're in the lead after the third? What a roller coaster of a ride we've had so far, and there's still 2 attacks to go for each team.
Yep. This one thing about these teams, especially with Elevate here, I mean, they are just a completely stacked lineup. There's not a single weak link on that team. Sure, there's going to be a slip up every here and there from one of the players randomly, like their first attack, for example, but when you average it out over the long run, all 5 of those players are superstars, and that's kind of what often sets them apart from other teams.
Indeed. Well, let's see what All Exceed can do here. I mean, they've got to focus up, get their head back in the game, but they're certainly still within this, trailing by a star though, so let's see whether they can get the 3-star on this one. I do notice the Justice Sword in the middle of the base there. If you haven't gone ahead and claimed yours, be sure to go to the Clash of Clans social pages, because you can get that decoration for free right now.
A good shout out there, and we're once again seeing this Root Rider army being utilized. It is the favorite amongst the pros in this meta. Very simple but effective. Royal Champion walk to set the funnel, and then the Root Riders here from the east side of the base, again with a double overgrowth setup, and we're kind of just using everybody together here on that 3 o'clock side. Probably going to see the King used a little bit further south, but the Queen just right in there with the Root Riders here.
Yeah, just holding on things so he can take out some of these defenses, make sure the King doesn't get too far ahead, and he can gel the armies together. Poison spell on top of that defending furnace. Now we notice the King down to the bottom of the base. Still has 2 ice golems as well, so maybe going to try and sneak those in ahead of the monolith. But as we notice the center of the base, nice use of the overgrowth to try and path things together, because they were starting to split there. Versus the RC
this is
as
one
well.
thing we've seen a lot of the pros do, especially in the past, is even though you can hit every defense in the core with that overgrowth, he kind of staggers it to the side a little bit because he wants to sideswipe at least a couple of those core defenses. Otherwise, when that overgrowth expires, I mean, you have like all 8 of those heavy defenses hitting you at once, so often nice to at least take out 1 or 2 of them. But nonetheless, even with that, I mean, it's so much damage here as all of his units get to the core and no more spell support, and everybody's exposed and they're getting hit from just defenses at multiple angles.
Yeah, like you said, every single angle firing at him. He's got that final Ice Golem to try and protect the King, let him get that little bit further. Still has the King ability as well, and a couple of Super Barbarians. I wonder if you can just use those on buildings to like the north of the base to try and drive the percentage a little bit more, because at this stage, there's not really a hope that he's going to get the 3-star, so he has to try and just select the least hit point buildings that he can, as you notice he's doing right there now.
Yep, and that's a good shout, especially in this meta where 3-stars are not super common. You have to be able to accept when you know you're not going to be able to get through the base, and if you have extra troops, just really start to maximize the percent. This one not going to work out. Pato gets a defense, and Elevate have a chance with their next attack to see if they can extend the lead.
Yeah, and they put themselves in such a driving position. They are a star ahead, and they were 12% ahead in terms of destruction before that last attack. And obviously with falling so far short, it really does put Elevate in the driving seat here. They'll be looking to close things out. We've got Leo heading in with the Root Riders, a very similar approach to what we just seen. And I love the shout out that you gave on the overgrowths of allowing you to like strip out part of these thick areas of the base. One thing I would add for anyone at home that is trying to like utilize that technique, see if you can use it on the fire spitters to like get behind a fire spitter, or if a fire spitter is not facing you, obviously try not to overgrowth it so you can take it out before your troops move around it, and obviously you'll then take damage.
Definitely a great shout out with the fire spitter specifically. Leo has his Royal Champion moving in here on the left side of the base. Had a chance to take that fire spitter out, but decides he doesn't want to use the extra invis spell, so he went ahead and recalled. He'll leave that fire spitter up. If he's going to go in on this 9 o'clock side and kind of work his way down to 6 and back up to the core, he should just be behind that fire spitter anyway.
Yeah, hopefully he can get the angle right. He takes a little bit of damage here initially, but then should be good. Notice the headhunters flying across the base there will actually work out pretty nicely to get the defending hero and then move down towards the defending minion prince. Overgrowths, like you said, the damage in this scenario, it's not one of those like thick rage tower compartments or core compartments that he has to worry about that, but just allows him to path around, keep the healing of the healers to maximum effect where it can splash onto as many of those troops as possible.
The only thing I don't like about this setup here is that once that first overgrowth expires, that monolith, it was taking out 1 or 2 healers there. Luckily, the boogers are starting to step in, try to distract that monolith, and as a couple of Valkyries and Yetis go in there, and he even sent in some back-end super barbs, so it looks like he did have kind of a nice backup plan for that monolith. The second overgrowth covering the town hall does feel risky, but I think he's willing to do it here because he still has all 4 hero abilities.
I only just noticed that myself. I was like, wait a second, he hasn't even used the Eternal Tome yet. Now we see that being used as he's approaching the Town Hall. Spiky Ball actually keeps everything moving into the base. That's where you don't have to always get, like, large defensive value with it. And with the Rocket Spear still intact here, Queen ability just being used, Leo for Elevate is going to extend their lead even further. And this almost gives them the victory. It's not mathematical at this point, or is it actually? I think it is, right? All Exceed, won't be able to catch up unless there was a drastic mistake from Elevate in their final attack.
We'd have to look at the math again, but it would take like a low percent 1-star or something at this point. Fun thing to note at the end of that attack, he didn't even use one of his invis spells, but also his last freeze he used on the fire spitter that wasn't even facing any of his troops, just on the fire spitter. So a little bit of a swag spell there, kind of trolling, not sure if he even noticed or not, but overwhelmingly crushing attack right there from Leo. And Leo wasn't even one of the 2 players we were talking about earlier with the highest hit rate. So just again, it goes to show that this team is just stacked with superstars.
Yeah, and they are managing to perform time and time again in this scenario as well. And take a look at this. Kazuma attacking Banal, but Banal opting to go with the Flame Spinner. I'm not sure that we've even seen one of those so far today. It's been the Hook Tower or the Crusher motor for the most part, I think.
The Fire, or the Flame Spinner, rather, definitely not one of the common choices used amongst the pros currently. It is cool to see, though. I just love the visual effect of it, but it doesn't have the same sort of unpredictable effect that something like the Hook Tower has. The Flame Spinner here, very predictable because it just spins in circles the whole time. It does its thing whether you're there or not, but Kazuma goes ahead and takes it out early with the Royal Champion walk, setting up for the Root Riders now.
Yeah, it's difficult to know exactly where he wanted his RC to path there. Looked like she went a little bit wonky on him, but he should still be good in terms of defensive funnels here. Starts out with the Archer Queen and just the Grand Warden to try and take out this bottom section. There's no point in just blasting your Root Riders in, making sure they get kind of ahead of the game, if you will, or at risk of traps. You can slowly try and snipe off this bottom area, and then now we see the Root Riders coming in, and we'll see the King across to the left side to try and help with the funneling.
Some nice patience right there. I do think that was a good thing to do, so that way the Root Riders didn't take damage from the enemy heroes while he was able to take them out with his headhunters. A little bit unfortunate, though. That minion prince did so much damage to his queen. She had to go to ability unexpectedly there, but as he moves in with the Root Riders, those units are at least looking healthy for now.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, with that queen ability gone, it's nice that he can power through this area a little bit because he's got the damage. However, he is going to get stuck on the defending ice golems, and he's still got a long way to go to the town hall here. He's got the king ability and then another overgrowth to try and push them up towards it, but things are going down fast at the same time as well, so a little bit of a increased heart rate moment, I'm sure, for Kazuma here.
A second overgrowth, being able to use it so late in the attack definitely helps slow down the oncoming damage. His Royal Champion has been able to maintain her health as well throughout this entire attack, and even the Spirit Fox still alive. Power-wise, this is looking great. He does not have any spells left, and I'm trying to calculate if time is even going to be an issue. It seems like he's doing okay on time, but he is going to have to go through a poison effect, and that could slow him down.
Yeah, he's still got the spiky ball here, which he's trying to hold on to, obviously. Make sure that he can smash through a couple of those, like the builder huts will go down in one shot. The storage might not go down in one shot now. Doesn't actually even... Oh, yes, it does go down in one shot. And with 9 seconds... Oh, no! The monolith just didn't quite go down. The Royal Champion, are you joking?
No!
What?
The Royal Champion only needed 1 or 2 shots, and she's the one that got targeted. It's a 99% for All Exceed, and that just about puts them out of this match as long as the final attacker of Elevate can come in and just secure at least 1 star.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the silver lining for him is that even if he'd have got the 3-star, Elevate would have only needed a 2-star attack in this last one to secure out the war, but still, they are attacking later today. They all want to get 3 stars at every point, but, you know, you want to try and put up as many stars as you can to give yourself as much confidence for the lower bracket as possible.
Indeed. Now we get to see Pato from Elevate, who actually has had the highest hit rate out of every single player in this particular season, the June month through Stage 1 and Stage 2. And let's see if he lives up to that stat. We have been hyping him up a little bit. He's coming in with the classic Root Rider strategy. Only 1 overgrowth, so if 2 overgrowths has kind of become the staple, he's at least slightly different there.
Yeah, I always love even just tailoring things slightly to the base, not just kind of running your Legend Army and going for it, but trying to really just think that little bit as to how can you take advantage of the current setup. Diving in towards the town hall here, using the earthquake to try and weaken things. Love that. Alongside this first invade, he's got to be careful because he has taken 1 shot from the town hall to the Spirit Fox, so another would mean that he loses the Spirit Fox. But at this stage, town hall should go down, and all is looking beautiful for Pato at the start of this attack.
That Archer Queen, defending Archer Queen on 1 HP there. You can barely even see any color in her health bar. That's fun to see, but she's still alive. And it's a good shout out from you. I think you mentioned earlier, if the Town Hall hits your Spirit Fox twice, she will take enough damage to go down. So that's something to know if you're watching at home and you're trying to use this Royal Champion Spirit Fox kind of combo as an opener for your attacks. You got to be careful with that Town Hall doing damage to your Spirit Fox because it does a lot of damage to her. But we have the overgrowth now on the left side of the core, the Root Riders moving their way in, and the troop launcher helping from behind.
Yeah, just continuing to pop those troops inside. Typically we see, you know, like Coco Loons in there to try and check for air traps for your healers. Sometimes we see the occasional Yeti as well, as we've seen in this scenario, just to try and bounce onto the defenses once you're in the heart of the base. With the overgrowth wearing off, I think he was maybe hoping to direct onto those defenses a little bit more, but thankfully everything is still packed together, so things are protecting each other. However, he has lost his healers at this stage. Let's see how crucial that will be.
The healers going down, definitely not ideal, and the Grand Warden as well. 2 of the things that really help you push through the back end of the base, but with the Queen ability, he might still have a chance. It's hard to tell. That Ricochet Cannon doing so much damage on the left. We do get through the multi-gear tower. The Royal Champion's still pushing through, but she finally drops to this Fire Spitter. We got all 3 queens up, at least for now. Can they get through that Ricochet Cannon quick enough to give him a chance? Oh, they all fizzle out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even though he has like the booger there from Sneezy, that won't protect the ricochet cannon. It was beautiful at first how the giant, even though it had a tiny bit of health, like distracted the fire spitter long enough for the queen to get through it, but unfortunately not able to push through these final couple of defenses. Super, super close for Pato. Like you said, he's had such an impressive hit rate recently as well, but Elevate getting the victory comfortably in the end as well. And you have to also say that being able to bounce back as a team from a massive upset and the way they started out the war, that is really impressive as well. And it goes to show just how strong they are.
Strong indeed. We can see the stats right here. It is a convincing victory for Elevate. Moving on to the next round, they do end up with 13 stars and pretty decent percent. This is on par with what we saw from Vatic earlier at the beginning of the day. Over on the other side, we still got to give some shout outs to some of those players on All Exceed. Of course, Invincible LG opening up with that 3-star was really great from him, and a couple of high percentage attacks from his teammates as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be excited to see, one, how Elevate perform moving through the bracket now, because if they weren't a favorite moving into this weekend, you've got to say after that performance, your expectation of them has maybe stepped up even further, but also how All Exceed bounce back from this. So let's take a look at the bracket so that we can see how this all starts to unfold now that we've played the first 4 matches. In the upper side of the bracket, we have Vatic Esports and Dizzy Stamina. Then we have Elevate and Only Bads, but moving down to the lower end of the bracket, we have the teams that naturally lost.
Indeed, these teams lost their first round, but they are still in it. They get one more shot, and we will be watching these 2 matches coming up next. So we're going to see Team Electros versus HTM Esports compete next, and the winner will still be moving on to play tomorrow, while the loser will be eliminated. And the same goes for Tribe Gaming versus All Exceed. So some really stacked matches coming up. We still got a lot of Clash to watch today. Let's see who ended up being the match MVP of the match that we just watched.
Drumroll, please. And it's Max. There we go. 33%. I think he's a fan favorite. He kept snatching that MVP from his teammates last month as well. I've got to say, you could arguably give it to any of the Elevate players. Banal arguably getting that 3-star initially and kind of spinning things around for them, I thought might have been a little bit higher, but they all had such good performances. And again, I always love the creativity that Max brings to the attacks. Even if he uses like meta strategies, he still brings his own spin on them, and I always enjoy watching him play for that reason.
Yeah, and like you mentioned before, he seems to be kind of pioneering, slightly adjusting how these attacks are used. Like he was the first to do Rage Gem with Healing Tome, and now he's doing this attack slightly different, and maybe other players are going to end up copying it next month as well. We'll have to stay tuned and see, but you can see the next matchup we got for you guys, Team Electros versus HTM Esports, coming up soon, but we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back.
And we are back with the next match around the corner, and even more action to come after we just had already this incredible face-off. Elevate really showing off, really giving us a great time to watch. Our next match is going to jump down to the lower bracket. Those teams are fighting for their tournament lives and are trying their best to stay in this competition. We have Team Electros versus HTM Esports. Both teams unfortunately have lost already, and that's why they're meeting now in the lower bracket. Average stats, this again is collected from the second stage of this competition of this monthly qualifier. Team Electros is having the slight lead, but I think we should jump into their lineup as well and see who is going to be playing in that next match, because we have Diego, Loop, Eltano, Rigo Torres, and Almualin in the lineup. Unfortunately, Team Electros, with one of their last attacks in the first match, with Almualin only getting a 60% 2-star roughly, which has really cost them being not able to beat Dizzy, and this is why they're now in this lower bracket match. But again, we have seen crazy lower bracket runs overall, so nothing is over for them for sure. But we have Lexnos back, it looks like. So HTM is next, right?
Yes, HTM Esports are going to be Team Electros' opponents, and we saw them earlier today, of course, in that first matchup. They didn't perform as good as they wanted to, but like we hinted at, they're kind of a hit or miss team. Sometimes they only get 9 or 10 stars, and then out of nowhere, they can have a perfect war. So you never know what you're going to get when you're watching this team. Maybe this is going to be one of those matches where they just come out swinging and decide to 3-star every single base.
But I feel like at the same time, they are one of the more predictable teams, because I at least have not seen them do anything different than Root Riders. While yes, most of the teams obviously are playing Root Riders. Actually, let me quickly check the numbers. But so far we have 80% of the attacks being Royal Champion Charge Root Rider attacks, while 15% being Royal Champion Charge Dragon attacks, and we have twice the different strategy, and because that was, well, a Warden Walk with Root Riders. So overall, a lot of Root Riders, and it seems like that Royal Champion Root Riders are really the strategy, or is really the strategy HTM Esports likes to bring and forcing on every single base. So the question is that too predictable for Team Electros, and are they able to somehow defend this opening with Team Electros on their own? They have to get their attacks in and right as well, because we have seen it in the first match. They have not performed that bad, except one attack. That really has cost them.
And I guess you made a good point where, you know, I've been saying HTM Esports are kind of hit or miss, but maybe it's against teams that aren't necessarily building specifically against them. But when they are so predictable, if you do know that they're going to use 5 Root Rider attacks, maybe it does make it even easier for these teams on this particular weekend to say, hey, we're going to build 5 bases that we think are only designed to counter Root Riders. And it does make it to where HTM Esports might struggle even more than they usually do.
Yeah, it's never easy, but something which is not easy either are the predictions. So let's jump into that quickly. And well, we are all on the same page with this one. Team Electros all the way. I feel like in their first match, even though they had this one little miss, they tried something new with the raged rocket spear on the Royal Champion Charge. It did backfire, unfortunately, but at least to me, this is like promising enough that I'm picking Team Electros in this one. Why did you go with Team Electros?
I just have a good feeling about them. I think they're more consistent. Even if they're not winning every single match, you can at least kind of know what to expect. And I feel like they're still solidly hitting in that 12-star range. Every once in a while, they'll perform a little bit better. But when I've been watching them over the weeks, they often at least get that 1 or 2 3-stars, where HTM Esports, it does feel like half the time they're just hitting that 10 stars.
Yeah, and those are our predictions. Let's take a look at what the community thinks. And overall, I would say we all agree that Team Electros is a really clear and big favorite in this one. I'm not sure if that was, at least it looks like, I think, one of the most one-sided matches prediction-wise when it comes down to casters and as well the community agreeing together. Let's see if the match is going to go exactly that way, or if we're going to see maybe a little bit of a surprise going to that match.
Yes, indeed. And if you want to get in on the action, you can go to event.supercell.com/clashofclans and show your support and even earn some in-game rewards. So go check that out as we get ready for this matchup.
Yep, that is right. Getting ready indeed, making sure that we have every correct army loaded for the players, that they are having some time to actually take a look at the bases, because remember, those matches are a little bit different to what you normally see in your Clan Wars, because those matches are played with a 45-minute war timer, and the first attack is typically going in after roughly 8 minutes, which means those teams do not have too long to plan, so they need to be quick. And they need to be quick, making sure the correct army is selected, the correct spells, the correct equipment, everything is ready. And we're having the first attacker about to go in, as we're seeing the last preparation for him, making sure it's the correct base to attack. That's always that. It can happen, but it's always the worst feeling that you're taking the wrong base. I mean, it has happened before, but I don't wish that to anyone.
Definitely scary. I can remember attacking in the past, and sometimes I would back out and go into scout view like 4 times over again just to make sure I'm really looking at the right base before hitting attack. You can see Spiz here with his player cam set up. He's going through, looking at his army, making sure the heroes and the equipments are correct. Looks like he's even filling in his clan castle troops on that nice large device.
Yeah, it's always way easier to play on those bigger devices, but I've seen as well that some of those pros really like going crazy with those smaller devices, which I'm always so impressed with, because I never know how they do it, but we're in now. We are in, and it's going to be a Root Rider attack. As we were predicting, we have the common and novel combinations when it comes down to equipment. And again, we have that Crusher Mortar right in front of the Town Hall.
Here we go with the Royal Champion in from the northwest side of the base. The oh-so-common Royal Champion Spirit Walk here, trying to carve out some nice value. The pathing pretty straightforward for her to go in toward this little section with the Spell Tower, toward the Giga Bomb. Unfortunately there, Spirit Fox dies early. She was not inside that Invis spell, and although she still is likely going to be able to get the value he wants from this early section, he won't have that Spirit Fox later.
He won't have that indeed, which is always a tool to protect that Royal Champion as the attack is moving forward. And losing her early hurts a lot, but the Root Riders are in. The Siege is in there as well. The first Black Mines are getting triggered. The Root Riders are now trying to follow, go for the defenses, opening up those compartments. But this left Builder Hut might lead them into the wrong direction. Nope, the Royal Champion is quick enough.
Luckily enough, that went down. We do have the King on the outside of the base. We're seeing the Warden ability being used right here. This is one of the rare attacks from today where we're not seeing the Rage Gem. The Rage Gem has been kind of a staple, very common in being used today, but not on this one. We're going with, it looked like the Eternal Tome in combination with the Healing Tome. The King on the right side, having to use the Spiky Ball kind of early. He's getting hit pretty hard. And as we get through this middle section, we're going to drop an Overgrowth spell on the Town Hall, which this late in the attack does feel risky. It looks like the pathing might be okay if it wears off in time.
Yeah, it really comes down to the timings now, because he still has another Rage in the freeze, but the troops are slowly making their way around the Town Hall, which is never a good timing. There goes the Rage to save and protect that Archer Queen, at the same time taking down the Town Hall. We have some troops on the outside, but those witches won't have a fun time versus the splash of that Crushing Mortar. Maybe it's still going to be enough with the Archer Queen and the Giant going on the top left side.
The Royal Champion able to take out that Crusher Mortar. The Queen down to just a tiny bit of health. The Ricochet Cannon likely going to eliminate her. Yes, it does. That Ricochet Cannon looking a little bit scary, and it has fizzled out here as the Giant also likely going to die to that Ricochet Cannon. A bit unfortunate that toward the end there of getting through the core, the healers just decided to stick on that Yeti instead of going to help either the Queen or even the Royal Champion. That could have made a big difference.
Yeah, that would have been great to have her alive on that back end for sure, but we have the Yeti still trying to maybe go for the wall and go for 1 or 2 more beatings. We have seen now quite some time that percentage can be a big deciding factor, but yet again, not a 3-star for HTM. They're still waiting for their first 3-star in this final stage of this qualifier, and it seems like that the first attack of this match is not going to be exactly that. Team Electros now are on their chance of getting the lead in this matchup. But for that, they have to 3-star.
Indeed, they do. And it's difficult to try to get into their headspace and understand how they're feeling, whether they're feeling super confident about this match or if they're a little bit unsure of themselves since they did go into this lower bracket right away. We'll see what they come up with on their first attack, but they got to at least feel good about that defense right away. Not the highest percent, so in terms of Team Electros, you'd have to consider that a pretty good defense.
Yeah, I think they're really happy with their defense. And Diego is going to be the first attacker for Team Electros. And even though it kind of backfired for them, unfortunately, in their first match, but I really hope that we're going to see something again like this raged up rocket spear or like something out of the box, because I feel like if those things work, the defender never ever expect those, and that's always something which I enjoy watching. But we have the Royal Champion charge in here and into a compartment where there can't be that many traps, it feels like, or how many traps are in this dead zone.
Let's see, as the Royal Champion goes up toward the scatter shot, toward the air defense, she's going to start getting in range of where Giant Bombs potentially could be. There's one, and he goes ahead and recalls before she even takes damage from it. So a very simple Royal Champion funnel, and now we're just going to get started going straight at that Town Hall.
Going straight in there, but he needs to create that funneling around that Town Hall, and he does that with investing that overgrowth spell. We have the Archqueen at the bottom side taking down those outside buildings to really keep those Root Riders inside the base. But there's a lot of damage as well, especially with the defending Clan Castle, which is this Rocket Loom, which just went down. But take the hit points of the Root Riders. The first one going down, the second one already really low on hit points.
We did drop the troop launcher in range of that wizard tower that was just hitting it the entire time, so that troop launcher already low on HP, but it might still get all of its barrels off. Hard to tell. King on the outside of the base with an ice golem and then a baby dragon on the right to try to really solidify the funnel. The second overgrowth is being used, but he does not hit that crusher mortar, and it is doing a lot of damage as the Royal Champion tries to go take it out now.
We're trying to spot if there's any Root Riders left alive. I think the bottom compartment did open, but at this stage all of the Root Riders are gone. The Royal Champion trying her best, but without the support of spells, the Royal Champion is about to go down. But she was able to deliver some of those rocket spears, but without protection she is going down indeed. The Warden as well, which means the Rage Gem is gone. And Team Electros as well are struggling with their first attack. Their only hope right now is that Queen ability to pick up some more percentages.
It is nice to get the 3 queens out, doing triple the damage for a bit of time, but even with 3 of them, it just takes forever to get through some of these max level supercharged defenses. They have so much HP, and as the time trickles down, he is racking up the percentage points. It is going to be a higher percent than HTM Esports' first attack, but still, it's going to be a defense, and we're going to be tied at least on stars after the first round of attacks. He's still moving through, though. This is actually getting closer than it looked. He's going to get into the mid-90s potentially.
Yeah, really nice job with that Archqueen equipment combination. It's just so good having that action figure and the magic mirror, combining the power and the tankiness of those two equipments, and this results in a 94%. It looked not that great during the middle part, where it felt like that most of the army has been taken care of after, 75-ish%, but he was able to push it all the way up to the high 90s, which means they're up in the lead, percentage-wise at least.
Indeed, they're going to be a little bit up on percent, and now we can go into the next round of attacks, and we'll see if Van will finally be able to secure that first 3-star for HTM Esports. He's already in with the Royal Champion, working here on the left side of the base. Again, pretty classic army that we're expecting. Ooh, but look, he's actually got a giant arrow equipped on his Archer Queen, and a log launcher, and a couple of earthquake spells. It's going to be fun to see where he tries to set that up.
Okay, that's interesting. Not really a big investment. I feel like looking back at what we have seen already from, again, Max, who likes to invent those different openings, I feel like he could have approached pretty much the same with just doing a quick Warden Walk, based on what we have seen from Max. because the Royal Champion charge really was so quick. Let's hope that he got enough value and he was able to provide that pathing, because we have again this combination of Super Valkyrie and the Super Yeti. Come on, how much value can the Electromites get? And Scanner went down.
Nice. It was nice to see how the scatter shot went down. The extra defense kind of makes me think, okay, maybe the Super Valk and the Super Yeti were worth it instead of just the normal 3 Yetis, but it's hard to tell for sure. We do have the Overgrowth spell here on the Town Hall, on the scatter shot, forcing all of his units around toward the right side of the base. And considering the fact that he's still Warden ability, not even activated yet, power-wise, this is looking pretty decent. We'll see if he can keep these healers alive.
That is always the big task. Keeping the healers alive is just so crucial. We have the outside defense getting taken care of, which means the Root Riders should stick together, which is important so the healers are as efficient as possible. But the Train Trap is rotating the Royal Champion into the King. Yes, to freeze the King. The Headhunters are in there, but the Multi-Inferno Tower is covering the King. So let's see how long they can stay alive. The Rocket Spears are getting activated, but there is no protection for the Royal Champion. The healers are coming in clutch.
The healers saved the day in the Rage Gym. Look at those healers. The Royal Champion looked like she was about to die, and then out of nowhere, she gets saved. Now the healers are switching back over to the Warden, just taking turns on each hero, keeping both of them alive for now. It's looking really close. Not many supporting troops left alive. And as the Ricochet Cannon locks on, down goes that Royal Champion. But the question is, does the Warden, with the Sneezy, have a chance to get all these defenses? The Frosty is actually slowing down the Ricochet Cannon.
Oh no, the Black Mine, the air defense. Without that air defense, it would have been most likely a triple. But that air defense covering those last 2 ground defenses is the big difference. And this means we have the defense. It's a high percentage. It's one of the highest percentage we have seen so far from HDM. But they're still just so close, so little bit away from that 3-star. And that is all what the difference makes in those matches.
Yep, percent can only take you so far. At some point, you're going to need a 3-star or 2 to have a chance to win, likely. Riga Torres coming in with the next attack, hoping that he can be the first one to deliver a 3-star in this matchup. Once again, going in with the Root Riders and opening up with the Royal Champion Walk. And you know, one thing I've been noticing, it seems like the majority of these attacks are sending their Royal Champions, even on symmetric basis, on the side that has the Giga Bomb. Do you have any idea why they prefer to do that?
I feel like because even if it's baited, they have this option of tanking the bomb with the new spell. So if it's harder to be baited going into a trap which you can see, if that makes sense. So I feel like that's the main reason why we see now so many people going directly into the Giga Bomb, because they can exactly expect where the traps are, when to time and when to use the spell.
That was a very cool way to see the new spell being used right there, and he just timed it perfectly, just like you kind of already saw he was about to do just a second or 2 before he actually did it, dropping that new spell, which basically takes away, I think, like 94% of the damage on your troop while that spell is activated if you have it at max level. So really cool way to basically negate the effects of the Giga Bomb, get it out of the way while also still setting that funnel for the Royal Champion. And here we go with the pretty classic way to send the Root Riders around the Town Hall, dodging it with the first Overgrowth, and now we can go take it out.
Warden ability covering everything, keeping everything safe, but the Town Hall, and especially that mortar, has to go down behind the Town Hall. It can deal so much damage with the splash. Right now it's nicely distracted from those Town Hall troops, but if it's switching to something different and it's going to splash onto the Warden without the Rage Aura, this attack can go downhill really quick.
Second Overgrowth did cover some key defense. The Royal Champion got targeted by the enemy minion prince and the multi-archer tower. She goes down very quickly with that much incoming damage. We do still have the King ability and the Queen ability, and he actually has a lot of Super Barbarians for the back end. He just dropped about 4 of them on the 6 o'clock side and still has 7 left over for the right side.
Yeah, There's still some troops on that back end. The King ability can be clutch because he's clearing the outside buildings, which means the spiky ball is going to go from defense to defense. He should use it after the mustache tower, I believe. Right now, there we go. Defenses are going down. It's going to be the first 3-star. Rigo Torres is getting the job done for his team. And while we have seen on the HTM esports side a few percentage points missing, Rigo Torres gets the job done. Great funnel in the beginning. Nice use of the new spell. Really pulling off then in the end the 3-star.
A very cool slight tweak on how to use this army from Rigo Torres. And Rigo, a player that has just been in the World Championship circuit since the very beginning. He's been around since 2019 and just doing so well here, still showing that he's got the skills to get it done. Now the pressure shifting over toward HTM Esports because they can't just get away with high percent attacks anymore. They have to step up. They need at least one of their players, if not more, to come in with a 3-star.
We're having the Royal Champion skipping into that compartment right away, but he did not invest another invest, which means that Royal Champion dropping quickly, low on hit points. He's going to clear out that compartment, but at what cost? Is that already enough for his funnel? Is that already the moment he's going to No, the Royal Champion going to the wrong direction. He is recalling, but that Royal Champion is so low on hit points.
She's on just what looks like 5 HP. Gonna need to make sure we get her either in the healing of the healers or in a potential healing tome. He does drop the overgrowth extremely early, many seconds before he even deploys the Root Riders, and it was hard to tell if he wanted to hit the monolith with it or not, but he did not be able to take out the monolith early, but it is looking like it's taken out a couple of his Root Riders before he's able to eliminate it.
Yeah, some of those Root Riders are going down early, but finally the defense is going down. Pathing is split right now, and he's going to take a lot of damage from that Giga Bomb. I feel like everything is going to group up around it, and there we go. Every hero pretty much took damage there, except the Warden. That Warden stayed back a little bit and stayed safe. He's going to use that Rocket Spear ability nice and early to keep that Royal Champion safe, which is a smart use. But is it still going to be enough value to take down that Town Hall?
She is starting to target the Town Hall with still a few Rocket Spears in her bag. After using them all, she gets up right close and personal with the Town Hall. Luckily, it looks like the Fox was still alive, going invisible a couple times, but now, after that Fox dies, the Royal Champion getting targeted by everything, she drops as well. And as she's out, we're just relying on the King and the Queen. The Queen had her ability there, and we got the Rage Gem of the Warden. But if the Ricochet Cannon hits the Warden, this could be bad news.
Oh, only one bounce. The Warden has to stay alive. The cannon is not supposed to attack it. So far, the Warden stays alive. Every second where this hero stays alive is just so crucial because the Rage Gem is active. 40 seconds. The Queen, we have as well the outside troops to make sure that there is hopefully no time issue. Is this the first 3-star for HTM? The action figure, the Giant is pushing forward. The Queen, the Warden, everything is marching in. It's only the multi-arch tower.
Yeah, he's trying to get through it. The Booger's doing a great job of distracting so many of the multi-archer tower beams. If the Boogers were not there, I think one of the multi-archer tower beams would have taken out the Warden, but instead he stayed alive, and Rainberry gets it done. A 3-star for HTM Esports keeps them in this match.
Nice job getting their first 3-star in, and the answer right away versus Rigo Torres. And this means both of the teams now having those first 3-stars unlocked, but tying things up right away again. This means only the percentage being the difference maker. Loop is up next for Team Electros, and if they want to keep the lead, they need to have a high percentage, or at least what means at least, like, I need a 3-star again. Ooh. And we have a Warden charge with Rocket Loons. Okay. But no Ice Block spell, which is surprising to me.
He's got a Fireball on this Grand Warden. This is going to be fun. A little bit different than what we're seeing throughout most of the day. And look at this, even combining it with using the Royal Champion with Rocket Spears right away. No recall spell for her at all. So he's just letting her get whatever value she can get. And she's also at the same time shaping up a funnel for the Fireball.
Ooh, the Warden, he's investing that freeze. The Headhunter going down right away. Another Headhunter is going to be invested, but that one as well going down quickly. That Warden, oh no! He has so many invisibility spells, but he's not using them to protect the Warden. He used the Headhunters into the range of the Ground Expo. And you can see as well the direction of his teammates. They are in shock, because when the Warden goes down in an attack like this, it is not easy to save. But I feel like his reactions were really not too quick, unfortunately. And he has to somehow save this. Can he do it is the question. He's trying to push the Queen into that tunnel compartment with the opening of the Flame Finger.
At least he's able to still use the healers, or having them follow the Queen now. And at least that Fire Spitter that he's skipping is facing the other direction, so he's still going to be able to get some value out of this Queen and the healers. I think what he must have thought that he had a chance at being able to get away with just not using a spell, but just barely miscalculated how much damage was on his Warden and just barely went down. It's very unfortunate, but now using the Rage, using the Freeze, getting through the Town Hall and the Crusher Mortar, and just trying to at least pick up the percent with these rocket balloons.
Yeah, trying to pick up the percentage, especially with investing the Royal Champion that early. The power on the backhand can really miss, and he has some more invisibility spells. He needs to make sure that he's keeping that Queen invisible, because she at this point is supposed to... Oh no, she's on... Okay, she was on the wall quickly, but retargeted to get some more percentage points, hopefully.
There's not much else he can do with these spells. Just try to use them all to keep the Queen alive. I don't understand why he's so late with them there. He's got so many spells left over. And still, he's letting the Archer Queen go down.
That is not good news for him and his team. Loop, I mean, we can see it with the player reaction. It always hurts, but he is not happy with that whatsoever. His teammates as well have to somehow now get back into the match, because this exactly has happened to them in the first match as well. They have done pretty nicely overall, and then there was one attack which was lower in the percentage game, and then Dizzy in the first matchup were able to just play the percentage game and win. And we have seen now the same thing, because if you take a look at the stars, it's 7-7, but on the percentage side they are behind now, which means HTM has the chance of trying to somehow play into the percentage. On this one though, we still have 4 more attacks to do, so nothing is over, even though it might feel like it in that specific situation.
Still a lot of Clash to be played, but this has got to leave HTM Esports feeling good. This has got to leave them feeling like they not only have a chance, but they have a good chance, because like you said, they finally have a lead here against Team Electros, and it's got to put them in a confident feeling. And now Ethan gonna try to go in, take advantage of that slip up from Loop, and really extend the lead. If they can manage to get a second 3-star here, it's just gonna look great for them.
Ooh, the Fox, take a look at that. So much damage taken. He has to invest in another visibility now. But this means the Fox most likely is going to go down, except if he's keeping that Royal Champion invisible. But that would be heavy on the spells. Another invis is getting invested to get that Town Hall. Right now, I don't think that he... Oh, okay. That Fox is alive. Recall. Okay. I mean, that Fox. Is it 1 hit point?
It looked like it might have been half a hit point. I didn't see any color in that HP bar. That was so close. But even if she went down, I think he was okay with that, just to get the tiny bit of value. But it's a nice bonus that she's still alive, and after he redeploys, maybe she'll be able to stay alive if he's got the healing tome here. Queen and King working on the right side of the base. He already used that poison spell for the enemy furnace nice and early, so this enemy CC troops already dealt with. He just has to work major defenses now, the Monolith and the Crusher Mortar, and of course everything else around the base.
Yeah, that backhand again looks scary. We have now the first defenses start firing. As well, the defending Minion Prince is no joke. That thing can deal a lot of damage. We have a lot of loons in there. The Royal Champion ability is getting used, but the Royal Champion, she's going down and cannot provide to the attack with her rocket spears.
Very unfortunate to not be able to use that ability. The Queen in a good position to take out this but she is using all her health doing so, and she ends up having to go into ability pretty early here as she starts to fight the enemy minion prince. She does have the giant helping her out, but all the healers are dead. The Grand Warden dead. The Root Riders are dead. It's just up to the Queen, who also is now dead, and all he's got is the King with ability on the outside of the base.
Yeah, that King at least has the spiky ball still left, which means it should pick up some more percentages, but this attack as well is on the lower end percentage-wise. Both teams in the second attack rotation seem to look so good with their 3 stars, but right after, both teams with somewhat low percentage, depending on how far Ethan can push this in this attack. Spiky ball going around the outside would be actually something good for him, because all of those defenses are getting one shot from the spiky ball. This means he somehow pushed all the way to nearly 90%, which is still quite solid.
Yes, indeed. Would have been nice to see him use that wall breaker with the King to grab an extra building or two, since he still had the Phoenix, but 87% still pretty respectable. This is going to make it to where, I think, how much of an advantage did they have? I think they had a 10 building advantage before that. So it looks like Team Electros have to get roughly a 97% 2-star or better here to catch up or potentially take the lead. So still big pressure now on Team Electros that they weren't experiencing at the beginning of the match.
Yeah, and that's exactly what has happened to them in the first match with the percentage game again, and they have to run against it, and now we're hoping all that Amiolin can somehow fight back, because he was the person, unfortunately, in their first match who had this slip up with the low percentage. So we all hope that he can somehow turn it around, because we know all of those players are super talented. They all can pull off those crazy 3 stars, and he needs to do it exactly now when his team needs him the most.
Using an extra invis spell on the right side to make the defense invisible, force the Royal Champion in toward the Fire Spitter, also activates the Tornado Trap early, and manages to recall his Royal Champion with the Fox still alive and healthy. Pretty easy, simple value, but very effective there to start this Root Rider attack.
Surprising concept here that he's investing the skeleton spell in tanking the Mutation Tower. Typically not the most efficient way of dealing with that. I would have expected it to be placed more towards the multi-gear tower. But instead, he's using the spiky ball and general equipment to push through and get the value with the lock launcher, because the path in which he's setting up right now looks amazing for the Root Riders. They should path right into the Town Hall, and he still has a lot of power left.
The pathing there that the log launcher and the Barbarian King set up looks really nice. It looks better than a lot of other entries we've seen with this sort of attack. The only downside is he used his Barb King for that. His Barbarian King is now dead, and you don't have that Barb King on the outside for the Root Riders to keep them in, so it can make the actual Root Rider push kind of slow down a little bit. We'll see how that plays into effect once he runs out of spells.
With the perfect skeleton spell to make sure the Archer Queen is protected, and he still has the Archer Queen ability, which he should use any second now. There we go, Giant. We have the 2 cloned Archer Queens and the original one. This does not look too bad if the Root Rider push can protect the Royal Champion, because the Warden just went down.
It's so unfortunate when the Warden's supposed to just stay behind everybody else, and yet he still finds a way to get targeted. He goes down. We lose any and all of his passive equipments, but man, he's still looking pretty good. That Real Queen managed to get all the way through, take out the Ricochet Cannon, and she's going for the Builder Hut. He's already got archers and wizards on the back end, and it's going to be a 3-star. So just when it looked like HTM had found a way to swing this in their favor, Team Electros steal it right back.
I love it. Just the redemption from Amiolin, getting that 3-star in and coming back. I mean, this just shows that he's already around as well for so long. He knows how to mentally reset after not his best match in the best attack in the first match, but really pulling it around with this one, getting the 3-star in after his teammate has struggled with one of their attacks, and they are able to crawl back into the lead. And now, well, HTM is in the position where percentage is not enough anymore. They need the 3-star. Otherwise, they are out of this competition.
Yeah, they had the percentage lead there for a while, but they just lost it. They're down by just 3 buildings on percent, but also more importantly, they are down by a star. So unless you're expecting a 1-star defense on the final attack of the match, they feel like they have to triple right here, right now, in order to have a chance to win. They've saved Crispy to be the last attacker of the match, and he's going in with the old reliable, the Royal Champion charge into Root Riders, and let's see how he sets it up.
So far it looks really promising, getting the value in. Haste Vials getting activated because he can take down Cannon, he can take down as well that Fire Spitter, and depending on how far he wants to push it, he could go even further towards the multi-inferno tower, which he exactly does to try to take it out, but I'm not sure, I don't think that he will get it anymore because the Fox went down. But still, great value, solid opening. Now he has to follow this up with, well, a nice pathing and hopefully a 3-star.
He must go all the way. Technically, we don't know for sure yet if it's 3-star or lose, but that's got to be the mentality he has. He has to feel like this is a must 3-star attack. He's sending his units around the town hall like we've seen so many players do. Ooh, that Royal Champion's so close to dying. Can the healers save her? I think they switched to her. Those healers heard me freak out and they started to help. That first overgrowth expires, and now we're looking to take out the town hall.
Yeah, the nice vulnerability, keeping everything safe and healing everything back up. But the king is pushing around the outside since he did not invest that king this time around inside the core, as we have seen from Almi All In. But the Royal Champions keep pushing forward, and there is no Rocket Spear ability to keep her safe. She's going down. This is a lot of damage missing on that backhand because that overgrowth is going to wake up pretty soon. And that will be a lot of damage on this backhand with the monolith, 2 multi-arch towers. That might be rough.
It is going to be rough with 0 spell support. We do have the Rage Gem from the Grand Warden. We got the Archer Queen, who likely has the Magic Mirror, and I think the King ability already went off a few seconds earlier, but the major thing is really just getting through that monolith, and it actually looks like we're going to have to spend quite a bit of energy trying to fight that enemy Archer Queen. He manages to get through her. He got through the monolith. He has a Headhunter in the Rage Gem fighting the enemy Barbarian King. It looks like he might have a chance. Oh, why is it slowing down though?
Oh no, all of the Queen clones went down, but the King staying alive is amazing for him because this means more DPS. It's 15 seconds. The Giant is trying his best. The Diggy with the Warden. We have this. Somehow dodge the Spring Trap. 8 seconds. This could be the difference maker. That the what? This one Spring Trap could be the save. It is shot. No! No way! Oh, that was so close. You can see it right there. You can't even see the hit points anymore.
That is just so heartbreaking for Crispy. It looked like everything was going his way at the end. So close. The Super Barbarian dodging the Spring Trap that it looked like he was standing right on top of. And still it wasn't enough. He needed just half a second more, maybe even less. That's so heartbreaking for them.
This could be really the big difference maker because this now means, or it is the big difference maker because this means Eltano has not as much pressure on his shoulder. He can go into his attack way more relaxed as long as he's going to provide the 2 stars. 2 stars, win wars, and that is exactly what he has to go for here. Get that save, 2nd star, and he is going to get Team Electros into the next round, into the next day. But for that, he has to deliver that Royal Champion charge, and as well, take down the Town Hall, the same as 50% of the base.
What a crazy concept that just half a second on that last attack made the difference from Eltano needing 97% 2-star to only needing a 50% 2-star. Half a second means 47 building difference here, and Eltano's got to be feeling good about that. Sending the Royal Champion in here now with the Haste Vial again. A couple attacks in a row, we're seeing the Haste Vial being preferred. Recalling the Royal Champion after she got some simple value there. Did not quite get the Crusher Mortar, but really all he has to do is focus on that Town Hall.
Yeah, that Crushy Water not going down on the back is unfortunate, but I think we have seen already a smile from him, even though things do not go to plan whatsoever right now, because actually he's using now one heater for his... Okay, do not go too crazy with the plan, please, okay? It's just a 2-star. Don't go too crazy. The one heater, hopefully there are no black mines, the block launcher opening up, and the king has to push now everything into that town hall to select the 2nd star.
It will be funny to see if he overgrowth the town hall just to make things even sketchier.
No, please no.
He's still holding on to it. He still has the warden ability as well, being very patient with a lot of things. There goes the overgrowth and not on the town hall. But everybody's kind of dodging it for now. Are we about to see somebody peel in for it? I think we are. Royal Champion's going for it.
And the Archqueen is joining. Even the king, he's just mind controlling every hero in there, making sure that 2nd star is secure. And with that town hall going down, it is indeed a 2-star. And this is going to win Team Electros this match. The question now is, can he push all the way? I mean, he still has quite a bit of power left with this Archqueen ability. The Root Riders at the bottom side. The Royal Champion should go down eventually, I believe, but there's not as much space left.
No, this is actually looking pretty good. He got through the core pretty easily. He still has 3 or 4 Root Riders alive, kind of behind the heroes. That's interesting to see. Most of the time, we're seeing the Root Riders fizzle out first, and we're hoping that the heroes can manage to take everything out at the end. As the Queen slows down and pops her ability, the Root Riders have a chance to get out in front again. This actually is looking great. It's looking like even if that attack before this did triple, I think El Tano would have managed to pull it off.
That is crazy, just to know that, or at least maybe it feels less heartbreaking now for HTM, because they know, okay, even if they would have had the 1 second more, they would have still lost. I don't know if that really makes them feel that much better, but they had the percentage. It's not a 3-star, but they had the percentage needed to win this match anyways. But this means
he
Team
actually
Electros
missed the storage on the bottom there too.
Yeah, like that was the one building somehow skipped. But that overall means that it's going to be Team Electros moving on to the next round in the lower bracket, while HTM Esports is unfortunately dropping out of this monthly qualifier at this point.
That is our first team eliminated from this weekend. HTM Esports will get another chance or multiple chances to try again next month and after. But we got to say congratulations to Team Electros, as they are going to be moving through, and we can see exactly where they fall here on the bracket, moving into the 2nd round of the lower bracket.
That's right, and we can see already as well our next matchup later. Tribe Gaming versus All Exceed. I mean, there's many good matches still left to play today, because we're going to still play 1, 2, 3 matches, because 2 in the upper bracket and as well the 1 lower bracket match. So unfortunately another team has to go home later today. But a lot of solid scores so far. It seems like that 13 stars were the highest which we have seen today, and 12 stars seems to be most of the time enough to win those matchups.
Indeed, and before we move on in the next match, let's just quickly see who we in the match MVP here in this Team Electros versus HTM Esports matchup. We'll find out here in a second. Drum roll. And it was Amu Aline who you were shouting out with that redemption arc. A really nice attack from him in that matchup.
Yeah, really nice job by him, coming in clutch when his team needed it the most in this second match of the day overall. I'm really happy for him that he was able to bounce back. So that is exciting for sure, knowing that he was able to mentally reset, and now he has an entire night to sleep over it again and knows, okay, tomorrow I got everything and we're going to make sure that it's somehow going to work. So I'm looking forward to see him play then tomorrow. But that was just a great attack by him, so really deserved MVP title.
Indeed, really great from him. We will see more of Team Electros tomorrow, but coming up next, guys, we have Tribe Gaming versus All Exceed. It's going to be another lower bracket elimination match. Their tournament is on the line. Whoever wins that will move on. Whoever loses will be going home, and we'll have that in just a few minutes after this short break, so don't go anywhere.
And we are back with our second elimination match of the day. And I'm joined here by Judo. What did you think of that last match?
Oh, it was super close towards the end, wasn't it? Looked like HTM might have been able to sneak out that victory. Team Electros, as we seen in their first matchup, getting away with that 2-star. But as I mentioned earlier, it is a team game. They were able to get that victory. Keep my prediction alive for that one. But certainly a close matchup towards the end, which is what we expect here in the qualifiers at this stage.
Yeah, that's for sure. And talking about close matches, I mean, take a look at those stats. Exact same average destruction, 0.1 difference in the average stars, and a difference of 1.6% then as well in the hit rate. I mean, it couldn't get any closer when you're talking about the stats of two different teams.
Yeah, I mean, super close. And both of these teams obviously in the lower bracket, losing their first matches. The stats you see on the screen is from last weekend, not taking into account the matches today, I believe. But let's see a statement from Tribe Gaming ahead of this matchup.
I would say it's always the rivals we lost in the previous months, and that is right now Vatic, and we really want to beat them this time and to get the gold ticket.
Short and sweet. He certainly had a beautiful attack in that first war, Nebrak, so he'll be looking to do the same. But I guess we can shift our focus across to the All Exceed team because they started out strong in their last war. They just weren't able to hold it together throughout the rest of the matchup versus Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate is never an easy opponent, so the question is how they can face versus Tribe Gaming, because I mean, this is an all or nothing match for both of those teams. And we have the lineup of All Exceed with Haroya, Sonson, Kazuma, Invincible AG, and Naromi. And as well, I feel like, again, those two teams are so similar in many ways, even in the distribution of the players of their hit rates. Both teams have unfortunately one player on the lineup who has not 3-starred whatsoever yet in the last weekend. Question is, can they bounce back today and can they somehow clutch it up? But let's see a quick word from All Exceed and what they have to say for this matchup.
僕らが今最も刺激を受けているチームはエレベートです。なぜなら、チームが大変な状況に陥った後でも立て直していい成績を収めているからです。
Well, we are pretty much ready to go, but I think we should focus in on predictions a little bit, Itsu. We'll see what the audience thinks, but I ended up going with Tribe Gaming for this one, even though I do feel it could be either side. Looks like we all went for Tribe Gaming, actually. I just feel they maybe had a little bit of a better performance in the first matchup, but both of the teams only putting up 11 stars, you've got to say that it was certainly neither of their best performances.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just like Tribe is such a big name and they have such veteran players that I believe more in them showing up when it matters the most. Because stats-wise, we have seen it earlier, those two teams are pretty much even. And it seems like the community agrees as well. And I think this so far has to be the most one-sided community voting with 85%. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, big name. They've been on the stage a lot of times, right? All Exceed kind of just punching into the scene, if you will, even though they've got a couple of experienced players. Understandable, I think, on this one. But remember, you can get some free rewards as well if you go to event.supercell.com. That is where we show the predictions combined from the community. And based on how many you get right and also just engaging and watching the stream, you can get some rewards, including some Starry Oritsu.
That's right. And you can as well vote for the MVP after the matches, for example.
Very
which
true.
We'll be then taking a look at after each single match. And I mean, this time around, we don't have General X in the match, so the MVP is whoever. I mean, we would see at the end of the match, right? So that's not going to decide it before that, as otherwise with General X. But I guess that's an insider for everyone who is following the esports scene quite a bit. But I'm super excited for this next match because whenever we're dropping to the lower bracket, it seems like they are even more intense because there is no safety net anymore. No lower bracket because we are already down here and we have All Exceed starting things off versus Temper on the defending side.
Yes, they started out with Invincible LG in their first matchup, who did get the 3 stars, switching that up. I'm not sure if their attacking order, if they do have one. Some teams have a set order they like to attack in, others just mix it up as players are ready. Are you aware of any attack order that All Exceed have, or do you think they just go however they're feeling on the situation?
I feel like they're not as set in the attack order, like obviously some tendencies. But otherwise, I don't think as much, to be honest. But it seems like, is it the angle or is it a phone or is it a bigger device? I think it's a tablet, right?
I think it's a tablet, yes. Although it does always impress me when we've had from time to time the pro players, like, you know, on a tiny little device, and I cannot get away with it on these situations. Temper sitting back nice and relaxed, ready to go. I was mentioning in the first matchup, I feel like he has became one of Tribe Gaming's strongest members. I think he was a great signing for them. Wasn't quite able to get it to work in that opening matchup, but obviously we'll see what he does for us here. Starting out, it is All Exceed with the Royal Champion dive to begin.
Yeah, Royal Champion charge to set up the pathing, make sure that the Root Riders then later on go into the right direction, trying to get as many defenses out there as possible, as well the...
Oh, wait, what?
Okay, never mind. There we go. We got both baited into, oh my god, he recalled too early, but nope. He got it done. He got it in like... Okay. First heart attack is done, so we're getting into the next stage of the attack.
Yeah, I thought Max was attacking for a second there with these creative openings. Beautiful job there by Hiroya. And we see the log launcher actually just damaging the ice golems en route there. Did he actually take out the... Oh, I guess he has the poison spell there. I was going to say, log launcher to take out the furnace. Beautiful job through the center. We've got the Yetis trying to get a little bit of damage, but the Root Riders pathing basically everywhere but the Town Hall. Does have an overgrowth in order to react here as well, though.
Yeah, that's not the question. When is he going to use this overgrowth, and especially where? On the back end, the Infernal Tower did go down to the Yeti Mites, which is a really nice bonus. But there's now not the best pathing, I want to say, for the Root Riders, especially with this Crushing Mortar. But the Royal Champion seems to go for the Town Hall right away, even though there's the Giga Bomb.
Yeah, pushes her back. She should still be good. He's got the ability. He's going to try and wait until the Town Hall goes down. He's still got a lot of spells he could use on the Royal Champion as well. He doesn't want to get too preservative with them spells, to be honest, because you don't want things going down too quick. These last 2 Root Riders are about to fall. He's pressed the Rocket Spear, but she is going to be right in the thick of the defenses there with the Overgrowth wearing off, and that's where those Invis spells are beautiful.
Yeah, and as well the Giga Bomb did not only damage the Royal Champion, but as well took down the Warden. And this means there was no extra protection on the back end. The wall break to get the king into that cannon, but is it going to be enough to take that cannon out? Can you still get that 3-star because the Royal Champion running in front? And with the spiky ball, he gets the job done. First attack, first 3-star, all exceed, starting really good into the match.
Wow, exactly how they started their first matchup as well. And unfortunately, in that one, it was their only 3-star. But I did say that I feel we haven't seen the best of All Exceed either, because when we seen them back in the May qualifier, or no, I guess it would be the April qualifier. It confused me a little bit because the May qualifier landed at the start of June. But back in the April qualifier, they lost to both Dizzy and Navi. So I feel like they never really hit the ground running. We're seeing glimpses of that today, but let's see whether Tribe can fight back with P. Castro.
Yeah, they really have to make sure that they're getting their attacks in as well. And I mean, take a look at that core. That is a Rage Tower. I mean, covering so many important defenses. And something which I'm afraid of, for sure, is that combination of the seasonal defense with the Rage Tower. That will hurt a lot if he can't take that out. But that's exactly the goal which he's aiming for right now, it seems like, because he's trying to push the Royal Champion into that core. There we go with the Rage Tower. Oh, wait a second. The Tesla luring the Royal Champion away, maybe. That might be... There goes the Invis. There goes the haste.
Beautiful. Very good reactions there, because he noticed the Tesla, even though she was still attacking the defense he wanted her to attack, she was at a different angle where she would have never got through those to get to the town hall. So really nice job. Gets rid of both of the fire spitters as well, and just carves that defensive pathing through the middle of the base. And now he can just run Root Riders all of the way around.
Yeah, he decides to come in from the bottom side, not from the top side. Obviously, both would have been options to go in there. Deciding going from the bottom side might be the best opening for him. Wall breaking that king in there, but the king is... Wait, there was no wall break. I thought he placed the wall break, but there was an archer. Instead, the Root Riders are now slowly making the core. But at least what is left from that?
Yeah, I feel like maybe the fact that he can walk the king so beautifully into the multi-gear tower is perhaps why he came in from the bottom. Everything is just together in the center of the base right now. He's trying to hold onto the hero abilities. Notice 3 ice golems coming out. So he has used the poison, but obviously doesn't have to worry about a furnace and, you know, taking down the Root Riders. I am, I guess, a little bit keeping my eye on the time here because we've only got 1 minute left. But with so many troops alive, he should be able to power through the base quite quickly as well, as long as he can protect them.
Ooh,
say that the healers
are frozen twice. Judah, what are you talking about? He is trying to jinx Picastro as much as he could. No, I'm kidding. He still has that skeleton spell for the background, which I feel like is going to be amazing to protect his troops versus the monolith for sure. There we go, making sure that his king, the troops are protected. He has the queen ability and the king ability, but still, time is ticking low, that's for sure.
Yeah, look at that one archer just tucked into the corner that is picking off the gold storage in the middle. I love that. He's going to be able to dodge the Giga Bomb here. He's still got a Super Barbarian, which he's just deployed. He's got the King ability, like you said. He presses it. Who is jinxing who? Itsu, stop it. 3 stars to P. Castro. A double 3-star to kick off this war. Exactly the pressure and the results we like to see in the lower bracket, just to keep it interesting.
Yeah, and what a great executed beginning of Picastro, really controlling the Royal Champion and pathing her into the core, utilizing the Earthquake to make sure that those stacked areas can still be taken care of. And even though he had to invest the 1 invisibility to redirect the Royal Champion because of really nicely placed Tesla, I mean, just imagine if he would have not had to use that, because he would have taken care of the entire core. That would have been even more crazy. But back to All Exceed, because Invincible LG is up next, and he wants to take down the base of Kronos in this matchup, and he does not want to stop with this 3-star streak, which both of those teams so far were able to put up.
Yeah, starting the Royal Champion dive, and he has used a giant and a couple of balloons. I do quite like that. I sometimes try and do this in my legend attacks where I like snipe off a defense with my super barbs. Does lose this Fox early on there, Itsu. He's too busy talking about the bomb tower. He so nicely got down that I guess that's the issue with it. You can concentrate on two things. He let the Spirit Fox go down there.
Yeah, that's a great value overall with the Royal Champion charge. Not getting the poison tower, unfortunately, that is not the most optimal outcome, but let's hope for the best, and that does not affect the attack and the outcome of the attack too much. Trying to get the Root Riders in, trying to get the Valkyries in, still having one Ice Golem, which we've seen a lot of times those pros are saving for the back end.
Yeah, I feel like a big danger point of that poison tower is now he's going to have to path a huge group of troops over the Giga Bomb, as you see now. Not too bad damage, to be honest with you. The Valkyrie's still very much alive.
Oh, no.
But look at this, though, Itsu. It does cause the Root Riders to go across to the left. That is where you need that defensive pathing we always talk about. And this is damage control right now. He's used the Warden ability across to the left. Meanwhile, the Root Rider and his hero, the Royal Champion and his heroes are across to the right.
I mean, at this stage, he just needs to somehow save the second star. He has the Root Riders in the core, but remember, they don't deal too much damage. He's relying on the smaller troops right now to take down the Town Hall, because his King and his Queen won't ever reach that Town Hall. But it seems like with the Yeti in there in the mix and the Rage Gem of the Warden, that should be enough to secure that second star, and a nice overgrowth spell, redirecting his troops back into the core. But he said it as well, right? Damage control, because at this point, he is just barely at the 70% mark.
He's pressing that Queen ability, so he should, gets over that 70% mark, but it's not going to be anywhere close to the 3-star. I mean, he is going to be fortunate to get up to 80% here. So this is definitely what Tribe Gaming were looking to see. If you can get one big defense, you know you're putting yourself in the driving seat, and it's a bit more on you at that point. So 75%. Really unfortunate, and I guess it all comes down to recalling that Royal Champion when he did, trying to not take too much damage, and not getting that Poison Tower proved the difference maker.
Yeah, and that Poison Tower, if that would have went down, I think the pathing would have looked way better for him. But it was a risk which he did take, and he did recall. I mean, looking back at it for us as well from an outside perspective, he did recall too early. He did not take down that Poison Tower. But this now is the question, can Tribe Gaming take advantage of that? Because we have seen as well from Tribe, they did struggle after their first attack quite a bit in their matchup as well. So they have to now turn this into a lead. They have now to somehow get a solid attack in, a 3-star or a high percentage 2-star attack, because otherwise this great defense is not getting used whatsoever.
Indeed, well, it is their captain, Kronos, that is attacking now. He always says in the interviews he believes on their day they are the best team in the world. So let's see whether, the first match was just a slip-up. They have started strong so far in this second matchup. So far, so good with this attack as well. Still got 3 invisibility spells left to go. He does lose the Fox, but Royal Champion still looking good at this point.
Yeah, still looking good, recalling. And this means the funnel has been set up. The question now is, does he have enough power to go through that Rage Tower area behind the tower? Because that one looks really threatening. King and Queen on the outside, getting that funnel in. And there we go, early, surprising early overgrowth. Because what you're typically doing, you're letting the Rage Tower trigger, and then you use the overgrowth. Now, instead, he's using the overgrowth really early.
Yeah, notice how he left the Fire Spitter where he was attacking behind it as well, so he could take that down. Does have to now use the Warden ability. That will actually pair in quite nicely as the Rage Tower goes off, because the Giga Bomb won't really provide much damage. Combines a freeze spell in that location, so like you said, he could have maybe tried to let the Rage Tower go off. That's typically what we see. But able to use the freeze spell there to make sure he didn't take too much damage once it did.
Yeah, the core is slowly going down, even though the healers are kept alive for now. 3 more healers to go. The Royal Champion losing her rocket spear ability, but still getting healed back up. It's now all about heroes at this stage. We have some Yetis, yes, but the heroes are the main deal. The Warden, though, going down, maybe with the multi-inferno tower, but the King and Queen, with their abilities, can carry.
They can. He did a nice job of actually setting the funnel and wall breaking, so the King went inside, but then decided to come back outside to go towards the defending King. Less than ideal when it comes to pathing towards those central defenses, so it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get the 3-star. It's really just how much damage the King can do at the bottom of the bay.
Yeah, every building counts. That is the important thing right here. But we have the Yeti Mites going in. Do they get another building? Nope, it's a 91%. Maybe even 92, depending on how quick the archers are. Another building going down. I think the skeletons are having... Nope, they're taking down the archer. Or are they? Wait a second. Okay, never mind. I was about to get excited.
Well, what that means is Tribe Gaming do get a 16% advantage after that round of 8 attacks. So a little bit of a lead for Tribe Gaming, nothing they can get too excited about with 3 attacks left over. We've seen some of the matches today, how hard mode, it is very hard, and you can easily claw your way back in if you just keep at it and keep your head in the game. And I think that's a very difficult thing to try and see when you're watching these matches, is just the sheer kind of mental strength that the players need to keep going if they fall behind in these matches.
Yeah, just the mental game as well in general is something really, really important. And we're now back to dragons, which is interesting because we see a lot of dragon attacks from Tribe Gaming. So bringing the dragons against Tribe might be surprising here. But we're having Naromi trying to push that Royal Champion further into the base, into the core, because he seems to have big plans. Oh, no. Okay. Big plans, because there's an earthquake to damage all of those buildings right behind the town hall.
Yeah, just about managed to keep her alive there as she was pathing through. He basically has all invisibility spells, so has to keep that Royal Champion alive. Interesting that he's used an invisibility spell to path the Royal Champion, but then she was caught in the tornado trap, so not really able to take advantage of that, although he does get the town hall down, and so far she is still safe, but he's having to use the spells very early to keep her alive at this point and make sure he can get a couple more of these defenses.
Yeah, and especially taking a look at what type of defenses he's getting right now. There was a burst cannon and it was maybe a ground expo, which are not the most relevant defenses when you're talking about an air attack. So, well, let's hope that he got enough value, because that backhand is still looking like a big threat. The big good news for him, though, is that the seasonal defense, the mortar, is ground, so he can completely ignore it.
Yes, unfortunately he didn't have like one earthquake, because the scatter shot on the back end there really doesn't have that many hit points. That was with the King dive, but he can't exactly get a rocket loon onto it or anything like that, so it will start to damage his dragons. He's got quite a wide path of dragons, but honestly it's not looking too bad at the moment that they split so much. You see the multi-target Inferno in the center of the base is the main issue for him.
Yeah, it's a really big issue because it's dealing a ton of damage, but I feel like he did invest some really smart rocket loons on the back end to take down the fire spitter, but they were too late, because at that stage they have just already like dealt too much damage. So it's not going to be a 3-star. Did not look too bad in the opening, but the Royal Champion going the wrong way, and that's why the tornado trap in front of the town hall did cost him a lot.
Certainly did, and like you said, it's always hard to know. It's a lot easier when we're watching to make these decisions, but it's hard to know as well, like whether those invisibility spells gave him the best value. If he did save them, he would have had to use them on the dragons anyway, which you can never get fantastic value with. So sometimes it's really hard to know whether it would or wouldn't have been a better move, but either way, 90% is a one that keeps that high percentage, but obviously hoping for another defense versus Tribe Gaming. It is against Rakirez, who certainly, I mean, he's got bags of experience, and this is, I guess, one thing that happens with players as well, or seemingly this is what it looks like at the moment. Didn't have a great performance last weekend, struggled with his first attack in that war, so really he needs a 3-star to kind of spin himself around and get out of this little hole that he's in, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like for him it did hurt quite a bit that dragons got affected by the change of the Warden of the Eternal Tome, and he was like mostly a dragon type attacker, right? So it did change quite a bit for him, and he had to switch to the Root Riders, or he did switch and he did want to switch to the Root Riders. So it seems like hit rate wise it did affect him quite a bit. Question is, can he somehow turn it around when it matters a lot in this lower bracket?
I have to say he did a fantastic job there, in fact, and after the Town Hall went down, just knowing that the Spirit Fox rotation was there and not hastily using an invisibility spell or anything because she was running in the other direction was very well done, kept his cool, got the funnel that was needed. Ice Golems are going to provide a little bit of an annoyance here, just kind of holding up his Valkyries, but it's not the end of the world, and as long as the King continues to set that funnel on the outside, everything's looking relatively good at the moment.
Yeah, the Giga Bomb is not getting triggered just yet. Now it's getting triggered. But was it too much damage, which is going to have an impact on the later stages of the attack? That's the big question. Royal Champion as well, really far up front. Can he push through and somehow protect his heroes? Because this is what it all comes down to. Keeping those heroes alive, keeping the Root Riders grouped up, and making sure the healers are sticking on the main target.
Yeah, I'm personally trying to keep my eyes on the Valkyries as well, because he's got the Queen on the outside, so he doesn't have as much damage through the middle, but he's managed to keep those Valkyries alive very nicely, and I'm struggling to see them at the moment, but they were in that top compartment, meaning he had the damage moving through, and that's why you see he's doing okay pushing through the base here. He's only got a few compartments left, and he still has the King and Queen ability and an invisibility spell. 50 seconds, is it enough time?
I think power-wise he looks amazing. I mean, he still has the 2 hero abilities, as you said, and I think that should be totally enough, even though the wall breaks are trolling a little bit. I'm not sure why they went for the outside wall instead of opening the next compartment, but with Root Riders alive, those walls are no issue whatsoever anyways. The King ability is going to take down the remaining defense and remaining buildings in general, and it's going to be a 3-star. Rikiris is back, and he's back during the perfect time for his team.
Yes, he needed that, and Tribe Gaming needed that as well. Remember, this is a lower bracket matchup, so the loser of this one is going home. After that attack, what it means is Tribe Gaming, after 3 rounds of attacks, are a star in the lead, and they also lead by 26% at this point in terms of destruction.
Yep, they have the lead currently, but we have seen so many back and forth between those teams in general in those matches that I feel like it's never too early to call anyone really safe. But All Exceed now, a 3-star would be a massive, massive improvement for their situation. And they're going in with the Royal Champion charge, and they're going in with the double overgrowth method, which we have seen quite a bit already in this competition.
Oh. I was going to say I love the use of that Yeti in order to snipe off the Archer Tower and, help with the RC pathing. But all of the Yeti mites got sprung by a spring trap, so he didn't get it and had to use an invis spell. So a little bit unfortunate, but, sometimes you can't help but laugh with funny interactions like that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for him. To be honest, I don't even think that he needed the invisibility spell, but
no.
I assume better safe than sorry, because if the Royal Champion is running out there, the entire opening is then looking completely different and such. So I can totally understand why he used that invisibility spell there, just to play it safe.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with these matches, right? When it's so high pressured, you can't really take those risks as well. You want to minimize it as much as possible. So if he was struggling to calculate, will she move to this building or that one? You've always got to play it safe, because if something goes wrong, it tends to go very wrong in these matches. Notice the poison spell on top of the furnace there, very important to make sure the fire mites aren't dealing too much damage to him. Town Hall is now back following that overgrowth, and a nice use of the Warden ability will heal things back up. Royal Champion continuing to deal the damage there, and everything grouping around the right side.
Yeah, the question is, when is he going to use the second overgrowth? Okay, there we go. Making sure that only half of the core is having a chance of firing at his troops. Everything back grouped together, the Royal Champion. And he has still 3 hero abilities to use. That is a lot of hero power on that back end, if we can keep them alive to that stage.
Deciding to use the freeze on the defending hero in the center there. Interesting to just literally try and freeze the minion prince. He really needs that Royal Champion. I think he's hoping to keep her alive for the... Oh, I was going to say the aura damage, but it's actually the rocket spear which he used, and I'm not sure he got many spears off there. It looked like he only got 1 or 2 before she went down.
Yeah, not many rocket spears whatsoever, and that felt like the big difference maker if this is going to fall short in the end, because just imagine the rocket spears would have all hit its target. Now he has to rely on his archery to somehow step it up and get the remaining defenses. Still King ability, that's the good news, but there's still quite a few defenses, even though the Inferno Tower should go...
Queen!
No, don't go for the wall. Queen!
She was firing at the multi-inferno, then she turned and started chasing skeletons. Thankfully, she's gone back and got the multi-inferno, and that is going to be what he needs. It's a 3-star for all Exceed, tying things up on stars, making sure to keep the pressure on Tribe Gaming.
I love this match. Those two teams are really showing off. I mean, great 3-star on this one. And even though the rocket spears did not really get the value he was looking for, it was a great attack nonetheless, having so many hero abilities for the back end. And this means it's now back to Tribe. They obviously still have the percentage lead if they are having a somewhat successful attack. And it's going to be Nibrax, the master of the Royal Champion, based on his first attack. That was just a masterclass how he controlled that pathing of the Royal Champion. The question is, can he do it again? Maybe without running into a bait.
He's got the ice block this time to maybe adapt as well and just keep her protected should he run into that. But I agree, because you can see he's using the haste vial here. So she was just sped up, wasn't she? Going every single direction, and he was still turning buildings invisible ahead of her. So we've seen just how good he is with this approach. So far, so good, just taking it slow. You always want to wait until you're in, I would say, those high damage areas, but also where you can be a little bit more predictable that she's not going to run around when you press the ability. So notice he's working towards the rage area in the center, and this is where we can expect that ability to be used.
Yeah, I mean, this so far looks amazing. Really, really nice. Question is he going to block that Giga Bomb? Because I feel like that would... Okay. That might... Wait. I think the Fox ran into the Giga Bomb alone to trigger it. Oh, no, 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 no. No!
Oh, no. That Minion Prince was just messing around with his Royal Champion so much, and he was trying to keep the Minion Prince invisible to push the Royal Champion into the center. But unfortunately, she does go down. It looked so good. He had such a good start, but now pushing through with the dragons. The one thing I do notice is he's got 2 air sweepers, which are going to be annoying next to that Town Hall into.
Yeah, the Town Hall still has to go down, and he's going all the way from the other side around the Town Hall as well. Are no buildings, which means nothing will really go for the Town Hall, especially with that sweeper on the other side. We're having a furnace against him as well. Judo, I'm a little bit scared here. He has to somehow make this work. He's trying to use rocket dunes to somehow push his dragons in, but that Town Hall is scary protected.
What ability? Oh, I think he had the Metal Prince, actually. I'm trying to think back. So I was just about to say he could use the Minion Prince ability and Dark Orb through the Town Hall here.
But Dark Orb.
Oh, it is the Dark Orb. I thought he was going to use it. There we go then. Never mind. He just saved it for a better time. But there you go. He's freezing those defenses. He's got the invisibility spells, which he should be able to use on the Minion Prince, actually, as he approaches the Town Hall. And yeah, disaster averted, but wait a second. It
looks way better than I thought. What is happening?
Disaster averted. What is going on here? Nibrax, what on earth is Like, how are you doing this today?
What? I mean, how? Why? I have so many questions. What is happening? That attack did fall short a little bit, but by a lot actually in the beginning. And right now it feels only the time is his biggest enemy. If the king is staying out of range of those dragons and the dragons are going for the storage, he's looking good. The dragons, no, 2 dragons are turning around. 1 dragon on the storage. And that should be enough. That should be the 3-star for a tribe. And those 2 teams are non-stop 3-starring right now in this lower bracket match. What is going on?
2 seconds. I'm just going to head across and put my MVP vote in for Nebrax. Like, what? What was that? How does your royal champion go down? And like, you still managed to keep your cool. He didn't panic. Didn't decide, okay, I'm going to fly into the town hall here. He stuck to the plan. He had confidence. And hey, sometimes that's what you need, to just risk it. And wow, what can you say? He has been incredible for Tribe Gaming today, keeping their lead in this matchup. 1 attack left. Can All Exceed get this done?
Okay, they need to somehow get this done. And I mean, if they were watching that defense, I can just imagine that it was like a roller coaster of emotions of like, yes, let's go, the royal champion went down, into, wait a second, he's going far side, so maybe a 1-star, into, okay, he got the 2nd star, into, wait a second, it's a 3-star. So a lot of emotions, but now we have Kazuma going in with the fireball and the warden and the rocket loons. Let's see if that's going to work, because we have seen, I think, so far 2 fireball royal champion charge attacks, and both of them were 3-stars if I remember correctly.
If you can control that fireball and get good value as he did, then, you know, it sets up a beautiful attack. I think the reason we don't see it as much risk involved in this scenario, he's got that job done. Just does run into the tornado trap here, so going to slow him down a little bit, but that will mean he can set the funnel beautiful. Oh, wait a second. That actually caused a big issue. He reacts with the invisibility spell, but it's not enough. Now he has to react with the overgrowth.
Oh no, everything is going all over the place. The warden went down as well. Oh no. This is painful to watch. I can completely understand the expression of Aurora. It's like something between a smile, a sad face, between all different emotions for different reasons. And on the other side, we see the tribe guys, because they know as well, this was so much bad luck. Or at the same time, maybe they're just giving props right now to their base builders for deploying the tornado trap right there in the correct spot.
That's it. It's always that like cat and mouse thing, right? Like it's bad luck, but it's also like they had the traps in the correct spot. And you've got to say, I mean, obviously the attack hasn't worked out. Obviously it's going to be a quote unquote low percentage, but given the turn of events, I actually think he's done tremendous here. To be able to quickly, like, okay, I'll invis this. Oh, that didn't work. I'll quickly use the overgrowth here. Thinking on the fly and not panicking like that, you gotta say, he's done incredibly well to get the percentage he has.
Yeah, it was a really nice recovery, but as well, looking at the score, even though it's sad, but this recovery seems to be not enough, because at this stage, I don't think that he's going to be able to get a 3-star with as many defenses still left alive and only the queen on the field with her ability. And if we look at the score, Tribe is already ahead 1 star, so they needed the 3-star to somehow force some type of pressure on Tribe. But right now, Tribe only needs the 2-star to win this match.
Indeed, and I'm still just quite impressed as to how high he's getting of a percentage here. Almost 90%. Tribe Gaming did have a 26% lead as well, so I guess they had that in their favor. But like you said, when it comes to stars and the advantage, none of that percentage matters now, because Tribe just have to 2-star, and then they win the war and they move on to the next matchup. They still got a lot of matches ahead of them, losing that first one, but certainly temper now with the final attack. 2 stars, and this is what we seen last month with Tribe Gaming. He was always the last attacker, and there was numerous wars where he basically just had to get the 2-star, and he always had those plan B, C, D in his overall plan to make sure he got the job done.
Yeah, and I think he's quite happy in this position now to just go for the 2-star, especially with how unfortunate he got with his first attack, where, I mean, I have never seen that before, but his Warden died through the auto ability with the Eternal Tome, because there's a really weird interaction with the Merged Cannon and the Town Hall Poison, and if that happens, the Warden dies through the auto ability of the Eternal Tome. That's why the percentage was so low, because his Warden pretty much did not go off, even though the ability was on. But I guess he's going to be happy that even if that's going to happen, he should be able to get a 2-star on this one and get the job done for his team, hopefully. Okay, he just does not use the Eternal Tome whatsoever because he felt betrayed after that last attack. Understandable.
Yeah, he's not going to use it again, but hey, 2-star needed. Yeah, let's go for a Fireball. We're good. I mean, we seen his Fireball skills in the last month's qualifier. He had that beautiful, still standing on my mind, the Fireball Rocket Loon attack. And I think you always got to shout those out, especially when we're seeing, the amount of Root Rider attacks that we are. Whenever you do see something so different, that is just fantastic. But wow. Okay. Next time I'll focus on the attack. He got the Fireball off, but as you can see, Warden not looking too healthy there.
That's why I always love this the Ice Block spell if you're going to a lot of damage early, because you can just freeze the Warden, let him chill for 7 seconds because he won't take any damage pretty much. But okay, he needs only a 2-star, which he's making interesting, but well, let's see how things are going to unfold, because the Town Hall needs to be somehow reached. He has the Overgrowth to redirect his troops, but oh well, he needs to get the 50% as well.
Yeah, I thought maybe we'd see him swap Siege Machine as well, actually, but I guess he is relatively confident in the way he can switch up. What?
What?
Okay.
Temper? Hello? But he does know that the Town Hall gives the 2nd star. What is going on over here? I mean, what is the percentage he needs for a 1-star? Maybe we should consider that.
They were 26% in the lead before that last attack, or after the last round of attacks. So I guess they would be... Let's see. I'll let you commentate. I'll try and figure it out. How about that?
I mean, maybe you don't have to figure out, because the Royal Champion is on the Town Hall and the 2nd star is secured, even though, I mean, that was a continent tank, okay? That was just for Hound attacks, for every single tribe fan out there, and for casters and for everyone, because letting the Warden die, then overgrowthing the Town Hall when your only goal literally is to go for a 2-star. I mean, Temper is going crazy here. I hope that he's calming down for tomorrow, because that's going to be otherwise an interesting show.
The funny thing is he did get over the percentage. He would have needed a 63% to win the war. So he gets that 66, just, wanted to keep it interesting for us. I know Lex in the last war called out he's not going to overgrowth the Town Hall, truly. Maybe he heard that and was like, I got you. I'm taking it on. Either way, Tribe Gaming, 13 stars, winning All Exceed, which you have to say put up a fantastic performance with 12 stars, but they are indeed eliminated. What an amazing war that one was. So much back and forth, but fantastic to watch, and I think we should take a look at the bracket following that, Itsu.
Yeah, let's take a look at how the bracket looks like, because we have now unfortunately lost 2 teams in this lower bracket, and we have Team Electros and Tribe Gaming making it to that next round, waiting for their opponents, which we will find out in just a couple of minutes, because our next matches will be Vatic Esports versus Dizzy Stamina and Elevate versus Only Bazinger, and the winners of those matches are going to move on in the upper bracket, and then the losers out of those 2 matches are going to go down to the lower bracket, facing off the 2 teams which we have just mentioned. And I asked Temper right after his attack what was going on, and he said he was like, yeah, I only needed like 63%, so it was all fine. I don't know why you're stressing. So I mean, That guy.
He likes to keep it interesting for us. MVP Temper, are we going to see that? I guess we will find out momentarily. I mean, to be honest, I would give it to Nebrax, as I said, as we move through. But I guess we can take a look at that now. And yes, it is indeed Nebrax, 37%. Fantastic job. And yeah, such an interesting war that one was.
Yeah, that was a really crazy one. And just the way on how Nebrax is turning his attacks around today, it's just masterclass, because I feel like having attacks going your way and going to plan, still being able to execute is impressive, don't get me wrong. But if everything is going wrong and you have to really adapt on the fly, I think everyone who's playing Clash knows this feeling of like stress, of not knowing what to do. And if you can somehow turn those around, that's just the most impressive thing in the world. And he was able to pull that off twice today. So completely understandable why he was voted the MVP for that match.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you can see, our next matchup will be Vatic Esports and Dizzy Stamina. That will be coming up shortly. Back up to the upper bracket, we will be seeing who wins that and progresses forward, and who goes down to face off the teams that we just seen. However, we will be taking a short break, and we will be right back with that matchup. Welcome back. We have been able to calm down following that last attack from Temper. I feel he was definitely playing into the content there, but welcome back, Clash Bashing. What did you think of that matchup?
Well, I was getting ready, getting my notes ready for this war, and I was like, what's going on here? What is he doing? But a very impressive war there from Tribe Gaming. Well-deserved victory, and GG's to All Exceed as they make the early exit here. But we're on to the next one, Judo. We move back up to the upper bracket here for our final two matchups of the day. We're going to be seeing Vatic Esports going up against Dizzy x STMN. And if we look on paper here, Vatic statistically has the advantage.
Yeah, I feel like Vatic are just extremely strong. We've seen how well they performed in the first month when Dizzy got their golden ticket. But yeah, I feel like they are really just continuing to go from strength to strength. And we can take a little bit of a look at their team now. They don't have their ticket. They're very high up in the leaderboard, but Dizzy Stamina, they do have their golden ticket. So I feel like Vatic will be a little bit hungry here. And we can see exactly how they feel with a little bit of a statement from their team.
I think there is a lot of very, very strong teams like Tribe, Dizzy, Navy, Elevate also. And for sure, we every time have to improve to be at least at their level and try to be a bit upper than them to be able to win.
Definitely a lot of rivalries this season, and I think we're kind of like seeing that come to the forefront. But Vatic, man, had a very impressive run up until this point, and they definitely want to try to get a victory on the board. I mean, I think everyone wants to get the victory on the board, but their opponents, it doesn't matter so much for them. They're playing for prize money because they already have their golden ticket, Judo. It's Dizzy x STMN as we take a look at the names. Hey, Judo, why don't you do me the honor on the names here?
Oh, thanks, bud. I appreciate it. I really appreciate that. Obviously, they have their golden ticket. They merged with Stamina in this partnership. So you might recognize their faces, but we have Eddie Brock, Heath Ledger, Malcolm Marilyn, Baba Yaga, Damien Darkstar there. We have a couple of great performances so far today from them, but like you said, they already have their golden ticket, so maybe that's why we didn't see them firing on all cylinders in that first matchup. Let's check out an interview with them though and see what they have to say.
The rival team that pushes us to do the best every time is the one that qualifies. Because we already secured our spot in the World Finals, but every time a new team qualifies, then, well, we know that we have to be better than them in order to win the World Championship.
Great interview with Malcolm Marilyn there. Do you want to recap the teams first there, Bash, before we dive into the next bit?
You know, if you forced me to, I could not give you their new names. I could give you Eddie Brock because Venom is one of my all-time favorites. I could definitely do that. But they really went with some obscure choices, not just like, you know, mainstream comic picks there. I mean, Heath Ledger, that's a classic for sure. But yeah, I think this is going to be a really, really great matchup here. I mean, we've seen Vatic and Dizzy go at it in the past, and it's been really, really nice. But it feels like Vatic are kind of feeling that pressure this month, where last month they had that really early exit. The first month they had a really, really strong performance. I feel like they're kind of like, you know, focused in and they understand it's time to go. But let's take a look at our predictions here as the casters and just see what we're thinking. And, oh, wow. Looks like we're all in line with Vatic there.
Yeah, I mean, I went with Vatic because I felt they were more convincing in their first war. I feel like as a team that doesn't have the golden ticket, they are definitely hungry for that golden ticket. And also, I feel like they took a bit more of a risk last qualifier using the Super Yetis, and I think they dialed it back a little bit from what we've seen so far this month, and I really think that's going to help them to improve their performance. And yeah, I just think they are super solid right now.
Yeah, they're dialed in. They went 30-0 in the open ladder phase. Like, I definitely feel confident about what Vatic is doing, but let's see what the audience thinks. I mean, the audience have been kind of one-sided here in our past couple of matchups, and the audience, not so one-sided, but favoring Vatic as well. So I guess all of us here are kind of on the side of Vatic. I think it's more of like, for me, don't get me wrong, I'm very impressed with what Vatic are doing. I think eventually, if not this month, they'll get a golden ticket. But also, like, it feels like Disney, like, with the names, it's like, when are the, like, they're gonna throw something wild at us or something. Like, they're a really good team. They're an amazing team, but also, like, they're just kind of having fun with it, it feels like. So I think Vatic kind of knows, like, it's time to step it up. But guys, you see the predictions there. You saw our predictions. Make sure you guys get your predictions and head over to event.supercell.com/ClashClans, and you guys can get some nice rewards like some ores. Help your account out. I know I've been getting mine in, and I haven't really got many rewards, but you guys can give it a shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit more difficult for you to engage with the stream, which is what you have to try and do a little bit for the rewards, right, when you're casting. So I get that. You know, nothing about your predictions being wrong. I get it, Bash. But I think we should start honing in on the match, because you might be able to see the little clock down there as well. Just 1 minute before the opening match, in fact, less than that. And it is going to be Dizzy and Stamina. I should clarify as well, I don't know if we've mentioned this, but Dizzy obviously got the golden ticket, and they have partnered up with Stamina now as well. That's why you see their name being slightly different to the previous qualifiers.
And remember last year at Worlds, they were actually playing under the moniker of Stamina. So now kind of they went into the season as Dizzy, now kind of just like merging the two together and having the best of both worlds. I'm sure as a player, like having the support of two orgs there, any resources that you may need, has to definitely be a really great thing, is where you see them getting their final preps in. You know, I'd say I'm waiting for them to do something silly or a troll or something like that, but you can see, man, they're dialed in. They know when it's time for the war to start. It's time to get serious and put your game face on.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking forward to that Kingsman and Synthé rivalry. Obviously, they were teammates for a long time, and then now we've seen that little bit of back and forth as well, haven't we? And Synthé, I mean, Eddie Brock has his
Synthé,
golden
never
ticket.
heard of him.
And yeah, exactly. Kingsman does not. So, you know, they can have that rivalry all they want, but let's just see what happens in this matchup. Diving in with that Royal Champion dive, we've seen a couple of I'll say, sketchier Royal Champion dives today. Lots of kind of steering off in the wrong direction. Great trap placement on defense. But let's see what happens on this one.
Baba Yaga came in with the 96% on the first war, so a very impressive attack, but not able to cross that 3-star marker. If this Royal Champion goes in towards that fire spitter, actually no, she's gonna go up to the Wizard Tower and then maybe down towards the middle next. And there she goes, making her way downtown to the middle of this base. One of a few of the Clan Castle troops, I do see a furnace. It might be a full CC pool there, but off to a great start so far.
Yeah, a couple of ice golems and the furnace. Yeah, like you said, looks like a full CC troop. I thought he had actually took out the headhunter with the aura damage. That would have been nice, but obviously not going to worry about that too much. Pops that poison on top of the furnace, and he'll just slowly take these troops away first whilst he can, and set up funneling a little bit with the Yeti on the left.
The one nice thing about the furnace, if you realize it's out, if you have a poison in your comp, you can just throw it on there. The furnace isn't going to move anywhere. It's a stationary unit. Those fire spirits, they will move, but you could just poison the furnace and take it out as you set up everything else here. Got the queen in, got the warden in. Look at that merged multi-cannon there on the edge of the town hall. Gonna have to take care of that in a hurry. And actually gonna throw in the ice golem to freeze that up. Nice little freeze there. And there goes the overgrowth. So a lot of damage deflected early on this attack.
Yeah, just moving around the town hall at this point, can snipe off the queen as he's going past, and then once he's just about to get out of the range of the town hall, that's when he'll be looking for that overgrowth to wear off so he can snipe it before he moves on past it. Still has all of the hero abilities at this point. I'm guessing once the town hall comes off, we might see, yep, there we go, that warden ability to protect through the town hall, and then just trying to hold on to the king ability towards the end here, but let's see when he decides to use the RC ability. I think with her moving in towards the center, he might be considering using it once she gets into the middle.
Yeah, definitely want to get as much value out of that as possible. You know, one of the most impressive things on all of these attacks is definitely the time. Oh, watch the monolith. The monolith is actually going to take the world champion out before she gets all of those spears out. I was going to say the timing on the overgrowth, like timing up that 25 seconds is so impressive. But now, Baba Yaga has to get this one under control. Still has a lot of roots going, but did lose a little bit of the healing. Now the healer's going to go back over to the roots, stay on the queen. Queen's taking a lot of damage from the monolith, has to pop out her ability. A lot of force here. This is actually looking really strong and has a chance. Oh, but look at the time. There I go again, not watching the clock.
I wasn't watching either, so you're good, man. I was honestly about to back you up and say this actually looks pretty good moving towards the back of the base, but it's not the start that they wanted. Not even creeping towards the 90%. It's an 89 to start out. So I wonder who will be attacking first for Vatic and whether they can take advantage of that.
Yeah, it felt like that had enough force remaining there. Queen was on the monolith there at the end, maybe 1 or 2 more shots away from getting it down. It was kind of like weird that was only 89% because it felt like he had so much force there. So yeah, definitely could have pushed that one up a little bit longer. But again, that's like one of the things with doing that RC charge and then getting that full clan castle pull. He did waste, 5-6 seconds pulling those ice golems up to the top and then dealing with them another few seconds there as well. It's going to be Simon, our next attacker, coming in with the Root Riders as well. He's going with the fireball into Root Riders, which we've seen him use before. And in his first war, he actually had a 3-star. So if he can 3-star here, put the or give Vatic a lead rather, that'd be very impressive for them.
Yeah, but let's see if we can lock this fireball down and get it to work first, because this is similar to what we just seen in the attack from Max with the Angry Jelly. So he's just doing a little bit of a Warden charge first, getting the Warden in place. We don't have an ice block. That's one thing Itsu obviously mentioned that we are seeing a little bit, especially when you're turning multiple defenses invisible. Using the ice block just to make sure your Warden doesn't walk anyway. Here we go. Does get the fireball across. Takes out... Oh my goodness, Bash. I was going to say takes out the CC in that area, but I mean, he got so much value there. Amazing. A couple of Root Riders going in the wrong direction. Quickly use some super bombs. It's not too late now. They're gone.
Yeah, but the Warden is going with them as well. So he's going to lose the Warden. Okay, now the Root Riders in there. Oh man, this is a little bit of a mess. I think he's going to shift gears maybe and just go for the top. Actually, I don't know what he's going to do here. He's got to kind of figure out a plan and just bring it back. He's got to get this town hall down for sure. Definitely not what Simon was hoping for here.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a difficulty at the top. Let's see whether he's got enough force there. He's kind of doing a reverse spirit walk here where he's still got the well, he had the Spirit Fox and the Royal Champion. He was able to use the invisibility spells to help protect her. But the main issue, like you said, is the Town Hall at the top. We've got one Root Rider there. He's trying to get a couple of Super Barbs onto that location, but the storage is there. Means he can't quite get them onto it. Should be able to get it now. Last Super Barb. Town Hall goes down. But despite a beautiful start to this attack, this is where when things split, everything just deals so much damage, and this is why we see the Overgrowth and the Root Riders so much. You can keep everything together where they are protecting each other. The healing is effective. As soon as you have multiple angles, if you're not able to, have the tanks for those troops, they go down so fast.
Yeah, that was so tough because the opening definitely looked beautiful. 77% is the final total, but I mean, we're talking the difference of a half of a tile in one direction or the other. But the Root Riders put right on the center line, I guess, of those two defenses, causing them to split. And then I'm very impressed that he was able to bring that back, because I was worried that he wasn't even going to be able to get the 2-star there. Using those barbs was a nice play, but man, Vatic had a nice opening there, and then just a little mistake. It really wasn't even a mistake, just a little miscalculation there on the placement of those Root Riders. But now Dizzy can really push their lead. They're already up 12 buildings. If they can get a 3-star on the board, that puts so much pressure over to Vatic.
Yeah, I mean, it is unfortunate, but I guess when you're on this stage, the littlest mistakes can make the biggest difference. So right back across to Damien Dark, who got the 3-star in that first war, looking to set up a very similar approach to this one. Let's just focus in on this Warden first and make sure he gets the job done early, because that's where we can sometimes see, such as the attack from Temper in the last war, things can go south if you don't get this Warden charge correct. But after that, then we can move on to the Root Rider portion.
Yeah, and there goes the Fireball. Quick little Fireball, just creating the pathing, creating the funnel. Here come the Roots to bring that Warden back in here. He did have a 3-star on his first attack, and if he can replicate that, I feel like it puts so much pressure over to the Vatic squad. Man, I'm just really a little bit baffled by Simon's attack, like how, obviously he wasn't expecting that, but how that went sideways so quickly. All right, now Overgrowth onto the Town Hall. A lot of damage negated. Everything's looking really good. That Fireball was perfect. A couple Fire Spirits from the Furnace, but everything's under control under this attack so far.
Yeah, quick reactions there. Saw the CC pull, drop that poison, like you said, right on top of the Furnace. Gigabomb does go off there, but nothing too drastic, because he does have a quite nice little spread of his troops, but he's nicely kept the Barbarian King on the outside of the base. Has Frosty alongside the King, and with that new addition of 5 levels, he has Frosty has the 3rd Frostbite as well, and that is a big difference in freezing these defenses on the outside.
Yeah, huge addition at helping slow things down a little bit. Keep an eye on that hook tower when it wakes up. We already saw it reach across and grab one of the troops in there. I didn't see exactly what it grabbed, but he did use the Overgrowth shortly after. Also, the multi-gear tower is right in there. If this grabs the Queen, it could cause a little bit of issues. Let's see where it's targeting. It's retargeting, targeting. Grabs the Yeti in there. That's actually not an issue at all, as the Royal Champion will go ahead and take down that hook tower. Queen goes to ability now. Still has King over on the top side. A little bit of spell support here, and this base is thinning out really quick. Dizzy are feeling good so far.
It does look good, doesn't it? He's managed to use those invisibility spells beautifully, just rotating the invisibility of the Spirit Fox and the Royal Champion, exactly what you would do at the start of the attack, but he's done it at the end, getting the 3 stars, and oh my goodness, what an attack following what we've seen from Simon. So Vatic really have the pressure on them now. They've got a ton of experience, so they have to be able to step up at this point. I'm sure they can, but certainly with Synthé, ex-rival on Dizzy's team, they got to be feeling it just that little bit more. That's what happens with rivalries.
Yeah, especially with an intense rivalry like this. Like, there's a lot of passion between these two squads, and for Synthé or Eddie Brock, as we're supposed to be saying here, he's able to take a little bit more chill because they already have that golden ticket. There's not as much pressure, whereas Kingsman maybe feeling that pressure and feeling, each month another tournament goes by, each month another qualifier is gone, each month another opportunity has elapsed. So this month needs to be the month I'm sure that's the feeling for all of these squads in here, but I know Kingsman personally feels that a lot. He's going to go in with the RC charge into Root Riders. It's usually RC charge into something, although we have seen quite a bit of fireballs in this war, so a little bit of difference. Earlier today, he did have that 85% with a similar attack, but we know that anyone on this Vatic squad, or the Dizzy squad for that matter, can put up a 3-star at any given time.
Absolutely, just a little Royal Champion charge to start out here for Kingsman. I wonder if he decided, like, look, I'm stepping up now. Team captain, I'm going to take the pressure, try and pull us back into this. Great start. Love the use of those earthquake spells as well, just to set things up for the log launcher, which takes down the crusher motor. One more log will take down the monolith, and they'll be able to snipe that fire spitter as well. And then we've got the King and the Ice Golem on the outside with the Root Riders now pushing adjacent to the log launcher.
Log launcher opens up, and it's that super Valkyrie, super Yeti combination that we saw earlier. We've seen this used quite a few times today, and it's a nice little interesting combination, and you might actually even get a little bit of extra value when that super Valkyrie gets taken out with the Queen and the Giant there. But in the meantime, there's the big push on the top side of the base, Judo. We got Roots in there, we got the Royal Champion, the King's in there, and still Warden ability yet to be used.
Just trying to save that probably for when he either gets in range of that Giga Bomb or when the Town Hall becomes active again. Barbarian King still has the ability, but it should go off momentarily. All the snakes trying to protect him. The bomb tower actually forces that ability. Not the end of the world, though, because it pushes a lot of stuff towards the Town Hall, where he can then use the ability. We've got the RC ability, couple of spells. Time is not an issue this time around, Bash. And it's looking good for Kingsman.
You know, we're going to be both hyper aware of that moving forward. Like, he does have the rocket spear here, and probably should pop it now so she doesn't get in range of those defenses. I think she's going to be safe. I think time's fine, but I think this is exactly what Vatic need. They put up 13 stars in their last war, so they can put up stars at any given time. Sure, Simon missed after 3-starring in the last war, but that just means one of the other guys will step up, and Kingsman will take the lead here as the team captain. Look at the swag on the base with the double and Viz. Plenty of time, and they are back in this war. Remember, Judo, stars win the war first. Even though they're down on percent, if they can get some triples on the board, they'll be right back in this thing.
And you've got to say, when it comes to morale of the team, Kingsman as captain, stepping up in that moment where, you know, a bit unfortunate for Simon not getting a great attack in, and then Dizzy Stamina go ahead and get a 3-star. That's a tough spot, and you've got to be able to spin that around. As team captain, stepping up, keeping your cool, and getting the 3-star to just bring the vibe back into the team. Fantastic stuff. And swagging a couple of spells as well, just starting to play the mental game. And here we go. Eddie Brock looking to respond. What are we going to have here? Are we going to try and have a triple spell swag to get right back at Kingsman?
You know, I was just thinking that, Judo. We saw the double spell swag from Kingsman. Now, does Eddie Brock, like, try to overcompensate, try to one-up him and make a mistake
Oh, no,
here?
he's going Rocket Loons instead.
Oh, boy. And this is an attack that can lead to mistakes. Rocket Loons with the Fireball. I mean, when it's done right, it's beautiful. He's actually going to go with the Quick Fireball, so not too much room for mistakes. So he's just going to get a few of those defenses out early. I love that. That way you don't have to really worry about things. He does have the Ice Block, which he can use on the base anywhere. He can protect his Warden with it. He can protect one of the other heroes with it. A lot of uses for that Ice Block, and this type of attack does have the Flame Flinger up top, which he does have to keep an eye on those mortars, but that's where those Rocket Loons come in to kind of snipe those out and just manage so that Flame Flinger can just get as much value as possible.
So far, so good. And I have to say, over the years, Eddie Brock has shown time and time again just how good of an attacker he is, especially with these creative techniques and army compositions, right? And I mean, and I know it's Warden Charge Rocket Loons, it's a common attack strategy, but to use it on this level as well, it takes a little bit of guts. You've got to say, when everyone else is using the Root Riders, so you, massive respect. I hope it's going to pay off. Rage spell looking good on the Warden. Now we've got a couple of loons out in front to hopefully try and get rid of those air mines.
And that's the one thing you have to keep in mind here is those defenses dealing 20% more damage. More importantly, the defending heroes dealing 20%. There goes the Warden. Headhunter got in there. The defenses between that Expo, the Headhunter, and all the sweeper pushing the healers back. That's what can happen. That's what I was just gonna allude to. all the extra damage can really put so much pressure on that Warden Walk. And the Town Hall is not secured yet. He still has King and everything to go for the Town Hall. I don't think that's going to be an issue. But this one could definitely struggle to get some percent with the Warden going down a little bit early.
That's it. When you're trying to like one-up each other and you have these rivalries, it's so fun for us to watch, but I feel it just adds even more pressure. I guess Eddie Brock always has the comeback of like, there's my golden ticket. So there's always that front. But with the Minion Prince, he's able to get that Town Hall right now. He's still got 14 Rocket Loons as well here, Bash, with hero abilities, so never count anything out. Is that Minion Prince and the Metal Pants? He's just ripping apart the middle of the base there as well.
Yeah, he got some work, got the Town Hall down. I was wondering how he's going to get the Town Hall, but the Minion Prince got that under control in a hurry. Now he's just surgically using these Rocket Loons. Minion Prince is really safe in there. King still has ability, and King is safe in there as well. I mean, this is actually going to be a lot better than I thought it would be. Tornado Trap's going to go off and grab the Minion Prince right here, take him out. Warden, or the RC, excuse me, goes to Phoenix on the top side. I don't think it's got a chance at a 3-star, but man, this definitely did way better than I was ever expecting it to.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think this is a prime example of like why we don't see these attacks as much. As like he lost the Warden early. Like yes, he got the Fireball, did get some value after that, but like he lost the Warden afterwards, and he still got a 95%. But there's just so much more risk involved that, unfortunately, I think that's why we don't see more of the creative attacks, and we do see more of the like sticking to the meta strategies, which you're always going to have, I guess, whether it's hard mode or not hard mode. But either way, I love to see something a little bit different. Bit sad it didn't work out because I'd love to try and encourage that, but a great attack nevertheless, and certainly anyone's war still at this point.
That attack is definitely one of the most tough ones to use. I remember like when hard mode first came out, my first thought was, oh, hard mode. You know what I'm going to use? I'm going to use a Warden Walk Fireball. That's got to be easy. Oh my goodness, if my Warden didn't get taken out in 12 seconds flat, I was like, oh, that's no joke. Like, it's such a big difference playing in the hard mode. So like you said, to have the courage to use that, but not only that, but to have the skill set to use that is huge. But now, Tryhard and Vatic, they can push into the lead here with a 3-star and start to put that pressure back onto Dizzy. Tryhard had a beautiful attack in their last war, starting off with the RC charge into Root Riders. A 3-star here can really swing this war right now.
It certainly could. Town Hall does get one fire off there, so he's got to be careful moving into the next part of the attack, but he is going to be able to recall before the next one fires, protect the Royal Champion and the Fox. But we do have the Log Launcher. Log Launcher for this one. I thought he was going to switch it at the last moment there. Using the Headhunter for the King, and the Logs will be able to move through the Multi-Inferno, damage that Town Hall as well.
Maybe even pick up the CC there. We saw it earlier, where the CC was able to get taken out before any troops came out. Actually, he's going to go right through it, so I think the Clan Castle should come right out. But now the Super Yeti, Super Valkyrie combination can go in there, take out the Town Hall, but also maybe even get these Clan Castle troops down so it doesn't slow down the main push here from the Root Riders. RC's in there. She's taking a lot of damage. Ooh, RC is going to get taken out, actually. That's not good. But he does have the Town Hall under control.
Could be a bigger deal than you think, because his Valkyries ran around the outside as well. You can see they actually ran back into that compartment, and now they are with the Royal Champion, so the defending Royal Champion. So now they're back in with the Root Riders, so he is able to increase the damage output behind the Root Riders. That's potentially why he then instantly used the Warden ability as well to make sure to protect them. But he's got the Queen on the inside, and alongside the ability, that's always great to just increase the damage output behind the Root Riders that provide the tank.
Yeah, but the Queen's got to get back up top. She's going towards the bottom here. Man, things just aren't working the way that Tryhard wants. You mentioned the Valkyries went around. Now the Queen's going all off on her own. Once that Overgrowth wears off, that Monolith is just going to deal so much damage. Does have the Spiky Ball on the King. There goes the Queen's ability. But man, there's still so much damage on this base.
It certainly is, and Queen will get the Monolith. King is about to go down, so I'm just trying to scan around and see exactly what happens, but I mean, he's going to get into the 80%, but it's not really going to be that much higher than that, I don't think. Might be able to push towards 90% here.
Yeah,
not
it's
quite
got to be.
enough, though.
It's it's got to be a lot higher than that because they're already down 12% from that first attack with Simon. So they're going to actually lose a few more buildings here. So it's going to end up, they're probably going to have to win this war on stars as they lose another 6%. So now they're down by 18% after 3 attacks. Not insurmountable. I mean, we've seen in previous wars today, we've seen in numerous wars today where a late attack is in the 60s or 70% because something happened there. So anything could still happen, but that lead is growing for Dizzy, and Vatic have to take action on it as quick as possible.
Yeah, I mean, with 2 attacks left over, like you said, anything can still happen. I mean, granted, it is only 18%. I know that feels a lot bigger than what it is, but you look at, you know, like the attack from Simon, I know that was of Vatic, but it was way greater than that. So, like, one mistake from Dizzy stamina, and that could be exactly what Vatic needs to take this. Or they just, you know, get a 3-star of their own, and then they don't even have to worry about the percentage. But here we go. Heath Ledger did get the 3-star in the opening matchup, so looking to really put Dizzy Stamina in the lead. Beautiful RC dive at the moment, locks right onto that Town Hall. Trying to get the multi-gear tower as well here. Should be able to get that and the sweeper. Beautiful job. Fire Spitter just to, hey, have a little cherry on top.
Yeah, nice little surge right in there and get some crazy value. There's the hook tower right there in the middle of the base as it's highlighted. Now he's going to be able to just send in the roots and kind of just go around that little path that he created there. There goes the troop launcher in. Going to go right into the Giga Bomb so he can kind of negate that with the Warden ability if he chooses to, or if the healers are doing a great job, they can kind of just negate all that damage because everything should still be clumped together. He's also going to cut the pathing here with that Baby Dragon. I like this open. It's a little bit of an unconventional one, but...
No, it's only one Valkyrie. I thought he had like
the healers,
5 Valkyries there, but the healers actually follow the Valkyrie, which is a much bigger deal. I saw that the Barbarian King was like stalling the Valkyries up, and that's why I was concerned that he was taking out all of the buildings, and there was an elixir collector on the bottom that was going to pull the Valkyrie, or I thought it was a group of them. Luckily, the healers, though, even though they followed it, do move back across to the Root Riders. Otherwise, this could have been that big mistake I was talking about that would have been massive for Vatic.
Yeah, that would have been definitely catastrophic here for Heath Ledger, but gets it back on track. If you're Vatic, you're like hoping those healers go down and follow those Valkyries and get in danger, but they come back, and now the healers are actually pretty safe as the boogers soaking. Oh my goodness, that was like 6 red air bombs, 5 or 6 red air bombs just soaked up by that one booger. That was insane.
Yeah, fantastic value. I love that he placed the skeleton spell just to try and distract both the hook tower and the monolith, just placing that early just to make sure he could spawn some of the skeletons, but unfortunately didn't end up paying off for him. Still looking okay towards the back end of the base here. He's got an invisibility spell, he's still got the queen ability with the magic mirror and action figure left to go, so honestly it's even looking pretty good for his 3-star moving to the back end of the base.
Still a little bit in the way, though. Let's not call it yet. The RC's really strong here. Queen's really strong. Oh, yeah. But I think with the Queen still having ability, I think it's fair to call it a 3-star here now. You know, I just don't like to jinx things. I've jinxed too much. I've gotten a little bit of a rap.
There. You're all good. You're all good.
I've gotten a little bit of a bad rap as a jinxer. Yeah, we're all good there. Heath Ledger, it's another 3-star, and man, Vatic have to get a 3-star now. Like, there's no way they can't 3-star this next attack.
I mean, yeah, like you said, they have to, right? Because my prediction hangs in the balance. If not, so does their rivalry and golden ticket. But remember, this is the upper bracket, so they're not out of it yet. Even if they lose this one, they will go down into the lower bracket for tomorrow's matches. But clearly, they want to be up on the top of that bracket for as long as possible. And they've still got 2 attacks left to go. Even if they 3-star, they're trailing on percentage, but it's really not like that far, as we were saying. We do have Inman attacking, who 3-starred in the opening war, so he's on that little bit of a streak as well, and they've got to keep their head in the game. Make sure to play it safe now. No more of those fireball rocket loon attacks. And let's see if we can get the 3-star on this one.
Look at all those bombs going off there. Now tornado trap, a little bit of a baited entry here for that royal champion. Let's see if the Spirit Fox can hold on. All right, she does hold on just a little bit longer there, but the poison tower is going to go off, and that'll take down the Spirit Fox. But the royal champion's still working strong here. She's getting a lot of value. He's going to push her down towards the scatter, but go ahead and recall her. So losing the Spirit Fox, definitely not optimal, but still gets the value he was looking for from that Royal Champion charge.
Yeah, I wonder, it's hard to know. At first I was like, there's no way he deliberately turned the Fire Spitter invisible, but I guess maybe he might have, because he can kind of snipe it. He'll take a little bit of damage here, but nothing too drastic, and it meant that he definitely got that expo. So maybe that was the plan all along. As you see now, the Royal Champion snipes that. Root Riders moving into the other Fire Spitter compartment. King already setting up that funnel beautifully, and an interesting move to then have the Queen loop in to then follow the Root Riders.
That's going to be really, really nice. Like you mentioned before, gonna have some kind of firepower behind those Root Riders, or else they kind of just get stalled up and they start taking the damage, especially from that Crusher Mortar. That thing can deal out so much damage. The RC's in there, the Queen's now in there, King's on the outside. This is looking really, really nice. A great recovery after the little shaky start with the Royal Champion catching all those Giga Bombs. Still a little bit of defense is remaining, but he's got to feel good with the RC ability and the Queen ability still remaining.
I'm trying to see when he's going to use that. Oh, she's going to get in range of the monolith. Use the ability. Don't lose the rocket spear like we've seen so many times today. Does in fact press that, and the other troops got back out in front anyways. So he is going to get maximum value out of the rocket spear. Still has the Queen ability. We've got a weird little compartment to go back to in that of the Ricochet Cannon, the multi-archer tower, plus we've got to get through the Giga Bomb. He's still got a lot of damage though, starting the cleanup across to the left-hand side. So to be honest, it's looking pretty good. He just needs to keep like one Root Rider alive to punch him into that last compartment.
Yeah, I agree with that. If he can keep those roots up just a little bit longer through these last couple defenses, should be a no question 3-star here. Queen did go to ability, get that giant out. Still got Yetis and there's still a lot of troops in there, plenty of force. It's going to be a 3-star, and Vatic Esports get exactly what they need there. They get the response on the 3-star, but now they need a defense, and it's got to be a pretty solid defense, or they got to get a defense and 3-star. However, if Dizzy can triple, Dizzy can win this war.
They certainly can. It will be... Well, let's just see what happens. I was going to say it's going to be Mask attacking last, right? But I can't remember exactly the names that they're running for this qualifier.
Mask? I've never heard of Mask.
It's going to be
Who's
someone
that?
attacking last. And in the last weekend's matches, he did get 2 3-stars, but he did have 3 2-stars as well. So, you know, not quite the hit rate that we've seen from him in the past. Malcolm Maryland, of course. There we go. Not quite the hit rate we've seen from him in the past. So let's see what comes out in this one, because it's also like maximum pressure right now for him. Final attack. They've got the lead, but it's only a percentage lead and it's not massive. And what do you know? Here we go. It is the Rocket Loons to try and finish it off for us, Bash.
Oh boy, we saw this have some issues earlier. Did he just use an invis with a couple Rocket Loons? Right? Oh yeah, he made
to
the
get the
Wizard
expo
Tower
for the
invisible.
flame flinger.
Oh,
Let's
okay.
go. Getting
All right,
fancy for the end.
I like it. Does have the Angry Jelly on the Warden. That's one of those things, like, you kind of just gotta let the Angry Jelly and the Warden kind of work before you really force the issue if you're not going with that quick fireball. Because if you make things invisible, the Warden's gonna continue to push forward, and then he can really get in some danger. So you really just gotta be patient when you select that Angry Jelly. Angry Jelly comes off now, so you can go ahead and get ready to set up this fireball.
I was just keeping an eye there because the Warden was under a lot of damage, and he basically did turn it invisible. Gets the fireball right on top of the Town Hall, so he gets both of the towers down, the Rage Tower and the Poison Tower. Town Hall extremely weak and hoping to just finish that off with the Warden, but obviously needs... Oh, no, he's not. He actually pulls the Warden with the Archer Queen. I mean, there's no battle builders, so he's not going to heal that back up. Is he... He can't outrange it with the Flinger, because it outranges the Flinger now. Is he going to use the Royal Champion to run through the middle of the Town Hall?
He almost has to at this point. Like one of those little awkward things. Oh, he does have the Rocket Loons, though. I guess that could work.
It feels like not great value to do that, but I guess maybe that is what he's going to do here.
Yeah, there goes a couple Rocket Loons to get the... At least get some damage on... Oh, keep it on the Queen. Keep it on the Queen. Get some damage on the Inferno there. Warden's working through here. Queen's working. Everything's strong there. Here comes some Ice Golems to stall things up. There goes the Flame Flinger. I guess let's see what he's got in this Flame Flinger. That could also be a factor too. A couple super minions.
Interesting. Royal Champion does come in from the top though, so just side-swiping the Town Hall. Then she can aim to reinforce with everything else, but she does catch the Tornado Trap. Meanwhile, the defending CC troops really stalling out his heroes, not able to get in towards that monolith, taking a lot of damage here. He's got a few spells left to use, and he's using them early. You never want to wait. Oh, Royal Champion runs out of the Invis spell. Did he recognize that? I don't think he did. Royal Champion goes down.
Oh, this could be the opening Vatic was hoping for. If this queen goes down, she's holding on, but it's low percentage right now. He's still got some resources, so he could definitely still work the percentage up here. But if the queen goes down, that's going to be the main source of damage left. Here comes some more rockets to try to alleviate some of that pressure. There goes the queen. Warden's still walking here.
They were 18% in the lead, Bash.
Oh, okay, so he got enough.
He got enough if Vatic don't 3-star, right? He has enough if they don't 3-star.
Yeah, so Vatic are going to have to 3-star no matter what, with this getting above, what was it, 82% would have been the number. So yeah, it wasn't a 3-star, but it was enough to force the issue where Vatic have to come in now and get the triple. It's going to be Nachoa that will have to 3-star, or else Vatic is going to move down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, he was basically on 80% there as I started saying that to like build some suspense, and then the percentage just like ramped up to 87% within like 1 second and just got rid of any anticipation we were trying to build. But hey, gets the percentage required, but like you said, just a few things in that attack, meaning that he's not able to get the 3-star, and that leaves the door open. Nachoa now, 3-star or nothing. They're not out of it. They would go back down to the lower bracket, but we were talking about how strong Vatic Esports is right now, and I feel like this has been one of those matches where we've kind of seen mistakes on both parts. Like, yes, there's been good elements to the base building, but we've also seen mistakes on offense from both of the teams. So let's see whether he can, keep rock solid for this last attack and get them the 3-star they need.
Oh, it's going to be dragons. We've seen dragons have mixed results today. We've seen some commanding dragon attacks, and then we've seen some sketchy ones. So this could definitely go either way, but it's going to be a really good Royal Champion charge. That's the main thing here, is you got to set the path. You got to set everything up with this Royal Champion here initially.
Yeah, I always love to see like the choice in equipment, and I haven't used the Archer Puppet for so long, but I believe it like increases the damage that you get from the hero boosts or whatever. So I'm sure there's some logic of using the Archer Puppet, but as you can see with the Crusher Mortar there, basically goes down pretty much instantly, and so does the Queen. So I'm really, just trying to help with pathing of the Royal Champion, but I never quite know the exact reason that they do that over like Magic Mirror or something.
Yeah, you get a DPS increase, and you do get the health recovery when you hit ability, but yeah, I don't know why you would pick that over like Magic Mirror where you get the 3 queens. It's one of those things, where they're pros, they have these tendencies and they make these decisions.
There's some reason that I don't know. I'll ask Itsu after the match.
Itsu may know, but here we go with the dragons. He did do a great job of basically taking out the whole left side with that Royal Champion charge. Now he's going to go and look at this Angry Jelly on the Minion Prince. He's going to go ahead and use that ability. So the Angry Jelly is going to allow that Minion Prince to target these defenses and clear out that right side, so the dragons should push right on through the Town Hall. Warden ability will protect them even more here.
Yeah, Minion Prince got caught up a little bit there, but then now gets those rocket loons in to help with the air defense as well. Minion Prince can hope. I mean, look at that, just sniping off the fire spitter. Would have been nice to get that down a couple of seconds earlier to protect the dragons, but they are moving through. And yeah, let's just see if he has enough towards the back end of the base. I feel it's hard to call right now.
Yeah, those balloons coming out just a little bit early there. Dragon Rider's going to come out. He's going to actually use an invis on the Dragon Rider so he can get the scatter shut down. If the Dragon Rider can go over and get the Arch Tower out, that'll be huge as well. He's got the dragons kind of just spread out throughout the base here. Dragon Rider does get the Arch Tower. That's a huge pickup. There's not too many air targeting defenses, just that multi, man. That multi is such a pain for these dragons in hard mode. I don't think this is going to get there personally. I'd like to see it get there, but I just don't think it has enough gas in the tank.
No, I think we'd be really clutching at straws if we thought that it was going to get it. You can already see some of the celebrations from Dizzy Stamina, who pull out the victory on this one. I feel like it's been one of those like scrappy matches, but when you're at the top, you need to be able to pull out the victory in matches like this as well. So it is going to be the 12-12 war. Couple of 3 stars from either team, but it's Dizzy Stamina that are going to be able to etch out that small destruction lead.
And what an impressive performance by Dizzy so far. I mean, they already have the golden ticket, and they've won both of their upper bracket matches so far. Now, that does mean that Vatic are going to move down to the lower bracket and have to make a little bit of a lower bracket run starting tomorrow. But man, Dizzy, they are coming out and they are playing strong. They look like the team to beat so far throughout the whole season, realistically here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like me and you especially, because I think we picked against them on both of the matches, but I feel like we just underestimated them a little bit in terms of like, yes, they have the golden ticket. We know they're stacked full of, you know, experience and talent, but I guess we just underestimated how much they would go for it in these, and we really fell into the aspect of thinking the other teams were hungrier, when that can only get you so far, I guess, right?
You know what it is for me, Judo? I'm not even gonna lie. It's the name change. The name change seems like, you know, they're just loose. They're having fun with it. They're joking around. So I guess I fell for the bait of the, yeah, maybe, because I fell for that bait. I mean, I fell for it twice now, but they're coming out strong. They go ahead. I mean, based on our predictions and the community predictions, I don't think it is an upset because they're a golden ticket holder, but with the picks, they upset all of the picks there, but they're showing why they are a golden ticket winner here with a 12-12 victory over what's becoming a pretty fierce rivalry in Vatic Esports.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know whether if like Simon's Root Riders didn't move off to the side, how closer that would have been, but we can take a look at the updated bracket. Dizzy Stamina moving to the upper bracket matchup, one away from the grand finals. We'll be seeing who they are going to be facing up following our next match, but that does mean that Vatic moved down to the lower bracket to play Team Electros.
Yeah, all right. Well, what a way this has been shaping up here. A little bit of a shocker that Dizzy's just came out and played so well, but we will see Elevate going up against Only Bads next. MVP is going to be Damien Dark with 39% of the vote. I guess that early 3-star kind of set the tone for them. I think that's a pretty fitting MVP vote there.
Yeah, I feel like you could maybe argue it a few different ways, but I feel like his attack was very well controlled. Like you said, it kind of got things going for them as well. So you definitely got to see where he got the MVP on that one. Plus, I think he's a bit of a fan favorite as well at home because he's just such a good attacker.
Yeah, he's always really fun and entertaining to watch. I mean, all the players in this matchup are really good and creative and fun to watch. So I always look forward to when we see this matchup on paper. And I mean, we could potentially see it yet again here if we see them maybe even go to the lower bracket or even in the grand finals. You never know what's going to happen here because we still have so many matches to be played here. I mean, this is day 1. We still have day 2 tomorrow, Judo.
We certainly do, but like you said, we still have another exciting match ahead of us. You can see it on the bottom. It will be Elevate versus Only Bads, 2 teams that had impressive victories in those opening matches. So we'll be heading into that after a short break.
And welcome back to our World Championship qualifiers. We have one more matchup here today. Elevate versus Only Bads. Lex knows this one is shaping up to be really good based on how both these teams played earlier.
Yes, it is indeed. I'm looking forward to this match. Elevate have just been top notch as of late, and Only Bads aren't looking too bad either. I mean, you can see right here, their stats show that they are right on par with Elevate.
Yeah, it's really, really close. Wow, I didn't realize how close these guys were. And we saw in the first matchup for Only Bads, their defenses came in really, really clutch. We kind of pointed that out and highlighted that, and that was definitely a big factor. But Elevate, man, they came out and they put up such a strong performance with 13 stars. As we go ahead, let's take a look at the lineup for them. Celino, Bernal, Leo, Pato, and the new addition, Max, who's just been meshing so well with this squad. You actually see their stars so far here today.
Yeah, Max has been doing really well, and you can see them here planning their attacks, getting ready. It is kind of interesting to see like their lineup or their hit order change all over the place. Like sometimes Max goes first, sometimes he goes third. They're not super consistent, but Max just goes whenever he's ready and he can do something effective. We actually have a statement from him, so let's see what he has to say.
After losing to Dizzy Group last month, or Carry Esports, we spent a lot of time this month learning from our mistakes, improving our bases a lot, and learning some new attacks so we don't lose twice again.
Again, trying to see the confidence from Max. He loves being kind of the spokesperson of the team. I feel like over the years, he's really come out of his shell, and he is just loving this community and being a part of a high-level Clash team, and he's really embracing it.
Oh yeah, I think he's just kind of like, I don't think he really had a choice because he's the only English speaker on there, really fluent, but I think he's kind of embraced that pretty well. But let's go ahead and take a look at their opponents, Only Bads, who were very impressive in their own right. I'm pretty sure we all picked against them, and they came in and proved us wrong. Demo, ND, Dima, Sean, and Ninja, they are known for those defenses, and we saw that in their first matchups where those defenses were really the key factor.
That does seem to be the difference maker for this team. Their offense is not bad by any means. I mean, it's actually very good, way above average, but when you compare it to some of the best performers like Vatic and Dizzy, maybe it looks a little bit lower, but it seems like their defense more than makes up for it, and it's showing so far this weekend. I mean, obviously beating Tribe earlier today was great, and let's see what they have to say about this upcoming matchup.
I think again, it's gotta be Electros because we have some history from Worlds warm-up as well, where they beat us in that same round, and it was really close matches both times, and they could have gone either way. So it really just triggers us a little bit, but it's time to show them who's the better team.
You know, I think I picked against Only Bads here, and I feel like I'm regretting it. Like, Ninja feels like he's motivated. All of his interview segments have been very, very intense. I feel like Only Bads are out to prove something here this month, and so far, they've done just that. I mean, if they can upset Elevate, that'll be a huge step for them.
It would be. It'd be interesting to see how the audience is predicting this matchup to go as well, because I'm curious to see if they're starting to build up more of a fan base. But you can see the caster predictions here. I mean, we were all rolling with Elevate because they have just been on a roll lately. They've been doing so well, but it will be fun to see if Bad Zinger really have a solid chance of coming in and getting an upset, and we'll see what the audience is predicting as well.
Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't even mind flipping my vote here. I don't even know. I like Elevate a lot. I love the way they play. I love their style. I love their intensity. A lot of former world champions on that squad. But man, I also love the intensity of what Only Bads is bringing to the table. I think we're going to have a really, really nice matchup, but we see Elevate is just huge fan favorites right here with 87% of the vote.
Indeed, and if you want to get in on this action, show your support, and earn some in-game rewards, you can go to event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans. So go ahead and check that out and earn yourself some in-game rewards. That'll be nice as we get ready for the last match of the day. It's going to be a great one, guys. we're actually going to have Sean of Only Bads going first against Max here in this matchup, and we'll see if they're able to come out hot, come out swinging, and get a nice early 3-star to put some pressure on Elevate.
Yeah, Sean came out with the Roots in their first war against Tribe, only an 87%, so he's definitely looking to improve that. Look at that little goblin figure there. I love that. Those little dancing goblin figures are some of the best figures, by the way. But let's see what he's bringing to the table. It's going to be Root Riders again. I mean, no huge surprise there. Is like over 85% of the attacks are Root Riders right now, but you are seeing a little bit of variations on the openers. So it is the RC charge and the Root Riders going right at that poison tower.
Fun to see the 3 witches in this lineup, likely going to be used on the outside of the base, probably with the Barbarian King, just to really help solidify the funnel. This Royal Champion is getting that value. The Spirit Fox taking so much damage early, and if he goes over the Giga Bomb, yeah, that Spirit Fox not quite going to make it to the next phase of the attack.
Yeah, that's okay. We've seen that happen time and time again. He does go ahead and recall there after getting scattered down. That's some pretty nice value. You can kind of see the funneling and the pathing set up there after that RC dive. But now he's going to go ahead and bring in the Queen. There goes the Overgrowth. Remember, Overgrowth's going to be about 25 seconds there at maximum level. So he's going to time this up so that as everything's kind of walking past and getting all those other defenses down, the Town Halls start to wake up, and then something can just go ahead and clip that Town Hall and take it down as they're in passing. Furnace and Ice Golems come out of the clan castle right there and go ahead and deal with them as well with the poison spell. So off to a great start so far. It seems like everything is going the way he wanted.
Looks like it. That has been just the most common way to approach this sort of base here today, is have that first Overgrowth on the Town Hall and get all your Root Riders to kind of path around it, but also to be like right next to it when that Overgrowth expires. You can pop a Warden ability, get through that high, heavy DPS area, and then kind of wing the second Overgrowth on the fly just based on where they feel it'll be best. You can see he deploys it up there by the Monolith and the other Inferno Tower as he makes his way to fight the Barbarian King.
All right, lots going on here. Split all over the base. This is the one thing, is when things start to split, that's when you start to have the issue. I was trying to see if I see any Root Riders surviving in there. I see a bunch of Giants for sure. I think all the Root Riders got taken out there. Now the Monolith and the multi-Inferno, are going to wake up. We still got King in there with ability and Queen with ability, which will add a lot of force. But man, there's still so much of this base remaining, not to mention the defending King is always a problem.
The spiky ball hitting some really key defenses there was nice. The Archer Queen still has her ability. He's going to go ahead and pop it here just to get through this heavy section of the base. So power-wise, I feel like he's looking good. But since all the Root Riders are disappearing, the King is going down, and the Clone Queens are on a timer, I don't know. I don't think he's going to be able to go all the way around to the backside of the base.
Yeah, only 25 seconds remaining also. And that RC is going to be a big factor. She can really output a ton of damage, especially on the defending heroes here. The Queen's gonna try to deal with her. She's actually gonna go ahead and pull the Queen over. Queen's gonna walk around.
Oh my goodness.
But only 10 seconds remain. I don't think it's got enough time, even if he has enough force here.
Queen wanted to go all the way around. I mean, technically it was a better wall to go all the way around like that, but he does run out of time at 91%. Not a bad percentage to open up the match, at least if you are going to come in with a 2-star, so that's at least respectable percent. And we'll see if Only Bads are just able to have their defense that they can rely on coming up next.
He had 87% in the last war, so a little bit of an improvement there for Sean. So that's definitely got to feel good, but you want to get over the hump and get that 3-star. But at 91%, I mean, that's really respectable. Whenever you're at that 90% mark, that's a really good percentage to be at. Now we're going to see Demo on defense and Max. You talked about it earlier. Max opening up last month, I believe it was. Max opened up every war and went perfect. So he is no stranger to this lead off position. It's going to be another Root Rider with the Royal Champion charge attack here as Max gets his preparations ready. Here comes the Royal Champion.
He's working on the right side of the base. We're seeing a Yeti utilized on the 3 o'clock side to try to snipe 1, maybe 2 defenses with the help of the Yeti Mines and just really help the Royal Champion's pathing so that way she can go toward the Inferno Tower. I feel like that's what he's trying. The Yeti Mines perfectly pick up the air defense. That's exactly what he wanted, so that way he doesn't have to invest an extra invis spell to force her over toward that Inferno Tower. Instead, she naturally paths to it, but she does get a little bit distracted by the enemy Royal Champion.
Still working through, keeping the Spirit Fox up. That's one of the toughest things definitely to do in these World Champion charges to keep that Spirit Fox up till the end of the charge, and he does just that. So having that World Champion with Spirit Fox to come out later is going to be huge, but it feels like he's setting up to go in here at 6 o'clock and go all the way across. Actually, a log launcher play here. The log launcher maybe at the Fire Spirit, and he's going to go at the Town Hall. I thought he was setting up to go at 6 o'clock, but he's going to go right towards the Town Hall. Log launcher will actually pick up some nice value, and if he can get the tanking out in front, or maybe even that scatter shot just gets taken out before it gets in range, he's going to pick up a couple of defenses with this log launcher as well.
I'm really glad he didn't take your suggestion and go from 6 o'clock. That would have been scary, especially with only one overgrowth spell, and this Town Hall is really offset, almost in the very top corner of the base, so he's going to go at it pretty early here. That log launcher does pick up a couple buildings. The Yeti's likely going to get the scatter shot, and look at this, super miners in the defensive clan castle. I'm pretty sure we saw Only Bads do this earlier today as well. Luckily for Max, they're not going to go blow up his Root Riders or any of his heroes. The Yeti's there, take all the damage, and he's moving through, easily got the Town Hall, and he has delayed the overgrowth for quite some time, being super patient with that.
There it goes. Overgrowth comes in right now, and you're right, we did see the super miners earlier. They had kind of mixed results where they were a little bit effective and then not effective at all. So it's a really interesting play, but if you get a couple of those super miners on one of your heroes, it can really be devastating, especially here in hard mode. Root's still continuing to open this base up. He's still got the Mono, the King, and the Minion Prince, not to mention some Expos down there. So this one's definitely not over, but he's still got a lot of force. Can Max cross this finish line? You'd definitely like to see him do it, but oh man, there's so much base remaining.
35 seconds to go. It's unfortunate he used his Rocket Spear right when the Road Champion switched targets to fight the King, but it's not the end of the world because his Archer Queen was able to sneak in there, take out the Monolith, and you can see him getting excited because he's got it. That Royal Champion moved through the whole base with the Spirit Fox, both of them still alive, and it's going to be a 3-star all day long for Max to open things up for his team.
Nice triple from Max, and that's why he's in that leadoff spot. I feel like Max can hit any spot, any pressure. He doesn't mind at all. Like, Max has really grown into a Clash Clans esports player, a professional in his own right, on the field, off the field with the interviews. You gotta love what you're seeing there from Max. And now Elevate are gonna be up 9% plus the star, so it's huge, forcing a lot of pressure back over to Only Bads, where Demo will be their next attacker.
We'll see what Demo's able to bring to the table here with their second attack. They need something nice, something early here in this second attack position so that they don't slip up too early, don't fall way behind, because it can really kill the mentality and just make them not feel confident anymore. He's going in with the good old reliable Root Riders, but he's really mixing it up here. I think I saw a giant arrow, and he's got 6 lightning spells.
I mean, we've seen this combination where they use, well, I guess is he gonna go for the Town Hall with that? I mean, that feels like some, I guess maybe not with the lightnings, the earthquake. Where is he going with this? Is he gonna weaken up multiple defenses here? I'm so confused, Lex. I'm so confused with this. I was trying to think. I was trying to look for a log launcher. I guess he could still switch to log launcher and see if maybe he runs that over top, because there looks like some defenses are lined up there, like on the diagonal from the right side to the left side of the base from 3 to 9. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, he's obviously got his plan ready to go.
Yeah, here go the earthquake spells. Let's just see what he comes up with. 3 lightnings for each side and probably a giant arrow. Yeah, top down. It hits 2 Inferno Towers and the Fire Spitters. Both Fire Spitters with 1 giant arrow is awesome. I think he just didn't get that second Inferno because a builder had already started repairing it.
I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's a really cool little trick here. I mean, it's Root Riders, it's Great Warden Fireball, and then it's Giant Arrow trick. Like, Demo pulling out all the stops here on Bernal's base. It's crazy that he finds that much value that fast into the war. I mean, we're 3 attacks into the war. They got to submit attacks and orders really, really quick, and he found all that value on Bernal's base. But let's see if he can convert it to the 3-stars, because let's be honest, that's cool, that's cute that you did all that, but can you convert it to the 3-star now that you got all that done?
The troop launcher has been throwing barrels onto the map for the past 30 seconds or so. Now we got everybody on the playing field, barring a few super barbs that'll be used later. He still has the Royal Champion ability, saved it until just now, popping it, and I believe it's Rocket Spears. Yep, Rocket Spears going after the enemy queen, doing splash damage onto that Expo. But yeah, there's still a lot of base left as we start to see the right side of the base. 2 Inferno Towers still up. The multi-gear tower can do a lot of damage. The Giga Bomb in front of that scatter shot. And maybe most importantly, that Monolith just waiting on the back end, ready to take out hero after hero.
And that's the tough part here. With no abilities remaining, no spells. He does have some super barbs. Let's check that up. There goes the world champion. She's the first one to fall. King goes to Phoenix. Queen is going to be taking some damage too. Grand Warden is in there taking damage. The healers are going down. Oh, can he get across the finish line here? There goes the Queen. Queen is down. There goes the Warden. The Warden's down. This is what I was talking about, Lex. Like, it doesn't matter if you can get crazy good value. It's all about finishing and converting the 3-star.
Such high percent, but that Monolith, man, it is insane. It not only took out 1, not 2, not 3. I'm pretty sure it took out all 4 of Demo's healers. That is crazy. A defense that cannot be ignored, and the 96% here means only bats still don't have a triple on the board.
Yeah, I mean, still a lot of war to be played. It's just our 3rd attack of the war. And they have a 91 and a 96 up. I mean, we've seen mistakes happen from any team here today. I mean, not just like Elevate specifically, but any team can make any mistake at any time. So they're putting up the high percentage attacks. All they really need to do is get 1 3-star on the board. However, if Pato here can get a 3-star of his own, Pato with one of the highest hit rates so far in this qualifier, if he can get a 3-star on the board, only bads are going to start to feel that pressure a little bit.
We got the Royal Champion working on the west side of the base here. Going to take out a couple defenses on the corner, make her way in toward the Expo, toward the multi-gear tower, find a couple giant bombs along the way. Is she going to find even more? There's more small bombs. This might be baited. Dropping an extra couple invises, and oh my goodness, there's going to be a lot of traps here.
Yeah, actually not too much there. I mean, Spirit Fox is still holding on. I thought there'd be giant bombs going into that compartment as well. But she's holding on. It actually keeps the Spirit Fox alive. I'm honestly surprised that Spirit Fox is still alive on this attack.
Yep, that ended up working out well, even though she's low on HP. As long as he delays her a little bit, drops her after deploying everybody else, the healers can hopefully get her back up to full health. We do have this Crusher Mortar working on the south side of the base, but a well-placed skeleton spell actually distracts it for most of its shots. We're seeing that oh-so-common Overgrowth spell on the Town Hall and everything else in the core here to shape up the pathing, get everybody moving around the east side, and then he's got that flexible second Overgrowth spell and still a very important Warden ability to be popped.
I like the way you worded that there, the flexible Overgrowth, because it can be used in so many ways. It can redirect the troops. It can just negate some of that damage. And there it goes. It actually is going to go right in the middle, negate even more damage on the base. He does have to get the Town Hall under control, as the Roots and the Royal Champion did go past it. He's got the Queen now walking past the Town Hall, but the Root Rider did open up that compartment, so the Queen should be able to sneak in there, and with ability should have no problem taking that down. But all the Roots are starting to fade. Does do a great job, though, using the Rocket Spear, but man, things are definitely starting to fizzle out here for Pato.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate. He got a heavy split where the Queen, and maybe super importantly, the healers kind of stayed on the bottom side, went toward the Town Hall, while the Root Riders and the Royal Champion went east and then up, and they all got obliterated without any support from the healers. The Warden, I don't know what happened to him, but I think he just died super early as well. I mean, he wasn't supporting anybody halfway through that attack. This just kind of fizzled out. He's got a couple extra archers on the top side, but it's not going to be amazing percent here for Pato.
And this is what I'm talking about, Lex. Any mistake can happen, and only bads are keeping themselves in this with those nice high percentage attacks. So Pato, this one's gonna get what, maybe 78%. No, the mortar will take them out before they can get any more. But yeah, 78%. And now, if only bads can get a 3-star on the board, they're right back in this war. They'll actually be leading this war on percentage.
Yep, and that's how fast the tables can turn. One good 3-star at the right time, and they can take the lead. A very nice effort there from Pato. Just a couple things maybe not going as expected, or just not going his way, or maybe the timing was off on one of the overgrowths. It's hard to tell exactly, but everything just fizzled out as the whole army just kind of split into 2 main groups. It's not super ideal with that sort of setup. You want to really keep everybody together where those healers can just have full value.
Going into this attack, not including the star count, because obviously Elevate hold the lead there. but Only Bads do gain the percentage lead by 9%. So that's something to keep your eyes on, as Dima, one of the base builders here for Only Bads, is coming in with the next attacker. Selena will be on defense, but Dima definitely needs a triple. We're already in here with the Royal Champion charging in, just a little bit of action there going on. Doesn't look like anything too important miss, but there's that flame spinner there. Really kind of underutilized, but more of like that, it can kind of counter all of the attacks type of seasonal defense there.
Very risky, using all the extra invis spells, forcing her straight over that Giga Bomb. She took a little extra damage in between the invises as well. The Spirit Fox got obliterated by that Giga Bomb, but he managed to recall the Royal Champion out of there with just a little bit of health and ready to set up the next phase of the attack.
We're gonna go ahead and start picking off some of these buildings on the bottom just to create the funnel, create the pathing, to push everything right through the middle of the base. Getting out that battle builder, it doesn't seem like a big thing, but it's a pretty important building to get out. That way those roots go exactly where he wants. Here come the healers, need the healers to swap over to the Root Riders, and it looks like they're gonna start doing that now. He did have that overgrowth in nice and early, so that overgrowth should be waking up here shortly as everything's starting to make its way through. There it goes, overgrowth is up, so now he can go ahead and take out the Town Hall and take out that Flame Spinner.
Down goes that Flame Spinner, making our way through the Town Hall. These healers still looking okay. Inside the Rage Gem, do extra healing. Gonna easily be able to secure the Town Hall now. Keep an eye on this Royal Champion as she gets out in front, taking a lot of damage. The free spell saves her for now, but I think the Expo is locked on, and down she goes. That could be a huge problem moving into the back end of the base.
Oh yeah, for sure. Everything's in the core though, but the overgrowth's in there. It's really kind of got to get this Queen under control. King's working around the outside. This Queen's doing a great job there as the King and the snakes are tanking there. But man, he's definitely losing some force. And this is when things start to go sideways. When the forces start to spread thin on the base, that's when you start to have those issues and things start to thin out. But he did a really good job of getting that core under control. Still has King and Queen ability. Queen's gonna have to go to ability now. Yep, there she goes. And then the King's gonna go ahead and throw that spiky ball in. But is there enough force to get through? I don't know. I kind of like his chances here. I'm not gonna lie.
He was looking so frustrated a few seconds ago while you were mentioning everything that was going on, but it's honestly, he's not out of it yet. It is starting to fizzle out as that Ricochet Cannon takes out the Archer Queen. King will go to ability. Spiky Ball can still do a lot of damage, so he's racking up the percent quite a bit, but it's starting to look now like it won't end up being a 3-star, and that's obviously where his frustration was coming from. He was already able to tell that ahead of time, but percent-wise, Only Bad still looking great. Still half of this war to be played, but they're still waiting for that first 3-star of theirs to come through.
And if it never comes, they're never going to win this war. Well, I guess never say never, because 1-stars could happen. It's hopefully very unlikely.
You're starting the jinx war.
Oh boy, why would you even throw that on me, Lex? Why would you even throw that on me? But again, I mean, they repeat, they get another 90% attack, so they're very consistent there. But they definitely have to cross the finish line and get a 3-star at some point here.
I mean, you're absolutely right, but Carbon's not here this month, so somebody's got to be doing the jinxing.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's really high percent, though, nonetheless. Even though they still haven't hit that 3-star, you could tell he was frustrated. Definitely not the result he wanted, but percentage-wise, I mean, they are still on top of Elevate, so this does actually keep the pressure on Elevate, because if Elevate want to keep their lead, they need to keep the percentage really, really high, if not triple again.
And speaking of triples, Leo was one of the 3-star attackers in their last war using the Root Riders. It was a 13-11 victory, and Leo put up one of those triples to get them that 13-star victory. So let's see if he can do just the same here. He's got a lot of invis to be used here for this World Champion. Pretty standard setup, does have the recall in there. Got the healers. I mean, it's everything you're looking for in a Royal Champion charge, recall, into Root Riders. So far, I think everything's looking really, really nice. Let's see. He's going to push her into the middle. Oh, she's going to go to the south, actually.
He definitely was anticipating her going toward the fire spitter. It seemed like it, at least. That's why he was willing to invest the extra invis at the same time as one of the other invis. And look at all those extra bombs. The Spirit Fox taking so much damage there. She will go down, but with the extra invises, he's still able to get some pretty crazy value. Gets all those 3 key defenses at the last second before recalling.
He brought a little bit extra invis, and you can see it's worth it there. That whole left side, pretty much the whole 9 o'clock corner is donezo on this base. But now, again, it's cool that you can do that opening. Can you convert it to a 3-star? That's the main thing here. I don't know how many times we've seen such a cool opening or such a commanding opening that looks so good, but falls just short. Royal Champion is just barely hanging on there. I was waiting for like something to shoot her the Town Hall to hit her or something, but now she's getting the healers on her, so she's gonna actually get back up to full health. And Leo has got everything under control and starting to march through ND's base here.
So common that we see an overgrowth spell used on the Town Hall early when we're approaching the Town Hall right away in this sort of attack, but he only brings one overgrowth, not a second one, and he decides to be so patient with it. He just brute force his way through the Town Hall, willing to take all that damage, popping a nice Warden ability, and then drops the overgrowth spell way up north for that seasonal defense, for the Expos, for the Monolith, and he still managed to keep his healers alive so far, but they're very low on HP.
Yeah, they're barely hanging on. The Seeking Air Mine doesn't care. It's going to take one of them out. Here comes a red air bomb. It'll take out a couple more, and there's one more red air bomb, and the rest of them are gone. They barely have any health there. But look at that. Oh, the Yeti clutches up and gets the Crusher Mortar down. But look at the back end here. We got the Monolith. We got the Minion Prince on defense. They still got King and Queen. This is going to be an interesting showdown here at the back end of this base.
It's super nice that he has a back-end Ice Golem that's actually going to do a lot of helping right here. He's got the King ability, just now popped the Queen ability. He's definitely going to be able to take out this Monolith. Even had a back-end Wall Breaker. The only question is time, but with the back-end Super Barbs, he's got it. Look at his teammates getting hyped up for him as the Expo goes down. 10 seconds to spare, and Elevate extend their lead even further.
Way to pick your teammate up. We just saw that Pato had that big miss, a really uncharacteristic miss from Pato, but Leo hops right in there and picks his teammate up, and now they are up by 2 3-stars, and this lead is growing out of reach. Only Bads have to get 2 triples here to close out this war. They really don't have any choice. The percentage is fine, all 90%, but they have to close out with 2 triples and then cross their fingers and hope they can just get some kind of defense here.
The options are running out indeed. It does seem like they pretty much have to 3-star their last 2 attacks, barring any sort of crazy 1-star defense. I'm not going to start the Jinx train, or maybe I'm just hopping on it because you already started it, but ND gonna be the next attacker here for Only Bads. He's going with the classic setup again, except this is a little interesting. He brings 3 overgrowths, not just 2, and he's using one right away.
Well, you don't have to invest the extra invises to get the RC to go where you want it to, because the overgrowth will just shut down that whole area of the base. Now the RC will go ahead and she'll take out the Town Hall, second invis invested there, and just being extra cautious. It looks like the RC was just there to get the Town Hall down, and she is out.
Yep, really great value. I'm glad that his Royal Champion did exactly what he wanted. If I did that the exact same way, I'm pretty sure my Royal Champion would have gotten distracted by that Barb King and just tried to fight him. But everything working perfect so far for ND. Sending the Root Riders in on the right side of the base with the Troop Launcher to assist. Nice poison spell on the enemy Furnace, and we'll probably see the Barb King used on the outside to keep the funnel going.
Yeah, it's generally where he's going to come in with his snakes just helping out quite a bit. And yep, there he goes. King's right on the outside, and he's going to go right into the Expo, which will help him start spawning some more snakes in there. Now all those roots are going to have a nice little way right around this overgrowth area, but that overgrowth should be wearing off pretty soon, I think. Yep, there it goes. Overgrowth wears off, so now they can cut in and take out all those key defenses in the middle, or you can overgrowth them again.
Looks like he decided to bring an Eternal Tome, so he could have continued to delay that overgrowth a little bit longer, but he decides to drop it way on the back end. And maybe if he was trying to keep his Queen alive, I can understand that it was kind of valuable, but otherwise, it seems like it's not getting much value if you deploy it on defenses that aren't even in range of any of your units yet.
Yeah. Well, I think a big issue there also was the roots they didn't cut inside the base. They went to the bottom side, like kind of following and backing up the King. So I think maybe he was anticipating that the roots were going to go into the middle of the base, but I think those defenses got cut out just a little bit too soon for them. So kind of a waste on that third overgrowth. And now this attack is definitely questionable if it's going to be able to cross that finish line, because still got healers going. He still has King with ability, but another root falls and they are going to be under so much fire. Keep an eye on this merge multi-cannon. That thing can just wreck any unit in the game.
That multi-year cannon is insane. All he has left is the king ability with the wall breaker and 3 super barbs for the outside. That spiky ball did actually go and get a few nice buildings there. Gonna rack up the percentage points a little bit, but this just isn't the result they needed. They desperately needed a 3-star here, and now they're gonna have to start relying on a crazy defense to save them.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. The only like kind of upside of this, if it does kind of pan out the way that we're expecting it to, as this is not an elimination matchup for them. So they did run up against a brick wall and elevate, but they still are in this tournament and still will have a chance tomorrow if they do end up moving down to the lower bracket. Now, if you're elevate, you kind of know what you have to do. Just really nice 2 stars here, safe 2 stars to close out the war, and you got this war, and you'll move forward to take on Dizzy in our upper bracket final tomorrow.
Now, we can say that all we want. We can analyze and say, hey, all you need to do is get a safe 2-star, but we know how some of these players are. Once they come up with their first plan, they just don't want to change it. You never know when one of these guys just decides, hey, you know what? That town hall over there, I don't think it's very important. I'll go for it last.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think we've seen... This war's felt pretty safe in general, if I'm being honest. Like I mean, look at this. I mean, we're going RC, looks like near the town hall or at the town hall, either way, setting up pathing so he can go right through it if he chooses. We're not really seeing too many attacks go across the base like we've seen in previous wars. Even Max's attack, where it seemed like he had the setup if he wanted to go across the base, he went right at the town hall and it paid off perfectly for him. Yeah, see, Bernal's gonna push this RC. Oh, wait, just kidding. You mentioned what your RC would do. His RCs follow the Lexno school here, but she's gonna eventually get back on track and she'll get in here. Hopefully, yeah, there she goes, and get the town hall down. Uses an archer to pull away those CC troops.
Haste Vial gonna help the Royal Champion just take out that town hall before it gets too many shots off. Decides to recall there as he did run out of invis spells. It seemed like that recall was late for a second. I wonder if he thought maybe he could take out the monolith first, but just not quite, especially with the builder hut there repairing the witches. I keep trying to count how many witches are there on defense, but the poison spell not quite able to take them out.
That's all right, though. I mean, he's got pretty much everything working in here just at the start of the attack, and there's really not too many defenses on him, so when those ice golems pop, shouldn't be too big of a deal. Gets the skeleton spell going in here to try to distract the monolith, but I think it locked onto one of the root riders. He needs these troops to stay together here. That's always the fact that we're looking for. Keep that pack tight. Giants and stuff, that's not a big deal. He can lose those to the monolith. But keep those roots, keep the king, keep the queen all together. Actually, the queen's on the outside and the king's on the inside. That's a little bit of a reversal of fates there.
Very wisely does not overgrowth the monolith on this one, because I think the archers and with maybe the help of a Yeti here can take out that monolith, so we can get rid of it now instead of later. That's nice, but now the upper side of the base is what's looking dangerous. But wow, he was actually able to save his warden ability until just now. That's impressive. He was very patient with that. It does help him get through a little bit of that section, but there are so many defenses up there.
Wow, yeah, you're not lying, especially with all those Teslas popping. It's like a death ring of defenses up there. But the main thing here is that 2nd star. He's got the 2nd star secured, and that's all the Elevate need at this point. Two stars, and they will have this war under control. This is the first of those 2. And that's, I feel like Elevate are really good at being self-aware of what they need. I don't think we're going to see any crazy risks from them in this situation, especially with Seleno being the final attacker. He has plenty of time to adjust any plan and do kind of exactly what Bernal did. Just go right at the town hall or create a path to the town hall one way or another. But yeah, that's exactly what they need to hear. It's only 74%, but that doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah, if we wanted to think about the percent, I think Elevate are going to lose their percentage lead after this attack, but like you said, as long as Seleno doesn't do any crazy risks, it should be wrapped up here. And we're also making an assumption that only Beds are going to 3-star their last attack. We still have to wait and see if that's even going to be the case.
Yeah, you're true. They might only need a 1-star on their final attack. But I guess if they lose the percentage battle, they'll still need the 2-star. I mean, 2 stars win wars. That's the motto of today's stream, as we've seen it a couple times now. Bernal finishes up at 75% as those final few troops were picking up there. And Elevate, they have to be feeling really good about what they're doing, but we kind of saw this from them last month, where they had that upper bracket run. They ran through the upper bracket, made it to the grand finals, but then ended up losing to the bracket reset. So yeah, it's a very interesting deja vu moment here as Ninja gets ready to be our final attack of the war for only Bads.
He's coming in with the classic army composition that everybody's using. Couple of invis at the same time to really make sure that Royal Champion goes straight to the monolith right away. Not going to play any games there. Wants to make sure that thing's gone and doesn't have a chance to do any significant damage. She'll make her way into the east side of the base. I guess I should say south side of the base there. I need to figure out how to use a compass, but she's getting some decent value. Pretty simple. Does lose the Spirit Fox in that mix, but recalls her and then quickly starts from the left.
Yeah, going right in on this base. A little bit of a risk going all the way across, but Ninja knows he has nothing left to lose in this war. He knows the stakes. He knows what's going to happen, but they kind of just got to rebound. I mean, it's the end of the day here for them. They can kind of just refocus, get ready for tomorrow, and hopefully get a good plan to make that lower bracket run. I did like their attitude coming into this war. It felt like they had the right mentality. They know that their backs are up against the wall, but now they're going to have to put that to the test after falling to Elevate.
Seeing what looks like another Eternal Tome being utilized here. Some of the players are still preferring the Eternal Tome even after the update that somewhat nerfed it. And then I guess he's got nothing to risk here. Overgrowthing the Town Hall on the second half of the attack here. He's just trying to really minimize the damage on his units in the core. Still has a lot of witches alive on the upper side of the base behind that king, which is cool. And the healers still doing a whole lot of healing in that Rage Gem effect. He's got a decent shot here. It's going to be hard to tell just how much damage is going to be incoming once that overgrowth wears off, though.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is keep an eye on those troops with the overgrowth coming off. He's got the queen in there. He's got king barely hanging on. The spiky ball should be coming in any soon. But keep an eye on those 3 witches. We've seen these witches, those little tech witches come in, be a nice little factor. Queen will go ahead and take down the town hall. It's got a lot of force here. Time should not be an issue. He's got 20% of the base and still a full minute remaining. If he's got the force, he's got the time. Ninja looking to get the first and only 3-star for only bads in this matchup.
Nice little trick with the invisible super barbarians on the bottom side of the base there. He probably didn't actually need them in hindsight. He's got so many units with the witches and the giants alive in the middle. Queen and Warden can try to work together to get through a wall. So much time left on the clock. A beautiful 3-star here from Ninja to get it done for his team.
Nice triple, Ninja. Nice triple. You know me. I'm all about that momentum. Even though, they had their backs up against the wall, it was a tough war. None of it went the way that they wanted it to. Getting that momentum going into tomorrow, getting the mentality, especially for Ninja, was like got the mentality of like leading the team, rallying the troops. I know that's got to feel good for him, but Elevate now just need that 2-star. We were wondering if they would need a 2-star or 1-star. They need that 2-star to win this war and secure their upper bracket grand final matchup against Dizzy X STMN. Easy for me to say there, Lex.
Yeah, it can be confusing with some of the name changes. They've been doing a lot of that lately. But Celino's got the final match. The final match of the attack. The final attack of the match. One of those. It is going to be under control. A lot of dragons. I'm forgetting how to speak. But he's got the new spell to go with these dragons too.
The Icebox spell can definitely be fun when utilized right. We'll have to see where he uses that. With the dragons, you're usually going with that huge RC charge. And honestly, this is probably a really safe bet because he can run that RC right in towards the town hall and you can really just kind of redirect her where you need because you have so many of those invises. But now the invis is wearing off. He's using some rocket loons. Things are kind of getting out of control a little bit for him. Should be able to get this back under control without too much issue. She needs to go to the town hall. There she goes. Town hall is down. Now he's just got to run the percent up to 50.
Trying to make sure that town hall goes down with a haste vial, and it does. He still has a couple of invis spells left, but there's the Lexnos Royal Champion. Firing off against the Barb King. Gonna take away from a lot of the value she could have gotten otherwise. Can he still get that Crusher Mortar before she goes down? Yes, because the Spirit Fox went invisible one more time before dying.
Yeah, great value there from that dive. 20% already had, and if Celino can push up 30 more percent, which with all of the resources he still has, I think that should not be too much of an issue. We'll see Elevate secure the victory against Only Bads. At this point, I mean, I would say it's pretty much all but a done thing here. King's going to go ahead and work on that right side. Does have the P.E.K.K.A.'s going to go ahead and engage those ice golems. And now all the dragons are working through here. And Celino looking to clutch it up as he climbs ever closer to that 50%.
it is fun to see the dragons here being utilized against this base. He's got the minion prince here. We haven't actually seen a whole lot of minion prince today because he just hasn't been popular with the root rider attacks, but now with the dragon attack here, we can see what abilities he's going to come in with. Usually we see some sort of like Dark Orb Metal Pants combo that appears to be exactly what he's bringing. King Spiky Ball dropping in on the top side of the base. Actually damages the monolith quite a bit there. There's still a lot of dragons alive on the left, and a good Dark Orb ability. He might have a chance.
Might. That's a word for sure. But that monolith is going to be definitely an imposing figure as the Iron Pants wear off, and now the Minion Prince rather is going to go to Phoenix. He will actually pick up the monolith. There's still an air defense in there. The multi's going to eat up all those snakes from the snake bracelet, and this one looks like it's going to fall just short, but it doesn't matter. The job was done. He did exactly what he needed to on this attack either way, and Elevate get the victory over Only Bads.
They will pick up the victory, and he still got furnaces working from the siege barracks on the right side of the base. Those little fire spirit looking guys just moving through, trying to grab a little bit extra percent. The last minion not going to be able to get anything. It's a 90%, but most importantly, it is a win for Elevate, and they are moving on to the next round in the upper bracket tomorrow. Just like they did last month, this is a similar run for them. We'll see what they're able to bring to the table tomorrow, but awesome stuff here from Elevate. We can see them right there in their post-match smiles. They seem to be pretty content.
Yeah, I mean, as they should be. A very nice performance here for them, but look at the percentage game. I guess, you know, it's kind of skewed because those last two attacks, we know like Bernal just went for the safe 2-star, and I guess Salinos wasn't necessarily a safe 2-star, but maybe not the plan that he would have went with, but it doesn't matter. 12-11 is the final score, and they continue on in the upper bracket. That means Only Bads will move down to the lower bracket as we get ready to take a look at our updated bracket here shortly.
Yeah, that match with the percentages kind of all over the place. A lot of ups, a lot of downs, but we'll see the updated bracket here. Elevate, Dizzy Stamina in the upper bracket finals that you guys will see that tomorrow. But in the lower bracket, still a lot of matches to be played down there. 4 teams still trying to claw their way through the lower bracket as we see Team Electros going to be facing off against Only Bads tomorrow. And a big, scary looking matchup, Vatic Esports and Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, those are some crazy matchups. Wow, I didn't realize Vatic and Tribe were going to be playing each other. That's going to be intense. I mean, not only that, Electros versus Only Bads, those are some really good matchups to start off our day tomorrow. That's exactly how we're going to be starting off the day tomorrow, those two matchups. So guys, definitely make sure you tune in and you are ready for some Clash action tomorrow, but don't go anywhere. We're not done here yet. We have our MVP of this matchup. Oh, not yet. Hold on. We're tallying up the numbers from the event site. I thought it was ready. Sorry, guys. I jumped the gun there, but also don't go anywhere. We might have an interview with someone from Elevate, so just stick around for a minute.
Just to continue with this bracket, I mean, it does look scary, and some very familiar teams just moving through the upper bracket and just eliminating team after team after team. Elevate and Dizzy. I mean, Dizzy, of course, they won that first golden ticket, and Elevate in the exact same spot that they were last month. But speaking of the final or the finish of that last match, now we can take a look at the MVP and see just who pulled through with that.
Of course. Of course. It's Max, the fan favorite. I mean, I think it's well earned though. I mean, coming out in that lead position, getting the 3-star, he went 2 for 2 on 3 stars here today. 51% of the fan vote. I think Max is quickly, if not already, one of the most fan favorite players in Clash esports, and it's well deserved, man. He's really stepped up, especially since joining Elevate. It's been such a great fit for him.
Indeed, he has just done so great. I mean, I feel like he does great on any team he plays on, but so far through these last couple months, he seems like he's really shining with this team specifically. And at least from a kind of vocal perspective, he just loves being the spokesperson for them. He just is enjoying the spotlight.
Yeah, it's really nice. And I mean, speaking of the spokesperson, guess who we have joining us? Max is going to join us right now. Max, how are you feeling after that victory? Couple nice upper bracket victories. You got to be feeling good, right?
Hey, yeah, we're feeling really good. I mean, I was a little bit worried about Bads. They had a great match versus Tribe, but our defenses held really strong, and we were able to get a couple of 3 stars. So I'm feeling very good.
That's awesome. Give us a little perspective on kind of your guys' attack order, because I see that you've been bouncing around a little bit today. Sometimes you're first, sometimes you're third. Any specific strategy to that?
Yeah, usually me or Pato will go first, whichever one of us sees something first. But in the first match, Slinya went first because he saw he had a really good dragon plan. His RC did go the wrong way, which was a little bit unfortunate. But usually it'll be me or Pato hitting first and Slinya hitting last.
How do you guys feel about the current meta right now? Like, how have you adjusted? I mean, we just recently had the update. We introduced new seasonal defenses that can be one of three. It feels like you guys have adapted pretty well to that. Like, how are you guys handling that as a team?
Yeah, the new defense definitely changes things up a lot. The mortar, the Crusher mortar especially, is really powerful. It can quickly kill your entire army, especially the Queen and the Warden. So we've been doing a lot of practice against it, doing a lot of testing, friendly wars, friendly challenges, so we could be the best prepared against it.
And how do you feel against your matchup, your upcoming matchup against Dizzy tomorrow?
Yeah, Dizzy are a really strong team. We have a lot of work to do tonight. We're not going to just rest and take it easy. We don't want to repeat last month, so we're going to work hard. We know they're a great opponent, and we'll do our best tomorrow.
And well, you know, we were kind of in this position last month. I mean, what are you going to do to prevent the same thing from happening? I mean, extra prep or extra testing? How are you feeling? Do you think you guys can overcome what happened last month and get that golden ticket this month?
Definitely. We've worked much harder this month preparing for this weekend. I think our bases are a lot better. We have more of them. Our attacks, I feel more prepared on offense relative to some of the other teams. I think we're absolutely going to win it.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us, Max, and good luck to you and your team tomorrow. We look forward to watching that awesome match tomorrow and seeing how you guys perform.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to have Max on. Like you said, the spokesperson of the team. He's really embraced that and handled that very, very well. But also, let's go ahead and now welcome back our other casters. Itsu and Judo, welcome back, gentlemen. How are you feeling after that matchup? A pretty nice one, a pretty good day of Clash of Clans esports. I mean, what are you guys feeling?
I think it was a fantastic matchup. It was very well fought between the two teams, and I know we all picked Elevate, but Only Bads really put up a great fight there, and I think they should, you know, take that momentum and use it in the lower bracket, because I still think they have a really good shot versus Team Electros, despite how strong of a roster they are. And I love listening to the confidence of Max as well, moving into the upper bracket there, just how they are not even going to rest right now. They're just going to get right back into working, and they really feel they can do it. It's always great to hear when the teams back themselves as well. But how about yourself, Itsu? What did you think?
Yeah, I mean, they are looking really, really strong. Brings their own twists to some of those attacks, like Max, for example, did with like exchanging a small Warden walk with the Royal Champion charge and such. And I just feel like Elevate is looking really strong and for sure being the favorite moving into tomorrow. The question again, can they then deliver as well tomorrow as they did today? And Max already said they have a lot of bases prepared, so I'm looking forward to what they're showing then on their defensive side, and if they have anything like hold back, if that makes sense. But that's something which I would love to see from them.
Definitely some good matches coming up tomorrow, especially in the upper bracket, some really top tier teams, but also in the lower bracket. Looking forward to some of those matches, especially that Vatic versus Tribe match. That's going to be one to look out tomorrow, an early elimination match. One of those teams going to have to go home right away, but some awesome stuff today. I've enjoyed it a whole lot. What about you, Bash?
Oh yeah, I'm really looking forward to our matches tomorrow. The elimination matches to start us off are going to be insane, and then our upper bracket final it's going to be incredible. So guys, make sure you're here. It's going to be the same time, the same place. We'll be back for day 2, and we'll give away our 3rd golden ticket. You guys are watching the Clash Clans monthly qualifier, and we'll be back to finish it off tomorrow. Clash on.
pressure's on. Got to be strong. Maintain your A game till the pressure's gone. Rise up like the sun at the break of dawn. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. Pressure's on, got to be strong. Maintain your A game till the pressure's gone. Rise up like the sun at the break of dawn. The pressure's on, the pressure's on. The pressure's on. The pressure's on. On. Pressure's on. Setback after setback. It took me way too many years just to get back what I lost. Push through whatever the cost, and who knew you end up becoming the boss. But I'll never quit. They'll try to throw me off, but I'ma get ahead of it. Stay on top when it drops and reap the benefits. Survive the attack.